want you and that young man to tie that knot. I'm gonna pray for you. And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand, because he helped Joshua fight the battle of Jericho. Yes.
It's the old
He helped Daniel get out the lion's den. He helped Gilligan get off the island.
Let me get straight to the business. Yeah. Got them lions in the building. Yeah. Why you lying to the children? Yeah. Why you lying to the children? Yeah. RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been the best. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the best. We will not see you tomorrow. Cause you cannot go to thought. All the sons and all the daughters. Standing hard with big manotas. But my son, he made me Taurus. On that line, I'm still a Taurus. Karate kicking Chuck Norris, 4-5 on my waist. If he started, will not hesitate to get retarded. Oh lordy, he ain't got a PowerPoint, he forest. He running to the hills like a Philistine. Jihad hitting Hamites with the guillotine. Situation turned up with the Ratchet team. JJ 7000 to the debate league. Yeah, I know them haters gon' hate me, but he won't debate me. Pistol off safety. Respond, come wait me. If I don't get up, nigga shake me. If he don't show up, then he fake G. I touch down and make these nigga nuts hate me. Dear brother, balling and crawling all the way from H-time. Let me get straight to the business. Man, them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? You gon' cry, you gon' get it. Me, I'm like a frog, nigga, ribbit. Of course, it's in the spirit. I just got the Porsche, she can steer it. Mito got the raw, Shaq and Willie. Lamborghini doors, you better not spill it. Mama's high, say I'm more than just a villain. Mama's cry, arms open wide for her children. Suicide, immortalized as the realest, yeah. Death by car, black suicide. Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Yeah. Why you lying to them children? Yeah. RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been the best. Yeah. Man, they know they no contest. Yeah. Yahuwah, he do the best. Wow, what's that? Why didn't take it over? Number one debate league, you heard me? When it's up, it's stuck. I'm 7 on everything, nigga. Metaphorically, of course.
Yeah. Welcome to the Lion's Den. Welcome to the Den, man. My name is JJ7000. I'm the host, the president, and the debater in the Lion's Den. And I'm just glad to be back on the air at home. We know we've been on the road a lot, kicking ass and taking names later. But we got a special treat for you tonight. But before we get into that special treat, I got to go ahead and introduce the queen of the den, Sister Karima. Go ahead, Queen.
Shalom to everybody watching. Hello to everybody on the panel. What's up with it?
All right. Right. And we got the Lions Den Intercontinental Champion in the building, the Smushinator. Go ahead, Aki.
Yeah, you know who it is. The most hated, the most underrated, the most underdebated, the most underestimated. The Smusher heads, the Smushinator. I'm your Smusher man, baby. Much love to the Queen Karima. Much love to JD7000 and my elder Yasha. You know what I'm saying? You know what it is. You know what I mean? Fix your face, wipe your mouth off. Watch what you say to me.
Hey, right. All right. And last but not least, former Lions Den champion, the most formidable and feared discussion debater, whatever you want to call a researcher that we have in the Lions Den. But he's more into
alive.
a teaching mode now. Yasha bin Israel. Go ahead, Aki.
What it do? What it do? What it Mickey Ficky do? This is Yasha Ben Israel in the house. Just glad to be here. Got some good information for all of you God loving, God fearing, God worshiping Israelite Christians, Muslims, and Jews. Yes, we got some good information for you all because they're trying to tear down your foundation. You know, they found out that the Jews and the Israelites were black, so they want to destroy that. So if they can disconnect black from Israel, then they succeeded. And then, but they can't do that. So then they'll go as far as saying, well, Israel ain't real. When they can't do that. Because we are the oracles of the Most High God. And I'm here with some good information for y'all to let y'all know that the lies will be squashed tonight. Take the mic, Jay.
Y'all heard what the man said, man. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, he tired of the miseducation. He tired of the misrepresentation. He tired of the lies leading the boys and the girls against the Israelite nation. That's right. 7,000 got some bars for you tonight. But I'm going to let Yasha bin Israel go in because he's out of
I'm going to
sight.
tell you why I'm doing
There
this.
you go.
I'm going to tell y'all why I'm doing this. The reason why I'm doing this is because you would have gotten the information long time ago on Sinetta Studios if I wasn't obstructed, if I wasn't systematically silenced. The game is silenced because if you speak out of turn, don't you hear me talking? Nigga, don't the fuck you hear me talking? But I'm not gonna disrespect that man in this.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, it's him then. Okay. Well, he fell off. He should be coming back on. But yeah, man, you know, this is where we're going to bring our information. There is no need for us to really even go back over here.
Give you that power.
Oh, hey,
All right.
you was out
But
for about 30 seconds, family. Go ahead, you got to start back over.
yeah, man, all I'm saying is that, the reason why I'm doing this is because when I'm on Sinetta Studios, I'm obstructed. There's a lot of, or when you feel the unction to speak like you do when you discuss things with men. I'm 50 years old. I know what a discussion is with grown men on platforms, on the radio, in newspapers, all of that. I got evidence in books. Yes, people wrote about me in books, newspapers, people, all of that. I got history of all of that. I know what discussion and conversation and decorum is. On television, on social media, on the radio. My name, I know what decorum is. I've done this stuff. And no one ever tried to play me like I had no decorum, except for over there. But they never did that to me because I know how to play my role. Okay. And I'm not going to disrespect nobody. Even though when you disrespect a man while he talking, is by cutting him off. When you cut a man off while he talking in the middle of his speech, that is the most disrespectful thing that you can do. And that's why the information has not gotten off over there. If when I go over there, I'm there for the information. And if he don't want the information to come out, then the information is going to come out. It's just not going to come out over there. You could have had the privilege for it to come out over there first, but you didn't want it. You know what I'm saying? You obstructed it. But you're not going to make me look like a fool. You're not going to tell lies to the people and to the public. you know what I'm saying, and act like Israel have not answered these questions. Okay, these are the answers to these stupid questions that has been asked by the so-called black conscious community against Israel for years. These the answers. We got them all tonight. Okay, so they have been answered. So when these people sit up here and lie to y'all and tell y'all that they have not been answered, these questions are being answered tonight. They've been answered a long time ago. All of this silly stuff about prove you Israel, go to Yasha ben Israel's channel on YouTube. Yasha has proven, not only have I proven that I am an Israelite, because I've done that hands down, I've proven that the African Americans are too. And every question, silly, ridiculous question that they've thrown at us to try to make us look bad like we can't answer, our scholars have been answered them 50 years ago. And I am a descendant of that. So whenever y'all ready, we can go forward and we can play these tapes in order. I'm hoping that the sound, because we can't play the actual footage, so the sound is important. I'm gonna need every one of you all to listen carefully to this information. This is very, very important information. All right, because the lies have been squashed yesterday, and we're going to spread the truth on today. So whenever you all are ready, we can put the mic back into the hands of the host and we can get this ride rolling, baby.
All right. Hit that like, share, and subscribe, please. Thank you.
Try to turn the volume up as loud as you can.
Be fooled by the caption here. We got this one here. It's called I Got Your Morpheus. This is I Got Your Morpheus Part 2. And this is the response. All right. I want y'all to check this out. Listen to what he says. And I'm going to prove to you that those guys on Sinetta ain't ready for Yasha ben Israel. This is the reason why they don't let me talk. This is because they're afraid of what I got to say. And they would rather sit there and try to make me look, they look stupid. Sitting there trying to make me look stupid. They would rather look stupid sitting there trying to make me look stupid than to sit there and allow me to kick the truth. This is the facts. Not one Negro on Sinetta's show, including Sinetta, can see me intellectually, and that is a fact. Let's go, y'all.
Nobody, that's why I call it the smoke and mirror stuff. Right? What do I mean by the smoke and mirror stuff? Right? I said if I wanted to learn about movements in America, we're in America, y'all.
Okay.
If I wanted to understand the movement of the Mormons have a church. Mormons have an ideology. Mormons have a Bible. Great. If I wanted to understand that, I would study who? The founder. Who? Joseph Smith. And I go, okay, Joseph Smith. Who's Joseph Smith? And I would look up Joseph Smith and I would find, hey, where did Joseph Smith get this idea from? And he's looking and says, oh, Joseph Smith, he got his claim is a vision. What? So his whole Mormon stuff comes from a vision that he claimed he had. Fine, great. Let's keep going, ladies and gentlemen. Let's say I wanted to understand the Nation of Islam, the movement in America of the Nation of Islam. I would go to its founders. Oh, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, right? W.F. Muhammad. Okay, this is the founders. This is the beginning of this ideology. Fine, makes sense. Now I keep going. Let's say I want to do the same thing with the Moors. I would say, Noble Drew Ali. Noble Drew Ali is the founder of this ideology, philosophy, school of thought. Fine, great. Let's keep going. If I say, hey, the Nuwabians, who started that ideology. We would look and we would study and we would find Malachi Z. York. And we would say, okay, Malachi Z. York is the founder of this ideology called Wahhabian. And we can study him, where it comes from, so forth and so on. Great, fantastic. Now let's go to the Black Hebrew Israelite ideology in America. Where is its foundation? You go straight to Cherry. You're not going to show me no one in America before Cherry talking about African Americans are descendants of Hebrew Israelites. And what's funny about it, when you look at Cherry, his claim is just like Joseph Smith. He had a vision.
All right, people, that's enough. This man has specifically got on here talking loud. See, I'm going to tell y'all a secret. Anything that you say confident enough, bold enough with enough confidence, people will believe it. And that is a psychological phenomenon and a psychological fact. Anything that you say loud enough and bold enough and with enough confidence, people will believe it, no matter how foul and how true it is, or how whether how lying it is or how real it is. It just doesn't matter. Let's get to the facts here. And he said that there was nobody walking around here claiming to be Israelites prior to F.S. Cherry. Now I'm fixing to bust his ass. Scholarship. Okay? Just all you had to do is just look up information, study it. The reason why this man haven't found any other person prior to Cherry claiming to be Israelites was because he haven't been looking hard enough, okay? He don't want to see it. That's number one. All he got to do is go. I'm going to show him several places where he can find out several people that talked that we were Israel before F.S. Cherry, all right? Let's go to encyclopedia.com, look up Middle Eastern Family Part 1, Judaism, all right?
Your screen ain't showing.
Scroll
You want to show your screen?
Here, it's going to scroll through all of these different sections
No,
of
I don't want to show my
Judaism
screen.
Okay.
and the history of Judaism, right? So we're going to scroll all the way on down here. This is a pretty long section, so keep scrolling on down past, talk about the Hasidic Jews, the Jews in Canada, the early Jews in the Americas, right? And then it's going to get to this section I'm looking for about, you got the Hasidic Jews. I want to get to the section that is talking about the Black Jews. Black Jews, okay, let's read this. Amongst the Black population of early 19th century, were some individuals who became legends as regular worshipers at the local synagogue. Possibly the most famous was Old Billy, who in the first half of the 19th century was a faithful attendant at the Charleston, South Carolina synagogue. Look him up. He described himself as a Rechabite, Jeremiah 35:2. And accordingly abstained from all wines and liquor. Other Black members have been noted by various authors. To this day, and in growing numbers since the 1950s, there are Black members of white Jewish congregations. A real spur of African Americans to elect Judaism as an alternative to Christianity was the discovery in the 19th century by French explorer Joseph Halevi, okay, of the Falashas. That's in 1827 to 1917. The Black Falashas of Ethiopia for centuries, a legend has circulated in Europe that Black Jews descendants of the Queen of Sheba had lived in Ethiopia. But most believed that if they ever existed, they had long ago disappeared. Knowledge in the West of their present existence increased in the 1920s when Jacques Fatelevitz in 1881 to 1955 of the University of Geneva followed up previous Pro-Falasha Committee activities with a passionate revival of efforts to aid them.
All right, all right. So we see right here that we have old Billy. Now I'm gonna tell y'all a little something about this guy named Old Billy. Old Uncle Billy Simon. I got a video about him, and I'm just not even going to waste my time telling you. We just gonna go right on to the next video about old Billy Simon to let you know exactly who old Billy Simon is. Old Uncle Billy, that's what we call him. Run it. the, the next video.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Sister Kareem, please, thank you. Like I say, if y'all's paying attention, FS Cherry is not the first one. So that goes down the drain, Morpheus. Hope you're listening.
Neither was it a Crowdy. It wasn't Cherry, neither was or Ford. It wasn't Arnold Ford. It wasn't F.S. Cherry. It wasn't William Saunders Crowdy. I'm fixing to take y'all deep off into the antediluvian period. What the antediluvian period is, so it doesn't go over people's head. This is the period between the War of 1812 and the Civil War. So we talking about from the period between 1812, okay, and 1861. This is the period in which he lived in America. The man was born in like 1780 in Africa as a Rechabite Jew. Over in Africa, right? As a Rechabite Jew in Africa, they made it onto the slave ships as a Jew and exited the slave ship as a Jew for Raborn. Let's go.
What was his name again, Yasha?
His name was old Uncle Billy Simon.
Yeah.
Charleston, North Carolina. Antediluvian period.
Sisters, this is Terry Whitfield, also known as Yasha bin Israel. Back at you one more again with one good special. Hey, check it out. On this show here, I want to talk about some things real quick. Just try to make this quick. I want to talk about two individuals, Raborn and Morpheus, guys who make their appearances on the Sinetta Studios network. You know, today on this show. These guys are teaching misinformation about the origins of the Hebrew Israelite movement, and I am going to prove that to this day. Let's get it.
All right, cool. Peace. So I guess we're gonna have to start with the history. So when we deal with the origin of the Black Hebrew Israelite theology on people who identify themselves as Jews, I'm gonna start with Williams Crowley, and this will come from the Exodusters movement. So you will have something called the Great Awakening, and in periods of American history, that's talking about the revival of religion for certain aspects. So in this part, we are talking about the third and the fourth period. So the Exodusters are dealing with individuals like Pat Singleton, etc., moving from the South to Oklahoma to Guthrie. And within inside of this free black town that they're developing, there becomes a development of these people dealing with Freemasonry. So when they deal with that specific aspect, the brother Crowdy becomes a Freemason. But he has a dream, and in his dream, he was told by whatever vision he had that we, the black people, are the Jews. So he's technically the first person, the origin of that theology, as far as saying that we are those people. Then you will have Cherry, right? You will have FS Cherry. He is a little different because he doesn't identify us coming directly from like an African tradition. He'll say we came from Palestine. So this is where that will begin. And then as we go.
Okay. So we got Rob Bowen right here on record, clearly stating that William Crowdy was the first one to start the Hebrew Israelite movement.
So he's technically the first person, the origin of that theology, as far as saying that we are those people. That's crazy to me. This is 2022. This is 2022, bro. And you guys are still in junior high school. It's crazy. They make it so bad. Watch this, huh? Well, then I'm gonna get off. So did you notice nobody answered my question that I asked, what was it, Friday or Saturday? Nobody. That's why I call it the smoke and mirror stuff, right? What do I mean by the smoke and mirror stuff, right? I said if I wanted to learn about movements in America, we're in America, y'all. If I wanted to understand the movement of the Mormons have a church. Mormons have an ideology. Mormons have a Bible. Great. If I wanted to understand
You
that,
can't see
I would
nothing.
study who? The founder. Who? Joseph Smith. And I go, okay.
I only see the lion face.
Who? Joseph Smith. And I would look at Joseph Smith.
He don't want to
and I
show
go,
that part,
hey,
man.
where did Joseph Smith get this idea from?
I'm saying that the screen is not
He don't
showing
want to
his,
show.
his.
He don't want to show that part because he don't want his channel flagged.
So his whole Mormon
Okay, gotcha.
comes from
Right.
his vision that he claimed he had. Fine, great. Let's keep going.
So
ladies
pull
and
us
gentlemen.
back up.
Let's say I wanted to understand the Nation of Islam, the movement in America of the Nation of Islam. I would go to its founders. Who? Honorable Elijah Muhammad, right?
America just made history. If you're under...
Okay, this is the founders. This is the beginning of this ideology. Fine, makes sense. Now I keep going. Let's say I want to do the same thing with the Moors. I would say, Noble Drew Ali. Noble Drew Ali is the founder of this ideology, philosophy, school of thought. Fine, great. Let's keep going. If I say, hey, the New Wabians, who started that ideology? We would look and we would study and we would find Malachi Z. York. And we would say, okay, Malachi Z. York is the founder of this ideology called New Wabian. And we could study him, where it comes from, so forth and so on. Great, fantastic. Now let's go to the Black Hebrew Israelite ideology in America. Where is its foundation? You go straight to Cherry. You're not going to show me no one in America before Cherry talking about African Americans are descendants of Hebrew Israelites. And was let's keep going. Theology in America. Where is its foundation? You go straight
Hey, it's hard listening to that guy, man. I'm
You
not
see, we
gonna
got a
lie.
good source here. This is Uncle Billy. Uncle Billy Simmons, the Black Rechabite. The source here is American Zion, Yale University, 2013. That's Yale University there. From American Zion, the Rechabites from whom Billy claimed his ancestry were a biblical clan, the progeny of Jehonadab or Jonadab, the son of Rechab. A southern expression of similar sensibility also emerged on the margins of American society, manifesting itself in the figure of Billy Simmons, a ascetic Negro, the only recorded instance of a black Jew in the whole Old South, who proclaimed himself a Rechabite in antebellum Charleston. Uncle Billy was a familiar figure in the streets of the slave-holding city, a slave who carried and delivered local newspapers for many years. Surprisingly, the city's Jews admitted him to their congregation, Kahal Kadesh Beth Elohim, regardless of their proscription in its constitution against people of color. His Charlestonian coreligionists noted and appreciated Billy's exemplary devotion, which he exhibited every Yom Kippur as he was wrapped in thought, contemplating deeply and atoning for hours. Consequently, the managers of the Hazel Street Synagogue very commendably honored the old man with one of the most respectable front seats in their house of worship. Billy, probably born free in Africa around 1780, related to Jews and Gentiles alike, that his father frequently told him of their descent from the Rechabites, a group he believed still existed as a separate tribe in Africa. The Rechabites from whom Billy claimed his ancestry were a biblical clan, a progeny of Jehonadab or Jonadab, the son of Rechab, and following God's commandments to live aesthetically, to avoid wine, and not to build houses, but to dwell in tents all your days, as the book of Jeremiah 35 tells. The Lord promised that the Rechabites would not be cut off, but stand before me forever. Billy's father, and no doubt Billy himself, were thus said never to have tasted any wine or spirituous liquors, following the customs of the Rechabites of old. Source, Britannica.com. Encyclopedia Britannica 2007. The Rechabites, a member of a conservative aesthetic Israelite sect that was named for Rechab, the father of Jehonadab. Jehonadab was an ally of Jehu, a 9th century BC king of Israel, and a zealous antagonist against the worshippers of Baal, a Canaanite fertility deity. Though of obscure origin, the Rechabites apparently were related to the Kenizzites, according to 1 Chronicles 2 and 55, a tribe eventually absorbed into Judah in the 10th century BC. The Rechabites were separatists who refused to participate in agricultural pursuits, drink wine, or engage in other practices associated with the Canaanites. Believing that the semi-nomadic way of life was a religious obligation, they herded their flocks over much of Israel and Judah. They were fervent followers of Yahweh and God of Israel, and are best known for their connection with the slaughter of the worshippers of Baal during the revolt of Jehu. According to later Jewish tradition, the Rechabites intermarried with the Levites, the priestly clan. So we have a black Jew, Billy Simon, that was born in 1780. And he was an old man already in the antebellum period. So he was a lone Jew and had been a Jew a long time by the time that he made history in America. This here is your record of a black Jew in the land of Africa, boarding the ship as a Jew. taking the voyage as a Jew, an Israelite, okay, and getting off the ship as a practicing Israelite. And he continued to practice his Hebrewism in Charleston all the days of his life. So we'll play Morpheus as he talk about how he been searching over 40 years and haven't found it yet, or haven't found no Israelites prior to Cherry. Then obviously he's either looking in the wrong direction or he hasn't been looking hard enough.
Y'all serious right now? You're stuck in the same school. There's nothing wrong with the school, don't get me wrong. But you was never intended to stay there. It's just like you was never intended to stay in elementary school. You went to elementary school, you learned arithmetic, you learned how to add, you learned your nouns, you learned all this stuff, and then you graduate, and then you go to junior high school. Guess what now? Now you're learning fractions, you're learning how to do a little bit of algebra, and so forth. And then what's this now? You graduate, and then you go to the next school. Now you're learning trigonometry, now you're learning all these, a different level of education, but you guys are still stuck in that one school. You never went no further. That's crazy to me. This is 2022. This is 2022, bro. And you guys are still in junior high school. It's crazy. It makes it so bad. Watch this, huh? I'm gonna get off. But did you notice nobody answered my question that I asked, was it Friday or Saturday? Nobody. That's why I call it the smoke and mirror stuff. Right? What do I mean by the smoke and mirror stuff? Right? I said if I wanted to learn about movements in America, we're in America, y'all. If I wanted to understand the movement of the Mormons have a church. Mormons have an ideology. Mormons have a Bible. Great. If I wanted to understand that, I would study who? The founder. Who? Joseph Smith. And I go, okay, Joseph Smith. Who Joseph Smith? And I would look up Joseph Smith, and I was like, hey, where did Joseph Smith get this idea from? And I look and I said, oh, Joseph Smith, he got his claim is a vision. What? So his whole Mormon stuff comes from a vision that he claimed he had. Fine, great. Let's keep going, ladies and gentlemen. Let's say I wanted to understand the Nation of Islam, the movement in America of the Nation of Islam. I would go to its founders. Oh, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, right? W.F. Muhammad. Okay, this is the founders. This is the beginning of this ideology. Fine, makes sense. Now I keep going. Let's say I want to do the same thing with the Moors. I would say, Noble Drew Ali. Noble Drew Ali is the founder of this ideology, philosophy, school of thought. Fine, great. Let's keep going. If I say, hey, the Nuwabians, who started that ideology? We would look and we would study and we would find Malachi Z. York. And we would say, okay, Malachi Z. York is the founder of this ideology called Nuwabian. And we can study him, where it comes from, so forth and so on. Great, fantastic. Now let's go to the Black Hebrew Israelite ideology in America. Where is its foundation? You go straight to Cherry. You're not going to show me no one in America before Cherry talking about African Americans are descendants of Hebrew Israelites. And what's funny about it, when you look at Cherry, his claim is just like Joseph Smith. He had a vision. So your ideology starts with a guy who has a vision in the early 1900s. You're not getting around that. You're not showing me nobody before Cherry talk about African Americans or descendants of some goddamn Hebrew Israelites in the Bible. You're not showing that. So you can do the smoke and mirrors and jump to the ancient stuff, right? The ancient stuff, 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, Joseph, Jacob, maybe you can do all that. But that's not the beginning of your ideology. No one had that ideology before Jerry. Nobody. Why is this so hard if I say show me somebody?
Right, hold on, Morpheus. I got one of the most powerful Israelite brothers on the line right now. He's calling in to ask you the question, or I guess he might want you to ask him. And I speak of none other than Elder Quanah is on the line. Go ahead.
Shalom, family. What's up? And beans and greens, everybody else too. My question in my statement is, as black people in America, right? Some people say we're indigenous, but then we know a lot of us came on slave ships and we lost our identity. And they told us that we was African American. They told us that we was a Negro because you brought us something, an article on my dear brother Apostle. The funny thing about it is what somebody else called us. With black, Negro, someone else called us. So when you read the Bible, right, he still believes in Christ, right? But just like I would ask my brother Morpheus this, didn't they teach us that we was inferior and they were superior, right? So when you hear taught something and then you found out it was a lie, it's not that he converted, he found out the truth. So I don't know what the question is that you got somebody. The man already believed in the Bible. He say, they've been lying to me. The angel's white, God's white, the prophet's white. Oh, guess what? Them people say the chosen, they lied and say it was them. I come to find out it was me. life and found out somebody told you something which was a lie, you know, you say, well, how was you raised? What was you born? Well, I was born a boy, a baby, a man, right? And you taught something. If you was taught lies, then you research about the truth. So to say, see, you wasn't an Israelite, you converted. Brother, everybody's a child and they get taught by their parents. And people they lied to. So I don't understand that you question like you think you shot somebody up. That's real asinine. I mean, come on, man. We all smarter than that. You know, you got some brothers right here like they women, and women thinking they men because somebody told they are. You know, so at the end of the day, go ahead.
Brother Quan, I'm listening. Much respect, because I love you, brother. I really do. I like you, right? I like Quan, right? So I agree with everything you just said. It's not that I have no disagreement. The point that I'm trying to get to is get the people, people to think about that whatever ideology that we had before, at the time that we were in it, we did not know we were wrong, right? So now we get this new information, and now we realize, looking back, I was wrong. Cool. So now I say, now that you're in another position with an ideology, philosophy, school of thought, how do you know you are not wrong again?
Okay, I will answer it. Let me answer it. Okay, you say, how do I know I'm not wrong? And you can put up all the scholars. All the scholars don't agree. Everybody in Kemet don't agree. Everybody just call themselves an Israelite, women don't agree. So how do we find out if somebody wrong or right? We sit down and compare notes. So to say, well, if I could, when you ask the pastor the question, if I can show you, and I get scholars to show you that you're not an Israelite, well, can you? You know, so I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, it's one thought against another thought. But to say that he converted, I don't think that's a fair statement.
No, I never mentioned anything about conversion. What I asked, and I'm going to ask you the same question, And when I ask questions, Quran, they're not gotcha moments. They're nothing because I'm trying to get you and put you in a corner. And so these are logical, really things that I think about and say, hold on, wait a minute. Okay.
The truth of the matter, people, is
But they are gotcha moments.
When you open your mouth and attempt to try to let people know how smart you is, to a very intelligent individual as myself, when you open your mouth, the longer you talk, the more you let people know what you don't know.
Prior to Cherry, how come I can't find any movement of ideology of black people in America prior to Cherry with the ideology saying that African Americans are descendants of Hebrew Israelites in the Bible prior to Cherry? Now, if someone can show that to me, I'd be happy to receive it. I'm saying I've been searching for 40 years. I ain't find it.
That's because, like I said, for one, you're not a scholar, all right? And if you have been searching, then you should have learned how to be a scholar. You should learn how to research. And in learning how to research, then you would have searched in the right direction for the right materials. Just like you stated, Morpheus, when you want to learn something, you go to that school of thought. When you want to learn about the Mormons, you go to their leaders, right? And when you want to learn about the Israelites, you come to the Israelite leaders. And I, Yasha ben Israel, is an Israelite leader. You come to me when you want to learn the truth, buddy.
Okay, well, I answered the question. They have all of them.
So that's the end of that. Or if it's not the end of it, we can end that. So we see here we got that was two brothers that we mentioned, but I want to focus on the oldest brother, which is most important, which is old Billy Simon. You know, that's the guy that I want to drill in your head. Just ask about old Billy Simon. He was a very, very prominent Black man. He was African. He was from West Africa. He was born in Africa. He was a Rechabite Jew in Africa. His father taught him that he was a Jew. He was on the they were on the slave ships, uh, and they made it to America. You know, and they were part of the African American slave trade. And when they made it here to the Americas, this man lived to be an old man. He up in the antediluvian period. He was a very popular man. There were all types of. He was very celebrated in Charleston. There was all type of newspaper articles and everything
Slocky,
about this
family,
man.
Slocky. You mean antebellum?
Ante,
Antebellum, right? Civil War
yeah,
area.
antebellum. I'm sorry, I keep
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
antediluvian.
yeah. Antediluvian is
That,
like yeah. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, that's flood. I'm sorry, antebellum. The antebellum period. Uh, so that period that was in slavery. That was before slavery ever even was over with. And we have another brother that started the Israelite. There's another black man that is responsible for the Israelite movement before Cherry. What I mean by movement, I'm talking about like as organization after slavery that began to have buildings, organization. We have another brother, old brother Warren. You know, to go all the way back to the late 1800s. Okay, he go back to like 1860s, I believe. You know what I'm saying? And he was either like right at the end of slavery. So we have several Israelites, and we're going to go forward as I begin to push this information. I'm trying to find this other brother's name. It was said you could just go back and play the video. I believe I talked about him in the first video. I can't remember his name off the top because there's so much information going on. But uh, 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 uh you can play the next video. The next video was given to me by Mighty Hebrew. Mighty Hebrew saw what I was doing, and he added some research in. So this video on my channel is called "The Message to HOK" from the Mighty Hebrew. So
Hey,
this,
before you get into that, Yash. So Morpheus, I hope
yeah,
you're listening. Don't come on the stage with us with your little rants and your little. I stayed up all night thinking about this. Inquiring minds want to know. Looking ass. Now you go do some research for yourself. Don't take his word for it, and then you come back
yeah.
to us.
That's two Israelites during slavery. Now we're going to deal with the Israelites. We're going to deal with another Israelite. That you're very familiar with. We talked about Denmark Vesey and Nat Turner, and they want to talk about these dreams and visions that all these Israelites had. Well, Nat Turner had these dreams and visions too. Denmark Vesey had these dreams and visions too. Elder Warren had these visions too. Oh, Billy didn't have these visions. His daddy told him this, and his daddy and his daddy and his daddy told it to him. Crowdy had these visions too. Ford had these visions too. I had these visions. And guess what? Most religious people have had these visions before social media came around. You ain't got time to be in tune with the spirit of God. You got social media now. So let's get on to the next video. Try to make this quick. Well, I want to be hold everybody up all night. After this, all of the videos should be. We after this we're going to switch. So we just knocked out Rob Bourne. We knocked out who the Morpheus.
Mr. Show Morpheus.
Yeah, we just knocked them two guys right on out the ballpark. We got Hebrewism going all the way deep off into slavery until I'm talking about until the 1700s. Old Billy was born in the 1700s before America banned slavery in 1803. The importation of slaves. So this man was born during the time when they were importing slaves. You see what I'm saying? So we talk about that slave shit. Old Billy, old Uncle Billy Simon, Garfield, Chris Harris, old Uncle Billy Simon, Charleston, North Carolina, the antebellum period. Rob Bourne, Morpheus, Sinetta, Jabari.
There you go. Call them all out. Proud of you.
Stop lying to black people, bro. You boys ain't got no scholarship. You boys got biasness, boy. Everything y'all boys sit up there and say, man, I'm just telling you the truth, man. It's coming from a one-sided perspective, and it's very pseudo as hell, bro. I've been to colleges and universities. They not teaching that crap in there. My sources I just gave y'all came from Yale University, man. Old Billy Simon is in Yale University library, bro. He's in the Britannica, and he's in several old newspapers. Okay? So, old Warren, old brother Warren, I'm gonna give you his full name in the chat because I can't think his last name. It's in my head, but it's kind of hard for me to pronounce it. But in the chat, I'm going to post y'all his full name. So far, we got 3 people deep off into slavery, way before. When you get to talking about Ford and Crawley, those guys are just after slavery, and some of I think Ford. Well, it was either Ford or was it Cherry? One of those guys was just right there in slavery, just right there at the end of it. So they need to just stop this foolishness, man. And I think Crawley was like the early 1900s, like 1900. Nat Turner, 1800. So I don't get it, brother. That's like how many people I just gave you. Let's go
At
forward
least
into this
3.
video. Yeah, let's go forward to this video.
Hey, Zion, you got anything to say before she start?
That's 4. Because we're gonna include Cherry in them because all of those guys were early, right after slavery. So they included. That's 3. Then we got Brother Warren. We got Elder Warren. We got Elder we got Old Billy. We got Denmark Vesey, and we got Nat Turner. All of those people were Nat Turner and Denmark Vesey had Israelite cults, brother. And there's books and articles about this stuff, man. That's what they were called,
even
Israelite
further.
cults. Huh?
Con. I would even go further with 1920s, New York and Chicago, with the Ethiopian Zionists and the commandment keepers. You know what I'm saying? Which were enlightened by an Ethiopian who was sent here called Malaku Bayan. So if we go further deep, like you just went even to Nat Turner, the history
Yeah.
and the culture and the
But see,
genetics.
Old Billy go back further than all of them. Old Billy and Denmark Vesey.
But we don't want to forget that. We don't want to forget, you know what I'm saying, even the more recent history going into 1920s. Because if it wasn't for the commandment keepers, there would be no Sammy Davis Jr. claiming to be a Jew. So if you want to talk about our rich heritage, you're talking about a heritage of Black Judaism that outnumbered even that was greater in number than even the Ashkenazi and Hasidics in New York and Chicago.
Hey, I want to throw a mass shout out real quick, and I'm gonna let you grab the mic back real quick, and then we can get. I think I got like 3 more videos we can drop. But And I'm gonna let you take it. I want to give a shout out to Spiritual Israel in Detroit. You know, Spiritual Israel and his army. They go back to the 1920s, Black Israelites. You know what I'm saying? You know, they are organization. When I first came into this group, this movement, I was like, man, y'all go back to the 1920s, all throughout Michigan and Ohio. You know what I'm saying? And they go way back. Black Israelites. We had Israelites, the sons of David, all in Benton Harbor, Michigan, man. Going back to the late 1800s, early 1900s, man, who started the first black all baseball team that was competing with the majors of his day, all the way up into the 1920s, 30s. I think they fell off in the 1960s. Black folks, man. What are you people talking about? Let's get off into this next. I'm gonna pass you the mic back, Zion, so you can finish your thought. I just wanted to give a shout out because they called me today, and I told them to watch the show, and I told them I was gonna give a shout out to Spiritual Israel and his army, 1920s, Detroit, Michigan.
Shout out to Spiritual Israel. Make sure you hit that like, share, subscribe. Peace.
Peace, Elder Hawthorne. That's the elder over there.
All right. Peace, Elder Hawthorne. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening, brother Yasha bin Israel. Go ahead, Zion. You got the floor.
Hold
Brother
on.
Zion,
Go ahead, JJ. Go ahead, JJ. I'll be right in.
okay. Well, go ahead and start the video, Kareem, please, and thank you.
Greetings. This is Yasha bin Yisrael coming back at you again with a message from the mighty Hebrew. Now, what we have here is I'm going to share some inbox personal messages from the mighty Hebrew. You know, we give each other information all the time, and I just passed them some videos that I made about several Israelites that existed, known to record, prior to William Claudy, F.S. Saunders, F.S. Cherry, and Saunders. Saunders, Claudy, and Cherry, and Ford. Excuse me, Saunders and... Anyway, you get the message. I'm just waking up, but check it out, y'all. All right, he says, watch this. Here is proof that there are slaves before Prophet Cherry and William S. Claudy that stated that they were Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals. Let's open this up here, see what we get. This is called an overview of the Black Hebrew Israelites, February 3rd, 2016, by Dr. D.A. Horton. Article originally posted on dahorton.com on September 26, 2015. He said, heads up, there is no one set of beliefs that the Black Hebrews, Hebrew Israelites, or Hebrew Israelites fall under. This blog will highlight a few of the movements that are often identified in having similar beliefs. Okay, this is what I want to focus on here. He says that the founders, okay, most groups that identify themselves with being Black Hebrew Israelites residing in America trace their inception back to the pre-Civil War era. You're talking about like the late 1700s, man.
Yeah.
Right? One of the first preachers known to harmonize the American slaves with the biblical account of the Israelites was Martin Prosser, a slave preacher in Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. In 1800, he helped his brother Gabriel organize what is known as Gabriel's Rebellion, the first known leader to organize a movement around the connection between American slavery and the Israelite narrative. recorded in the Bible was William Saunders Crowdy. And then we go down to William Crowdy, right? F.S. Cherry. You know, William Crowdy, that's 1909, right? You know, that's his death, I think, in congregations.
I said
Yeah,
Denmark Vesey.
so
I meant Gabriel
I think
Prosser,
William
y'all.
Crowdy died in 1908, right? So we're looking at 1866, F.S. Crowdy, right? He started his organization 1866. Then we got
That's in slavery.
1919. We got the Commandment Keepers with Rabbi Wentworth Matthews, right? Then you going off into the 60s where you got Ebner Ben Yamin, which is Abba Bivens, you know. And with Abba Bivens, you got guys like Ben Ami, Prince Aziel Ben Israel. You got guys like Elder Eliyahu, Boy, and the Boy
I
Brothers,
love Ben
you
Ami.
know.
I love Ben
You
Ami.
got
Ben
Elder
Ami all day,
Hodges,
every day.
all from Chicago, the Midwestern guys. Then you had guys like Elder Neely from Detroit, Michigan, all around that time. You had guys like Elder Rowley from Cincinnati, Ohio, around that time. So you had, you know, the 60s was really, really popping. You know, Ben Aminim came up out of that, Yahweh Ben Yahweh. He came about in the 70s and 80s.
Malachi
You
York.
know, so these are
He
just
had
some
an
of the
Israelite
groups,
movement going.
you know, that gave birth to the Israelite movement.
Malachi York was trash.
Just making it quick.
Straight trash.
So the Prince writes, you had Martin Prosser and his brother Gabriel Prosser in 1800 CE in Richmond, Virginia. These two Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals manifested what was called the Gabriel Rebellion. And this is a fact, y'all. Here's a picture of Gabriel Prosser. We're going to stop this real quick. We'll get back. Maybe we can convey.
What happened? Oh, okay. So, I'm trying to enlarge the video, the picture, so we can see what Gabriel looked like. I'm trying to.
So, see what that man looked like. All African, black, Jew, Hebrew, Israelite, African American man. 1775, 1800.
Martin and Gabriel Prosser.
See, I knew
I
that
said
when I
Denmark
started
Vesey.
going
I
down
was
this
a
route,
mistake.
I
I
was
meant
going to draw the mighty Hebrew out
Gabriel
because this is
Prosser.
his lane. He is the guy who inspired me. I've never heard nobody go as deep off into the history as the mighty Hebrew. He is awesome. We're going to look off into this video
He
here.
could take you back to the
We're going to check this
1700s.
out too. We're going to take a look off into that to Gabriel Prosser, the Hebrew Israelite conspiracy to fight back on YouTube. Okay, where it talks about Gabriel Prosser was the Israelite slave leader of a successful revolt in Richmond,
Now
Virginia,
this is a
during the
video
summer of the
that he
1800s.
sent.
Summer of 1800s.
I don't know if you
Okay,
want to
let's
play
take a
it or
look at
not.
here. See what we have here. This is a YouTube video. We reserve the rights to use these clippings for entertainment, educational, and critiquing purposes.
After the invention of the cotton gin, the threat of sale loomed larger than ever before, and laws were passed to keep slaves under a tighter watch. Some resisted by running away, others by stealing or refusing to work. A very few saw no other alternative but to take up arms. One was a slave named Gabriel, who stole a pig and was hauled into a courthouse outside Richmond, Virginia in 1799.
Gabriel was stealing a pig. Instead of accepting the abuse, which of course every slave was supposed to accept, he threw the man to the ground, wrestled him to the ground, and bit off part of his left ear. That, of course, was a capital crime. Pig stealing was a common occurrence. Biting white people was something that it was not encouraged for black Virginians to do.
Gabriel was convicted of attacking and maiming the white man who caught him. To deter others from such crimes, he was publicly humiliated, branded, and forced to spend a month in jail. As Gabriel sat in his cell, he decided that the time was right to organize the slaves of Richmond and strike against those who were holding them in bondage.
The only time that slaves would have had any mobility without the most rigid observation of whites would have been on a Sunday, would have been at night. Religious gatherings could have, in some cases, provided an opportunity for people to meet. We must never forget that any kind of move toward liberation among blacks was a question of life and death.
Wow.
Like all revolutionaries, Gabriel seemed to have very little concern for violence and danger. He was 6'2", 6'3", in a time of relatively shorter men. He was a blacksmith, so he was a man of enormous strength. He was described as having scars on his face. He was missing most of his front teeth, and I suspect that came from mixing it up in the quarters with other slaves. He was a man who people instinctively tended to follow, and he apparently feared very little.
After his release, Gabriel began hammering out instruments of war, turning shovels into swords and molding bullets. Through most of the year 1800, he recruited soldiers for a rebel army.
All the whites were to be massacred, except the Quakers, the Methodists, and the Frenchmen, and they were to be spared on account of their being friendly to liberty. They intended also to spare all the poor white women who had no slaves. Ben Woolfolk, conspirator.
Obviously, he was not a naive man. He realized that this would be black freedom born of white fear, not out of white magnanimity.
1,000 men was to be raised from Richmond, 600 from Ground Squirrel Bridge, and 400 from Goochland. The business of the insurrection had so far advanced that we were compelled, even if discovered, to go forward. Solid conspiracy.
Gabriel decided his troops would move at midnight on August 30th, 1800, carrying a flag with the motto, "Death or Liberty."
We can imagine what it was like on that day in August in 1800, with scores of African Americans gathering on a Sunday to create this rebellion with picks and axes and knives and clubs, and what it must have been like for them, prepared to strike and yet unable to strike.
That very evening, one observer wrote, there came on the most terrible thunderstorm accompanied with an enormous rain. Rivers swelled, roads and bridges washed away, and when it became clear that the business, as it was called, would be impossible in the storm, Gabriel tried to postpone the revolt. But before morning, the plot was betrayed by 2 slaves.
What's phenomenal is how close it got. If the accounts and the inferences we can make about the numbers, that it lasted so long before Any betrayal is quite extraordinary.
Gabriel went to trial on October 6, 1800. He refused to testify or to explain his actions, but one of the rebels did make a statement.
I have nothing more to say in my defense than what General Washington would have had to offer had he been taken by the British and put to trial. I have adventured my life in endeavoring to obtain the liberty of my countrymen, and I am a willing sacrifice in their cause. And I beg, as a favor, that I may be immediately led to execution. I know that you have predetermined to shed my blood. Why then, all this mockery of a trial?
Was that the end of that video?
Yeah.
All right. Now let's get to the other one. We finna go move on to Unc West now. This here video gonna be real fast. This ain't even a minute. I want y'all to listen to what goes on these platforms. You know, people talk fast, people talk slick, they say things, you like them, you like their character, you like their personality, you know, and they just slap misinformation just right on out there. And this happens all the time on these so-called channels. You know, it ain't just Sarnetta, you got Israelites to do it too. You know what I'm saying? You got Israelites to do this foolishness. You got I mean, it's just all around the board. You know, you got Christians, Muslims to do it. You know, just throw out false information. You know, and it is disrespectful because you're taking advantage and you playing on the ignorance of the audience. You know, you taking advantage of the weakness of the audience, and which is bad because you never know who's in the audience listening to you, and you come across and doing that shit while I'm around, you know, I'm going to expose you, you know, because you can't be out here telling lies to the people and then want to sit up there and challenge the truth tellers. Let's hit it.
Please and thank you.
Guys be talking and they be saying slick shit, and y'all don't be paying no attention to them. Listen to this.
All right, remember, Islam was in Africa before Christianity.
Straight lie. Watch this.
According to the Story of Africa BBC World Service, Christianity first arrived in North Africa in the 1st or early 2nd century AD. The Christian communities in North Africa were among the earliest in the world. Legend has it that Christianity was brought from Jerusalem to Alexandria on the Egyptian coast by Mark, one of the 4 evangelists, in 60 AD.
60 AD. Christianity.
Man, we stay close to the signs, man.
That's the end of that video. We can cut that one off. Let's get you can get ready to queue up the next one. I want to elaborate on that. So, you know, you see the guy on there sitting up there talking about Islam has been in Africa longer than Christianity is a bold-faced lie. It's just a bold-faced lie, and it's just not the truth. You know, this is the reason why guys want to talk about Kemet and they want to talk about science. They want to move you further off into something where you have to depend. They want to talk about lead you off into a realm of something that don't nobody else know, so they can be some type of leader or something. You know, I'm not into all of that crazy stuff. Let's talk about simple stuff that we know: the Bible, history. You know what I'm saying? Government, law. You know, just simple stuff that we all can just open up a book and just simply know. You understand what I'm saying? You know, these guys want to sit up there and take you all off into physics and all of this old crazy dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Because, and the sad part about it, don't none of them guys really know that stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? We've challenged them over here in the Lions Den thousands of times. You know, I knew Kakarot came out with that science on them boys, man. Them boys got very shaky and scared. You know what I'm saying? And we talking about this guy in particular. So let's get on with the program. So how many is that we didn't destroy? That's Morpheus we didn't beat up. That's Rob Bowen we didn't beat up. Or we didn't beat up the Side Dog. You know what I'm saying? We didn't beat up
West.
West. That's 4 of y'all and just got mopped up. All y'all just got proved straight wrong. Either this is the case. Either you are either you just straight up just ignorant, just straight stupid, or you know what I'm saying, you just don't know no better, man. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I
or
would
you
like
have
to
an,
go with,
or you have
I
an
would like to go
agenda,
with the first. I would like to go with the first one. You know
or
what I'm
you have an
saying?
agenda, Terry.
You
That's
know, yeah, but when I say ignorant and stupid, I'm saying that whatever your discipline is, if you Kemet, then you should teach Kemet. You should know Kemet. Y'all should be breaking this shit down and spreading Kemet. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be out here geared around beating up people. You know, that's because my brother's influenced by watching One West standing on the corner beating up Christians and shit when they should have been out there teaching African Americans that they the children of Israel. That's what you should be teaching. And the law, the statutes, the commandments, social conditioning, current events in relation to the children of Israel. You ain't got time to be beating up on the social set. You could talk about it every now and then, but you ain't got time to be harping your whole ministry on that, man. That's ridiculous and it's asinine and it's sad. We got more out here in this fight, you know what I'm saying, than me out here trying to destroy black movements. And that's just the reality, bro. You know, you should destroy the black movements that's out here doing real harm to people. You know what I'm saying? Like these leaders who got all of these millions of fucking dollars sitting up in high places while they people down there standing on the goddamn corners with bull horns. Let's go to the next video. I think, how many more videos I got, Karima?
One more after this one.
One more after this one? Okay. I think this is the eponymous ancestor one. I wanted this here goes off into Chris Harris.
you ain't saying it right. It's eponymous ancestor, like Garfield said. Yeah, you gotta say it right, bro.
Cool, crisp, and clean with no caffeine.
Yeah, eponymous ancestor.
These guys are so great with Gish Gallop, and they come with a barrage of BS, half truths and lies. You know what I'm saying? So that's bad because the best they can have is a half truth. Okay. You will see how Chris Harris is deceiving the world by telling us that the eponymous ancestor is, or what it is. Okay, it is what it is, and what Chris says it is not. Let's check it out.
All right, he goes into what we call eponymous ancestry. Right? Eponymous ancestry is a fake genealogy. That's all it is. That's all eponymous ancestry is.
Okay. He said eponymous ancestry is a fake genealogy. That's all in totality that it is. Let's see if Chris Harris telling the truth or not. This is eponym from Britannica.com. It says eponym, one for whom or which something is or is believed to be named. One for which or whom something is believed to be named. Basically, something, excuse me, it is some, an eponym is someone which something is named after, basically. So Chris Harris is saying that basically an eponymous ancestor, its basic meaning in totality is fake genealogy. When you're reading a definition and you know how to find the main idea, the subject, and the predicate, and things of that nature, basically the main idea, you're taught to look in the first few sentences of the first paragraph. So the main idea here for eponym is one for which or whom something is or is believed to be named. Someone. This is someone which has things named after him, or people, or things in general. Okay. The word can refer to, for example, to the usually mythical ancestor or totem ancestor or object that a social group such as a tribe hold to be the origin of its name. Notice here that mythical doesn't mean fake either, not in its totality. In its most familiar use, eponym denotes a person for whom a place or thing is named. In its most familiar use, like I just stated, eponym denotes a person for whom a place or thing is named, as in describing James Monroe as an eponym of Monrovia, Liberia. Okay? So he's basically telling you that James Monroe is an eponymous ancestor. He is an eponym for which there are names and places, names of places and things and people after him. A derivative adjective is eponymous. An eponymous hero of the work of literature is one whose name is the title of the work, because the work is named after the hero, whether it's real or fake, whether it's mythological or whether it's historical. An eponymous hero of a work of literature is one whose name is the title of the work, such as Anne Bronte's Agnes Grey, or Charles Dickens' David Copperfield, and John Fowles' Daniel Martin. Eponymous ancestors, and ancestors whose name survives as the name of a people or place. This is the Merriam-Webster's definition of eponymous. Of, relating to, or being the person, or being the person, or thing. Please understand that persons and things are real, okay? Of, relating to, or being the person or thing for whom or which something is named. Of, relating to, or being an eponym. This has nothing to do with fake genealogy. This is real genealogy. It is no coincidence that eponymous has to do with naming. It comes to us from the Greek adjective eponymos, which is itself from onyma, meaning name. You hear the word name, oponymos, and onyma, your name. Anima has lent its name to a number of English words, including synonymous, pseudonym, and anonymous. Traditionally, an eponymous person or thing, an eponym, might be a mythical character or totem believed to be the source of a clan's name. But today, however, eponymous more specifically refers to such individuals as the front man of Theo's Trio or the owner of Sally's Restaurant. Theo and Sally, respectively, of course. The things that are named for such name providers are also eponymous. For example, we can speak of the eponymous Ed Sullivan Show as well as the eponymous Ed Sullivan. Both are real things, documented in history as real things. It was a real show, and Ed Sullivan was a real man, and they both were real. So
fake has
eponymous
nothing to do with
ancestor
eponym.
has nothing to do with fake or genealogy. For here, the word eponym, we see that both Show and Ed are eponyms.
And they're real.
Ed Sullivan Show and Ed Sullivan are both eponyms, and they both are real things. It's sad to me how people speak such ill, misinformed information to Black people. That tells me how much these people respect you as the audience. This tells me that he thinks that you are very, very stupid to where he have to explain to you what these words is. And if he must explain to you what these words is, then he also should go ahead and mislead you. Because you deserve to be misled, because you should know what these words mean. This is why the Bible says that the liar hates the one who he lies to. The people who the liar lies to, that liar hate them people. As we can look at Bible Hub 26 and 28, you got all of the translations right here. But since King James is the one you most likely use, King James Bible say, a lying tongue hateth those that are afflicted by it, and a flattering mouth worketh ruins. It's a real big problem when someone says something and you go back and research what they say, and the evidence does not reflect what these people are saying. That's called miseducation. That's called misinformation. That's called misleading, and it is called misguidance. It is also called deceptive. Deceptive. This is the Oxford Language Dictionary, giving an appearance or impression different from the true one, misleading, illusory, elusive. Chris Harris. Now let's watch Chris Harris become deceptive and elusive to us, misleading as Black people.
He's really doing a good job at giving you a vision of what it is he's getting ready to present. And within the narrative of the story, he presents this group of people called the Israelites as Black. He shows, they came out of Canaan. Canaan is the son of Ham. Ham is the progenitor of the Africans. All right, he goes into what we call eponymous ancestry. Right? Eponymous ancestry is a fake genealogy. That's all it is. That's all eponymous ancestry is.
People, wake up. Stop letting people lie to you all. This man don't give a fuck about y'all. Anytime a person can sit up there and feed you lies, they don't give a fuck about you. And then address this up as scholarship, that is deceitful. That is illusory. You have to understand what this man is doing, all right? You really have to understand what he's doing. When it says Chris Harris to message to Kyrie Irving, Hebrews to Negroes is trash, comma. Now he want to talk about fake history. What Chris Harris is doing is showing you what fake history is. He is telling you and giving you fake history. And he is doing this under the elusiveness, under the deception of pseudo scholarship, fake scholarship. I just showed y'all what this man just did, y'all. And I am going to do this over and over again and show y'all the fake scholarship that Sanetta is promoting out of his hatred for God, the Bible, Christians, Muslims, and Jews, and scholarship and intellect.
Peace. And that should be the end of that. So, and there's some more videos on my channel, y'all can go check out. I got a video over there that I just made that I thought I uploaded it, but I might not have. It talks about Chris Harris lied to the people, saying that the Bantus predate Abraham. And when we go back and look at the Bantu expansion starts in the Bronze Age, which is actually contemporary to Abraham. Okay, then he lied and said it go back to 7,000 BC. Then he said 10,000 BC. Then he said 100,000 BC. Okay, I have it all on my tape. I have the interactions that me and this man have had. He tried to switch it up on DNA. You know what I'm saying? And trying to talk about a Bantu DNA. There is no such thing as a Bantu DNA because there's no such thing as a Bantu people. Bantu is a linguistic a classification. There's no need for you to use DNA study to justify a linguistic classification. That doesn't make any sense, sir. The Bantu, there's no such thing as a Bantu people because you have the Khoikhoi who speak the Bantu language, and they are not Bantu, they're Khoisan, and they speak Bantu languages. Okay, so anybody who speaks the Bantu language is considered a Bantu. And I'm showing you that there's all of the pygmies that's running through Africa, many of them speak Bantu languages. So I'm talking about 2 and 3 and 4 different Bantu languages. Okay, along with their Khoikhoi language, with the cliques. You know, they got these cliques with these distinguishable cliques. I mean, something like you've never heard of in the Khoikhoi language. That is not the Bantu language. And they speak very well and good Bantu. And they're not Bantu. So William Bleak created the coin Bantu in 1865. That term does not predate Abraham, sir. Prior to 1865, the Bantu was called the Kafir. And this was the name that the Muslim called them. And if you go study whom the Muslim called the Kafirs, it was the Jews. They referred to the Jews as the Kafir. You got the Bambara. You know what I'm saying? These are all of these, the Acans. You dig what I'm saying? All of these people, none of these terms go back to predate Abraham. All of these, in fact, Akan is the oldest term to go back to the 11th century. You prior to that, all of these terms, Zulu, all of these terms were not the names of these people. These were the names that were classified and given to them by people like William Bleak and his cohorts. But that being stated, the information that these brothers is giving out is just real foul. You know what I'm saying? Again, there is no such thing as a Bantu people. So you can't even begin to even lie and say that Bantus predate Abraham, because there is no such thing as a Bantu people. It never was. It was a linguistic classification. And you have many, just like Maroon. Maroon is not a people. There are many different people that were called Maroons. People that wasn't even related. Just like you, so you can't say all Bantus are E1B1A, all Bantus are E1B1B, or even in the B branches. Just a liar, just a great big liar. But that being that, I'm going to get ready to close out this show. You know, I wish Zion was still on here because he would take the mic, you know, and go head on and, you know, drop a little more info. You got something you want to put down, JJ 7000, Karima?
You had this last video.
Oh, we got another video?
Yeah, the one you was just talking about.
Oh, cool. That's it then. After that, we can end the show. And that's the fire one. That's the one where I just laid it all out.
MVP Harris, as you can see in my notifications. Let's go look and see what
Take it back to the
this guy
beginning. That's not at the
responded and
beginning.
said. Now, this was to my peace, people. Yeah, we got a response from Chris MVP Harris, as you can see in my notifications. Let's go look and see what this guy responded and said. Now, this was to my video that I sent him about him lying about this Bantu expansion. All right. Now, check this out. He says, he said, you so misled is funny. Helplo group E1B1A is an ancient brother to E1B1B, but has left a completely different fingerprint on the world today. These branches split one another around 47,500 years ago in the Horn of Africa, followed by the emergence of prominent SNP mutation EM2, which gained footing there. Ha ha ha, then he laughs. So what we see here is what this guy is going to attempt to do if he ever try to debate me, and I'm going to bust that hiney like a penitentiary booty bandit. You dig? So check it. If he ever comes to me with this foolishness, I'm going to make it clear that you cannot take a linguistic classification called Bantu. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with a culture. It has nothing to do with an ethnicity. It has nothing to do with the people. It's nothing but a linguistic classification. How dare you ever try in a debate against Yasha ben Israel, try to shoehorn a linguistic classification, my brother, my dumb brother, how to shoehorn a linguistic classification into a genetic study of E1B1A and E1B1B. That is silly, ridiculous, and highly fallacious, brother. Because of the simple fact that the Bantu is a linguistic group, and many people that are not even E1B1A that are Bantu speakers, people that are not even in the E branches, E1, E1A, E1B, 1B, and even the snaps. People that have nothing to do with that are not even related to them, that are Bantu speakers, brother. So that has nothing to do. You cannot use a genetic study to validate or even to identify a linguistic classification. So as you can see, my reply was, silly dumb nicka. Nobody was calling themselves Bantu 10,000 years ago. And surely they wasn't doing it 47, 48, 46,000 years ago. All right? That's really goofy and foolish. So what was they called? Because Bantu wasn't it. Since I'm so misled, in what direction and destination am I being misled to or from? You're going to stop stupid shit, saying stupid shit around me, dummy. There was more to be read or no? I guess not. These guys coming with all this outdated information. As we look at real African report, African news that is emanating out of the continent of Africa, all right? Let's take a look at this re-examination of history. It's called New Research Poke Holes in the Idea of Bantu Expansion in West Africa. For more than a century, historians have supported the idea of a Bantu expansion that started in West Africa several millennia ago, spread across the southern half of the continent. But new research from an international team cast doubt on this version of events. It is a relatively well-known story, or at least one that African history buffs thought they knew. Starting in 3000 BCE and over a period of several millennia, Africa experienced what experts like William Bleak have coined the Bantu expansion, a white man. A massive migration movement that originated on the borders of modern Cameroon, in Nigeria, and eventually spread to Eastern and Southern Africa, extending its reach across half the continent. From the Cameroon grass fields to the African Great Lakes, the Bantu expansion is considered to be the greatest migration event in Africa's prehistory, and its consequences are still visible today. Virtually half of the Africans are part of the Bantu-speaking proto-language, an ancestral language that is found in countries like Gabon and Cameroon and Sudan and South Africa. It was 19th century European linguists who put forward the theory that the Bantu languages descended from a common proto-Bantu language. Understand, it was linguistics, European linguistics, who put forth this theory. All right, that the Bantu languages descended from a common proto-Bantu language, that they went on to reconstruct the likely course of this linguistic community's expansion. German scholars William Bleak and Karl Meinhof were the first to call themselves to the specific features shared by Bantu-derived languages by distinguishing them from the Xhosa language in South Africa, for instance. American linguist Joseph Greenberg will go on to develop a classification system for African languages that supported the idea of a geographical expansion. A white man, an American linguist by the name of Joseph Greenberg, and we'll look these people up, all right? to go on to develop a classification for African languages that supported the idea of a geographic expansion, while British colonial administrator Henry Hamilton Johnston drew up the first map outlining and dating the stages of this so-called expansion. That's Henry Hamilton Johnston. That's William Bleak. What was that? Carl Meinhof. These are guys that we need to remember. There was another one up in there too. Well, we got those three for now. All right. Okay. Now let's read what Henry Hamilton Johnston stated. He said the term Bantu, moreover rather negative overtones, sometimes of a most unpleasant nature. Bleak, who coined the term, was an avowed racist, while Meinhof was a member of the Nazi Party. During the apartheid era, Bantu was synonymous with black, and the word continues to be considered highly real Bantus, while portraying the Tutsi people as Neolithic from the north or foreigners. All right? The work of these men has been used to distinguish a fine tune with widely accepted current consensus, like Chris Harris's, like Jabari's, like Garfield's, okay, which posits that the Bantu people, although we will see later on that this term is inappropriate, initially lived in an area west of the Congo Basin rainforest, around what is today known as the grass-filled region of Cameroon, and began moving elsewhere from 300 BCE onward. Between 1500 BCE and 500 CE, they reached modern-day Angola and KwaZulu, Natal province in southern Africa and the African Great Lakes region in eastern Africa by crossing the vast Congo rainforest. Beginning around 500 CE, Bantu-speaking communities spread out in all directions from the African Great Lakes, reaching Sudan and pushing into Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe. This story rests on the idea of a slow but continuous expansion. Take a look at this photo here, all right? That's along the small river of the forest near the Mabandaka Democratic Republic of the Congo. This is on April 2nd, 2019, okay? Much, much later, all right, than 1865 of William Bleak. Okay. Rather than an ethnic group nor a culture, this version of how sub-Saharan Africa was settled has long been accepted as fact by guys like Chris Harris, by guys like Sanetta, by guys like Jabari, by guys like Garfield.
We Africans.
Which
we
poses a few problems.
We West
However,
Africans.
For starters, it is based on a central but controversial notion that there is a Bantu people. It has frequently been said, written, and repeated that there is no such thing as a Bantu people, at least not in the sense which some people use the term. Example, as an ethnic group or as a culture. There's no such thing as a Bantu people, at least not in the sense in which some people use the term as an example, as an ethnic group or as a culture, like Chris Harris is trying to do. All right? Nowadays, researchers are more apt to use the more carefully worded expression expansion speaking community instead of, Bantu speaking community instead of the Bantu expansion or the Bantu people. Nowadays, researchers are more apt to use the carefully worded expression Bantu-speaking community, because that is indeed what they are studying. Populations that are different from one another. They're studying populations that are different from one another, but that speak one of the 680 languages identified to date to share a common ancestor. Or a common root. To a certain extent, these populations also share some genetic similarities, but this is not a hard and fast rule. Pygmies have adopted Bantu languages, yet they're not descended from the West African communities that initiated migrations. The term Bantu has, moreover, rather negative overtones, Chris Harris, Garfield, sometimes of a most unpleasant nature. Bleak coined the term, all right? Bleak, who coined the term, was an avowed racist, while Meinhof was a member of the Nazi Party. During the apartheid era, Bantu was synonymous with black, and the word continues to be considerably highly real Bantus, while portraying that the Tutsi people of the Neolithics from the north or was foreigners. While other regions of Africa nevertheless put a much greater emphasis on the idea of a Bantus people, this is the case in Gabon, where an initiative to create a Bantu cultural organization called the Center of International Des Civilizations Bantu, which is the CICIBA, in Libreville was undertaken. All right. While ultimately unsuccessful, efforts to revive the initiative have been made on a regular basis. A widespread population collapse. But most importantly, according to the latest findings published earlier this year by a multidisciplinary team of archaeologists, linguists, and geneticists led by Professor Cohen Bostoin from Ghent University in Belgium, in Germany, right? The idea of a continuous geographic expansion of Bantu-speaking people is downright wrong, Chris Harris. Since 2018, these researchers have been studying and radiocarbon dating pottery fragments, which are amongst the few objects that stand the test of time, recovered from 726 sites throughout the Congo rainforest. After analyzing the vessel shape and style of decoration of the artifacts, they radiocarbon dated. They also examined human genetic data and used the latest techniques to assess what are known as paleodemographic fluctuations over the last 130 generations. Their conclusion, the vast majority of the pottery remains that were recovered date back to either the early Iron Age, example, a period around 800 BCE to 400 CE. This is around the time that the children of Israel fled into Africa. Or the late Iron Age, beginning around 1000 CE. These two dates are separated by a sharp decline in human activity between 400 and 600 CE. According to Bostoin and his team, the only possible cause for this drop-off in activity is a widespread population collapse. In the words of Dirk Seidensticker, and archaeologists whose expertise includes radiocarbon dating pottery, distinct breaks in material culture confirms the existence of two clearly distinct periods of settlement in the Congo rainforest. Bostion adds, there was a strong decline in the number of pottery groups, and this is observed throughout Central Africa, with pottery remains all but disappearing until around 1000 CE. Then there is a marked increase of pottery finds. Another thing is that when comparing the pottery fragments to the two periods, which date back to the early Iron Age and late Iron Age, respectively, the styles are completely different. The team's research gets a great deal more interesting when they start to suggest explanations for this sudden break. We noted a drop in the number of objects produced in the middle of the first millennium CE, which has led us to infer a demographic bust. Stoen says that when we tried to figure out what was behind the decline by tapping into our knowledge of that era, a period of drought brought about a reduction of a reduction of forest cover, followed by an episode of much wetter, colder climatic conditions. The year without summer. During the late antique Little Ice Age, a cooling period that began in 536 CE, and historians dubbed the year without summer. The world went quite literally dark. There are now little doubt about the timing or magnitude of the events that so unsettled contemporaries a cluster of volcanic eruptions, write an American historian Clyde Harper in his books The Fate of Rome, Climate, Disease, and the End of an Empire. That's interesting. What followed, he continues, was an epic one in a few millennium cold snap, accompanied by rising levels of rainfall, reduced crop yields, and weakened immunity, and no doubt a demographic explosion of bursting rodents. And in 546 CE, one of the worst pandemics in human history struck, the Justinianic plague, named for the Byzantine emperor of Constantine, Justinian I, the first major episode of bubonic plague, not to be confused with the Black Death epidemic that devastated the West in the 14th century and 15th centuries. Likely originated in China and went on to ravage the entire Mediterranean region, killing, by an account of the Byzantine historian Procopius of Caesarea, who lived on to tell the tale, up to half of the population of this affected region. For Bostonian's team, the Justinianic plague seemed like a highly likely reason for the sudden demographic collapse in Central Africa. It's the most speculative part of our study, says Bostonian. So we don't know for sure that is true, but it is a plausible explanation, although further genetic analysis is needed to confirm our hypothesis. Whether or not the plague is the culprit behind the population collapse, the entire history of the settlement of the southern half of Africa, of the African continent, must be rewritten, Chris. The expansion of Bantu-speaking communities did not happen in one fell swoop since prehistoric times, but at two different points in history. Certain ethnic groups speaking related languages and living in neighboring regions probably do not share, and it was once thought a common ancestor. As it was once thought a common ancestor. They don't share it. So there is no such thing as a Bantu people. And some communities which believe that their roots could be traced back thousands of years are in fact much younger than they ever imagined. Chris Harris.
Wow.
Not 10,000 or 47,000 years, Chris Harris. What does that change? A great deal in Bostonians' opinion. It has turned our view of pre-colonial history completely on its head. For so long, scholars didn't think Africa had a history. Eventually, it was thought that African history was a sort of long, continuous timeline that was only interrupted by the arrival of Europeans, slavery, and then colonialism. The latest, like Chris Harris is always projecting, the latest findings poke holes in the idea of the continuous timeline, amongst other things. Our research also shows that the great Central African kingdoms did not follow a linear path of progressions, Chris Harris. Some are more recent than previously thought, and so. What's remarkable is that they managed to expand after a severe crisis and a population collapse, Bostonian says. Slavery and colonialism were not the first series of crises Central Africa faced. It had an action-packed and rich history. The region was able to get back on its feet without outside help. Bostonian readily admits that at a time when the world is still crippling with the COVID-19 outbreak, it is no coincidence that he wanted to highlight the ideas that a major pandemic could have caused a significant loss of population in the region. Our research demonstrates that Central Africa managed to recover from the pandemic and a sudden episode of climate change, which we of course see as cause for hope. That the big message we want to get across. Did the plague reach the Congo? It is undisputed that the world experienced a cold spell starting in 536 CE and continuing until 575 CE, according to a research carried out by a climate scientist off Buntgen. It is equally undeniable that the bacterium Y. pestis, a global killer with fatality rates approaching 100%, as Harper explained in his book, caused worldwide devastation and helped bring down the fall of the Roman Empire beginning in 541 CE. Wow. The question is whether an illness that mainly struck the Arabian Peninsula and the Mediterranean world was able to make its way to Central Africa and wipe out Bantu-speaking populations during the first millennium CE. There is evidence to suggest that this was the case. It is evidence. We're talking about the same period. And we know that the plague also impacted Africa. Some people even say that it originated in Ethiopia. We know this is true because researchers have found evidence for the introduction of metallurgy and millet cultivation. Plus, there was trade between North and Central Africa. In addition, countries like Congo and Zambia still harbor strains of plague that entered the continent in the Middle Ages, Bostian says. In the collective work, Afrique Subsaharienne, un continent de histories, Sub-Saharan Africa, a continent full of history, the historian Iwan Gaja, which is an African black man, notes that the powerful kingdom of Aksum, covering an area that is now Ethiopia, traded with southern Arabia and the Roman Empire. While ships sailed the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea. Aksum, much like Egypt, paid a steep price when the Justinian plague hit. A few centuries later, trade routes starting in Ethiopia, Eritrea extended all the way to Mogadishu, Mombasa, Zanzibar, and the Kingdom of Zimbabwe in the south, and Lake Chad and Kano in the west. Francois Xavier Fauvel and Bertrand Hirsch write in the same book, did the plague follow the same route? We still do not know for certain, but as Professor Bostian put it, it is a plausible explanation. There are some key points that I want to focus on here. All right. The facts is all here. Go back and read it. There's no such thing as a Bantu people. There's no Bantu people that go back that are E1B1A, that are Bantu people that go back 47,000 years, 100,000 years, as he done upped it up. These are all fraudulent lies, and they can't be proven by anything. Like, share, subscribe to my channel, and if you like my research, you can go ahead and donate to me so I can up this research capability and buy some more equipment. That's $, capital Y, lowercase ASHA, capital B, lowercase EN, capital YISHRAEL on Cash App. I thank you. I love you all, and continue to support the program. Like, share, and please subscribe and help get this information out. There's no such thing as a Bantu people.
All right. For anybody who have sat here with me for this last 2 hours and 8 minutes, we have covered a lot of ground here. We've covered a lot of ground here. What I have taught you was how to successfully take down the lies that is emanating from these so-called conscious community groups. Because House of Consciousness is not the only one that's pushing that garbage. So we got the eponymous ancestor is fake genealogy. We've proven that a lie. We proved the Bantu expansion never happened. We went through all of that. We seen that there was a great depopulation, many depopulation gaps in the time span due to pestilence, different climate problems and conditions that was going on in the land. There's no way possible that William Bleak's Bantu expansion and language classification on the people was real. So in reality, we come to find out that Chris Harris and them is pushing myths. They the one that are all of that stuff that came up out of William Bleak is straight myth. That's so we got the eponymous ancestor lie. We got the whole Bantu lie. That whole thing is a lie. They don't go back to Abraham, so therefore none of those people were even called Bantu prior to 1865. So that whole thing is a lie. His whole argument is done there. We got Uncle West sitting up here lying about how the Muslims was in Africa before the Christians. That's not true. Christianity hit Africa. One of the first places in the world it hit was Africa. We got what else we got on here? We got the Rawborn a lie and the Morpheus lie about no people prior to Cherry called themselves Israelites. We probably put out about 5 or 6 people prior to those guys. You know what I'm saying? Or all together, or was it all together? We had a bunch, because it's kind of hard to say that, because we got to go back to William Saunders. He was like in 1865, so slavery still existed. So we have to start with him all the way back to Gabriel Prosser and his brother, and old Billy Simon, and old Elder Warren. We got several people that we deeped off into the antediluvian period, that were calling themselves Israelites. So all of that is a lie. You know what I'm saying? Basically, all of the stuff that they stand on that is fueling all of this hatred and teaching black people to hate other black people that practice Judaism and Hebrewism and Israelites is ridiculous, and it's sad and it's unfounded. It is just a lie, and it's a lie from the pit of hell. And it's designed to cause a hate, chaos, and destruction. And that's what it's going to cause. And it's going to cause that, starting with the corporate, because the reality is that we are telling the truth. Now, some of us are not as intelligent as others, and some of us add a little belief as opposed to fact. But that's okay, because it's a religion too. It's a way of life. It's a religion. It's a culture. It's a history. And it's ours. It belonged to black people. We got all types of genetic DNA studies we just talked about today. You know what I'm saying? Linguistic studies, historical accounts, everything proves that the African American are the direct descendants of the children of Israel. And these are the facts. This is the reason why on the House of Consciousness, the narrative is controlled. When I go on there, I'm aware that they do not want me to spit this type of information. You understand? And this is why I think the Lions did. I thank JJ 7000, and I thank Karima for giving me a voice outside of my own platform, just a little bit bigger than mine, just to reach a little bit more people. So y'all come over there to Yasha Ben Israel's page, YouTube, like, share, and please, please subscribe. That being that, JJ 7000, Karima, I land my plane, and I thank you all for having me on tonight.
All right, that was good information.
Do you have anything you like to say? Did it provoke any thoughts in your mind?
No, it basically taught me a lot of information I really didn't know. But if anybody want to come on and ask any questions before he take off, then you more than welcome to come up here.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's just a lot of false information. It's really sad. I mean, even the eponymous ancestor, meaning fake genealogy, you are not going to find that nowhere. You know what I'm saying? And that is all the type of information, subjective, absurd, even information that comes up out of there, and it's really just fueled by hate. Black on black hate. I'm in a religion, and I don't hate nobody. I'm in a spirituality, and I don't hate nobody. I'm in a consciousness, and I don't hate nobody, not even the Europeans. You know, like that song Talib Kweli made, Just to Get By. The only thing you need to get by in this world is love. And if you can't give love and spread love, you're going to have a real, real problem in this world. Well, it seems like nobody is up here ready to come on. We've covered a lot of ground.
Rob
A lot
got
of
a
ground
question.
today. What was the question?
Do you believe in Jesus Christ?
No. No, I do not. I hope I don't get through in the garbage can for that. I hope all of my knowledge and wisdom and truth is not thrown in the trash for that. Yep. Any more questions, anyone? I see anything going on in the chat down there.
You just got somebody on the panel. Introduce yourself and what reason for you to come up.
Shalom, family. All praises to Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai. Yasha, I see you up here beating up the. I see you up here beating up the Kemite brothers with all this tough talking they be talking, dropping jewels as always, Elder. I see you.
Did you enjoy the information?
I was able to chime in a little bit because I was on the bus and it's so cold right now that when you get off the bus, you got to run from the cold and get somewhere quick because it's like -3 degrees.
Ooh, oh yeah, it's cold down there. Yeah, I'll give you a little summary of what we went over today. We started out today with a debunking Morpheus and Raborn when they talking about there was nobody prior to F.S. Cherry and William William Claudy, claiming to be Israelites in America. I went all the way back to the 1700s. Yeah, with documentation talking about one brother by the name of old Uncle Billy Simon, Charleston, North Carolina. He was a Rechabite Jew, born in Africa as a Rechabite Jew from Africa, right? So he got on the slave ships from the land and exited in America as a black Rechabite Jew.
Wow.
And he lived all the way up until the antebellum period.
That's
They
powerful.
called him yes. We got Elder Warren. I forget his last name. I can't think of it to save my life. But if you go back on my page, the Yasha Ben Israel page, or rewind, I don't think it's on the video because Karima started the video and it was already playing. She didn't take it back to the beginning. But you can go on my page, Yasha Ben Israel, YouTube, look up the video about F.S. Cherry was not the first Israelite in America. And you'll see all of the Israelites, and and all of these videos that was played here today. That most of it you can just rewatch the video, but that first one with F.S. Cherry, we didn't go catch the whole beginning. But we got several Israelites. I just proved that, so y'all gotta stop telling that lie. This is the reason why they don't want me to talk. They always obstructing me, cutting me off, using all these red herring distractions because they don't want this information to get out. I got it, and they know I got it. You understand what I'm saying? What else we talked about today? We talked about how Uncle West is over there live talking about Christianity. Islam was in Africa before Christianity. That's not the truth. That's not the truth at all. What else? What else we covered here today? We got Chris Harris. What you came in with Chris Harris lying about the Bantus predated Abraham, going back 47,000 years when the term Bantu was created in 1865 by William Bleak. We just did a research. We just did a research to debunk the whole Bantu expansion that never happened. We just showed you how that it is pejorative and derogatory to call African people Bantu people because that is a language classification that was created by a white man and not an ethnic group. We also talked about how there's Khoisans and Pygmies and all kind of people that are not what you would typically call Bantu that speak Bantu languages. The Khoisans speak 4, 5, 6 Bantu languages as well as their Khoisan language, and they're not Bantu.
That's powerful.
Yeah. So this whole thing about the Bantu expansion is a lie. We talked about about how different climate conditions and different pandemics made it impossible for the Bantu expansion to be a reality. We talked about how William Bleak and what's his name, Carl something with an M, how they were avowed racists and Nazis. You know what I'm saying? They hated black people, and basically how the whole Bantu expansion is just a mythological created mess. You know what I'm saying? And the Bantu expansion does not. If you was to check out the Bantu expansion, it starts around the time that Abraham was born, so it does not predate Abraham. It does not go back to 7,000, 10,000, 100,000, or 47,000 BC. So Chris Harrison got knocked out the box. Morpheus got knocked out the box. Bourne got knocked out the box. Uh, uh, Morpheus got knocked out the box. Who else got knocked out the box? Karima.
Uncle West.
Uncle S. Yeah, he got knocked out the box. Yeah, just over there, just slaying them guys, man, with a lot of these lies and false information, man, that they just putting out here, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this stuff is, and we went off into, like again, I was naming several different Israelites we talked about how Nat Turner and Gabriel Prosser and his brother, when they started the Prosser Rebellion, was actually an Israelite cult rebellion, and
Wow.
all of the people, yeah, both of and Nat Turners, and they were Israelites, and they had these same visions that Cherry had, you know, that Whitworth had, that Arnold Ford had, right? While y'all making fun of these visions, all of the early Israelites claim to have had these visions.
Yeah, in the book of Daniel, it says we were wise in visions and in dreams, and it also mentions that we were wise in science too. So
Yeah.
you just when you look at what they're doing on Sonetta's page, he's already admitted that he just personally likes scoffing the Israelites. And there's never been a controversy of Kemet. These dudes are not recognized by the consensus when it comes to determining who's what race or who goes back to what ancient people. They're not called to any of those meetings or recognized. And it's just crazy to me that they say some of the things that they say. I notice when you, Mighty Hebrew, a lot of our brothers that are very, very learned go on his platform. He has to censor you almost the same way that the big tech censors people who speak truth. So, it's like, I asked Chris Harris a real simple question because he was trying to show the transatlantic slave trade. And all I asked the man was simply, were there other slave trades? And instead of just showing some sincerity and saying yes, he tries to say, well, see, what you're doing is you don't know what I'm doing, sir. I just did it. I just asked you a simple question. All you have to do is just say yes or no. So just the
Yeah.
fact that they walk on
So he always
eggshells when
does
we
that.
come around speaks volume. And Yasha, I got to come on your page and listen to you because anytime any of our brothers go over there on the Unconscious Communities channel, Son, the Non-Negro TV, they always got to censor us, and they're so afraid of us. They've never trended in the earth. There will never be a controversy of Kemet. And it's just sad to me that, I met a brother from the Sudan a couple days ago. And I said, it's a pleasure to actually see a real Cushite Egyptian. And he was shocked that I even knew who he really was. And he didn't mention Sonetta or none of them dudes. So, Jabari doesn't have enough. He doesn't have enough persuasion to tell African dignitaries not to do business with non-African peoples. These guys couldn't set up a tent from Walmart outside of Cairo, let alone establish a community in Africa. So, I mean, they just hate the Israelites, brother. It's nothing sincere about nothing they do over there. And then black people don't even trust what they really talking about. So, I got to come on this channel and hear JJ bring his presentations out, because he's not going to be interrupted over here because of their jealousy of the fact that we're the only thing to talk about in the earth. And I would have to do the same thing with you too, brother, because they're so afraid of you that they're just not even going to let you talk. And Sonetta, he hates the Israelites. He hates the Bible, and he hates anybody black that believes they Israel. So, I'm trying to be on my best behavior right now and not talk about my pet orange cat Garfield, who I had to take to I had to take him to get vaccinated, And Miss Harris, she shows up to every concert we throw with her red bottoms on, screaming and passing out, being a damn groupie, And then Shalom to the our brother Jabari, the Dragonfly Jones of the conscious community, who's never won a fight. Shalom to brother Jabari, who genealogy actually goes back to Scotland, but he wants to wear an Egyptian up. We're going to rock with that too, Ak. But so peace to all of you brothers over there, And I just wanted to say to the brother, I think his name is the brother who was talking about physics recently on his channel, right? His name is something. Yeah, and you know what? Like I said, my dad was a microbiologist. The Bible says that the Israelites actually had understanding in science. So I think that whole debate that they had over there was pointless anyway, because physics is just one variation of science, and the scriptures say that we was wise in science, which covers all the variations. So that debate was over before it ever even started.
And Brother Sanchez came in there and straightened all that out, didn't he, the next day?
Yeah, man. And, I ain't a big fan of him, but I think he says some truth and real things sometimes. So what I found interesting about the brother who was talking about physics is I don't think black people should follow him at all. This dude on Sonetta TV talked about how we need to establish satellites and missiles. And even if you felt like that, why would you say something like that openly on a platform like that? And the Bible, we teach Israelites to live peaceably with all men. It's like, you dumb nigga, do you want the CIA to be at your door the next day, you retarded nigga? So sometimes our brothers and sisters are so smart that they actually stupid.
He wanted to be at our door.
Yeah. I'm thinking in my mind, I know he really just didn't say that, right? Because I'm an advocate for science, and I think we should get into science, engineering, and technology, construction, plumbing, electrical work, and we should get into the things that will grant us self-sufficiency. I'm definitely for that, right? But they won't even acknowledge that science has had a very negative role in society. When you look at the 2 bombs that was dropped on Japan, Elder Yarok slayed him with that one, and they went blind, dumb, and deaf when he brought that up. Or when you look at a lot of the biological weapons that have been made to destroy people. So, they don't want to acknowledge none of the evil that science can bring forth, but they quick to criticize the Bible. So, just if I could sum it up, I'm gonna land my plane because I know I'm a little all over the place, but them dudes are just not sincere by black people. I've met brothers that believe in Kemet that are very humble up here in Minnesota that I've actually learned things from. They just hate the Bible, brother.
Yeah, man, it's pretty much. But I've met some Kemet people that didn't hate the Bible. I've met some people that mixed Kemet and the Bible.
It's a brother up here. Yasha, that if I had an institution of education, I would let that brother actually teach in my school. And he's an elder in Kemet, and he didn't say that the Jews didn't exist or that we wasn't real Israelites. It's just crazy the fact that they just hate the fact that we're trending in the earth. It's people of all races saying we know that blacks in America are the true children of Israel. And it's just crazy that there was a monarch, there was a gentleman, I believe he was either the king or the prince of Egypt, who came out and said that the Jews left black and came back white. So an actual monarch even acknowledged that the Jews of antiquity were black people. So, nurse practitioner Reggie, you're not a monarch. Okay. Yeah, because they don't show us no respect. Yeah, so I don't. This Joshua 2.0, the Kemetic Slayer. I don't have no more time, no games for these dudes. Never seen them in an archaeological dig. They at best, man. I ain't never seen them dudes on PBS. Stop it.
But when they be on there, call themselves debating, and they be reading their sources. They be reading shit. They be saying shit that the sources don't even be saying, man.
Putting words in the scholars' mouths.
Yeah, damn shame. I mean, twisting it. I mean. Man, I done seen these guys. Man, these guys are the worst, bro. You hear me? Jabari is the fucking worst, bro.
And you know what's so sad So I recently saw a video of a particular African tribe, right? See, they talk all of that Kemet pro-Africa talk until you really got to get with the customs and ways of certain people that's over there, right? Do you know it's an
Yeah.
African tribe that it's a part of their customs and ways to allow visitors to have sex with their wives, and that the husband's got to get out of the hut while they having sex with the visitor? So are y'all
Yeah.
with that type of African spirituality?
Yeah.
But see, it'll get quiet if Sonetta wouldn't even let me bring something like that up on this channel.
Yeah. You know, it's all type, man. You these guys are setting you up, man, for this pro-Africa stuff. You been to move your butt over there to Africa, man. Got your ass robbed and everything. How do I know this? Because I was associated heavily, you know, with Ben Amis and them group, man. And I remember, man, hearing stories about when they first went over there to Africa. Man, them people was over there, man, robbing them and everything, man. I mean, and they wasn't just straight robbing them. They would do stuff like knowing that they were American, assuming that they had American currency. You know, if it take me a taxi to get from this part of town to that part of town, it's $6. In Africa, they charging you 5 and 6 times the amount. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't know the rate of exchange and all that. You know what I mean?
Well, let me ask you a question. Did Africans keep the laws of Mayat when you look at the history of Africa over the last 200 years?
I can't say so.
I couldn't
I
say
can't
so
say
either.
I
You
can't say
know,
that they even know what that stuff is. But I mean, would you want to keep the laws of my art? I mean, you this. I don't believe in life after death personally, so I don't want to be talking to nobody after the fuck I die.
well, from what saw, and I guess because I've seen some people read some of the laws, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it doesn't comfort my spirit. You know what I'm saying? And I got to be honest. Revelation chapter 13, verses 9 and 10, that comforts me to know that the Most High is not going to let the people who put us in captivity get away with it. Galatians 6 and 7 comforts my spirit. You know what I'm saying? Obadiah 1
yeah.
and 15 comforts my spirit. So, I mean, it doesn't seem like they're dealing with any type of justice in any of these other schools of thoughts, you know?
I believe that the Kemet, you know, prior to the 1980s, you never heard nobody even talking about no Kemet like that, bro. That's just the facts, right?
So Trip, Yasha, I'm in Minnesota, right?
Yeah,
So, you know, I talk to indigenous Africans every day of my life. I see them every day.
yeah,
Man, they got the Quran and the Bible. I haven't seen one Egyptian up. West African,
yeah.
East African, Somalian. Man,
No,
Somalians
no,
think that their existence starts with the Quran.
no unks or none of that stuff. You know,
Bro, they talk,
no,
man, they talking about Allah and Jesus.
yeah,
They haven't mentioned Osiris yet, who
yeah.
is my footstool, by the way.
Yeah, I just feel sad, man. You know, a lot of the stuff that then you got the fight that took place between JJ and Sarnetta today. You know what I'm saying? And that shit was just real silly, man. You know what I'm saying? You got two. There's people that look up to both of you guys, man. And I'm talking about what about the children that's watching this shit, man?
Right.
You see, young Tory. Tory was a young dude. You know, there's people at his age all the time watching us, man, and even younger. And y'all in there talking about all of this raunchy shit, man.
Black people should burn the Bible according to Sonetta's school of thought, right? So, and it's like, from what I've seen, the brothers that are Israelites do a better job of trying to get along with Kemetic brothers and sisters than them. And the sad part about it is, it's more Black people, I believe, that believe in the Bible than Kemet. So, how are we going to unify when you're talking about who some perceive to be their savior, Yahweh Shai, or to the Black people that believe in the Bible but just believe in the Old Testament? You know, Garfield
Yeah,
even had to admit out of his own mouth that a
yeah,
lot of Black people are Christians. So when they hear you dogging the Bible, I mean, when I think of starting my church, I wanted to start an academy of academic excellence for Africans of the diaspora, whether they was Black Americans, Somalians, Ethiopians. I really wanted to do something like that, right? But when I look at
hmm
how they talking, right, I just gotta keep it Israel, man. I'm sorry, Yasha. I got to just keep it among us, man. Because they don't have any respect for us. The people who Sonetta respects, he doesn't mute. He doesn't do that to Walter Williams. He doesn't do that to Jabari. He doesn't do that to Dr. Reggie. But anytime an Israelite comes on his platform, he censors them more than big tech.
Now look at this. Chris Harris go sit up there and tell after JJ told him, why you running from Yasha and me, and he's like, all the people that you name, I intellectually annihilated them. Chris Harris have never, man, I've embarrassed him every time that he said something to me, bro.
Yasha, they gotta ignore what you be saying on there. I've been watching you for a long time on Sinetta TV. They be censoring you like big tech, and they just go blind, dumb, and deaf every time you bring out a fact.
Hey, look, I'll be busting their head though, don't I?
to the white meat, God, literally, like busting it to the white meat. And you know what's crazy? He says he's not a biased platform, and somebody in the chat said that the Lions Den is just as biased as Sonetta TV. Not even close. Not even close, you Rudy Poo. Not even close, you Rudy Poo. Man, why don't you go over
Sonetta TV? He wouldn't have never got away with that comment.
Clearly.
Hey, they was over there. Hey, they was over there, man. Sonetta chat was over there dogging the shit out of the Potter the other day.
You know what? They better stop playing. You better stop playing, because in a minute it's looking like you're not too pleased to dwell with her. You better stop playing, boy. You better stop playing before she pick her community over you, boy. You better show some respect. Your rib believe in the Bible. What's wrong with you, son? And I ain't even gonna give my opinion really on Sonetta, because he called me a weak Hebrew, and I get it. He'll have them little bums from New York stand in front of him and all of that. Because Sonetta ain't never finna meet me at no MMA gym and sign no waiver, so I get it, right? Because I'm like King David, man. I'll meet Goliath in the street any day for that Roman gladiator game smoke, even though we're not supposed to be carnal. So I'm gonna just say this, Sonetta. You lucky the Bible said we're not supposed to be carnal, or y'all would be afraid to even talk about us. It was 1,000 brothers outside of the Bark Blaze Center, and that's just IUIC. You lucky we don't get along, and you lucky that the scriptures tell us not to be violent. But you got this so smart that he's stupid ass nigga on your platform telling black people to use physics to make a goddamn missile.
Hey, I'm OT, bro.
For black people.
Hey, I'm OT, man. And that being stated, I'll kick your ass, bro. I'll beat the dog shit out you, bro. I am violent. You get violent with me, or you disrespect me, you get out of line with me, dude, I will give you this motherfucking work, bro. So
real talk.
I'm the different one in that, man. You know what I'm saying?
And to let me back on what the elder said, I do fight in the Roman gladiator games, real life, real time. 14 kickboxing matches under my belt, and I've been in a few cage fights, and I learned from one of the greatest strikers of all time, a brother by the name of Alvin Prouder, in the Black Karate Federation, from other black martial artists. So I'm a Roman gladiator game type of Israelite, Sonetta. I really will slap your ass in real life with no gun and no nigga standing in front of you. You will never man up and tell me I'm a weak Hebrew in my face. I'll David and Goliath do you dirty, boy. If you ever had the balls to say it in my face.
That's why I get him his respect and you give me mine. You know what I'm saying? Because we get to disrespecting each other and all that shit, then that's war, man. And don't nobody want to go to fucking war with me, man. Cosmine a couple years ago was talking silly and shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Because he lived here in Detroit, man, and went down to the park and got the Marquetting and all this little silly, goofy ass shit. Man, dude, I am not the one to play with like that, dog. You know
I seen when Shaka ran up on Tazariak when I was out there preaching. They didn't want to cross that line.
Man, see that kind of stuff don't happen with me. I'm from Detroit, dude. That shit don't happen. Like, I sat up there and won the ISUPK before, bro. Y'all niggas talking that shit to me, bro. And keep talking, nigga. Y'all won't be able to preach on that corner ever again, nigga. I'll come back and spray that motherfucker up, boy.
Like the Bible says, Sonetta, the children of Israel have grown more mightier than the Egyptians. It's more of us on earth than y'all. So if we really treated y'all like Egyptians, you wouldn't like it. But like I said, I love them brothers because they still are brothers, and we're not supposed to be carnal, and we're not supposed to be violent towards one another. But sometimes y'all say stuff to brothers that you would never say in a brother's face.
Yeah, man, it's just ignorance, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, there's no need for us. I'm talking to you intellectually, brother. I have never came on Sarnetta's platform with disrespect ever, and I
He
never
stayed
came on there talk,
disrespecting us. He
and I
stayed
never came,
disrespecting us, Elder.
and I never came over there talking ignorant. It's always information, not and knowledge. That's it, bro.
But they mute you every time you talk. JJ did a beautiful presentation over there, and it had nothing to do with the Bible. And every opportunity Sinetta got. See, now you're doing real scholarship when you put that Bible to the side. Man, if you look up the definition of groupie, he reminds me of a groupie that shows up every time we perform and have a concert, passing out and screaming and crying and shit. Like a
I'm gonna
little
show you.
bitch.
I'm gonna
Excuse
show
my
you how
French,
dumb.
Karima. I'm sorry,
I'm gonna show
sister, to
you.
be talking like that on the platform.
I'm gonna show you how dumb his questioning is. He asked one of the brothers yesterday. He said, so brother, you mean to tell me you believe Adam named all the animals? You believe that, brother? You got alligators that been on this earth for millions of years before human beings. How the hell a man gonna name an alligator? That's the dumbest fucking question that a human being could possibly even ask, bro. That's a stupid question. First off, since you want to call out the name Adam. The name Adam means man, brother. So since we got that, since we clarified that, Adam means man. And man not only named the animals, he named everything. What fucking reason would a bird have? A bird don't call an alligator, dumb nigga.
It didn't say we created the animals, you dummy. It just says we gave them a name. That's all it's
What point?
saying.
Who
God damn.
name the
And you can see
naming of
evidence of that
things?
today. Mankind
But
names animals today. You
the
can actually see
naming
that
of
in observable
things
nature.
the naming of things is only pertinent to human beings. So we name them. What I'm trying to get you to understand, a dog don't call a damn bird a bird, bro. He call them roof roof. And he call alligator roof roof, right?
That's the
And he
only
call
sound the dog
and he call a
makes.
cat
He
and he
barks.
call a
That's
cat
it.
roof roof. Don't nobody have the capacity to name animals but humans. And when he existed prior to humans, he didn't have a name because we didn't name him yet, dummy.
And you know what's crazy? They got the nerve to say that the Israelites can never prove who they are. When you look at the oppression of black people, when have we ever sincerely, as of recently,
Brother,
been able to prove
brother.
anything in archaeology or in anthropology when you look at the obvious racism that has been there, that Garfield had to admit? The founding fathers of Egypt were certainly anti-Africa. So when have black people ever, as of the last 200 years, when have we had in that time frame the sincere ability to be a part of archaeology?
My brother, I'm gonna tell you this, and I'm getting ready to end this show because I gotta get ready to get here to the store before they close. This is I understand, man. These guys, man, just they whole hookup is just flawed, man. You know what I'm saying? There's no knowledge, there's no truth, there's no wisdom in that. But far as proving, I have already proved it. I've been in this game over 33 years, brother. I've proved that I was an Israelite a long time ago, brother, and I don't have to prove it to nobody, but I did. And if you go on my page, my YouTube page, I've proved my page is full with 300 some videos proving continuously that we are the children of Israel. I got DNA. He said ain't no Israelite gave no DNA test. Why y'all won't take it? I was the first person, not Israelite, the first human being to present a DNA test on Sarnetta's show. When I was challenging motherfucking Garfield, proving to him that I was an Israelite, my DNA test says that I am a descendant of the Moabites, and the Moabites are Jews.
But see, you can prove all of that, right? But they're not going to accept your proof or your sources proving that their platform is biased. Where's your DNA test showing? And my question is for them. Yasha, I already know you be beating them up, coming and going.
If I could pull out my ID, and my ID says Yasha bin Israel. It's Yasha, son of Israel.
Where is their proof that they came from the
I
goddamn Nile
I
Valley?
have documents that I am a Israelite, brother. My
These
home,
niggas can't
my
even prove
car.
they doctors and professors and all the shit they say they are. I
Brother,
already know because the Most High is with us, so I know we can prove who we are.
brother,
The Most High ain't with them niggas.
on my degrees, it's Yasha ben Israel. On my diplomas, it's Yasha ben Israel. On my social security card, it's Yasha ben Israel. When I go to court, the judge say, Mr. Yasha ben Israel, please. When I go to my job, the white man call me Yasha ben Israel, Yasha son of Israel, brother. They don't call me no fucking Frank Gehry. They don't call me no Sean Derrick or whatever the fucking American white man name is. I'm not recognized in this world as that.
Did you hear that, Frankie? You little bitch.
There's no need to beat him up like that. My information beat him up like that, and we don't want to get the channels flagged, and we want to keep
my
it clean
apologies, man.
because there's
that
children
dude, man.
watching this. There's
My
children
apologies,
watching
Kareem.
this. There's children watching this, and that's why I'm upset. And that's why I'm upset with those brothers arguing and throwing out their dirty business
Shanetta
like
is a
that
woman.
today.
Shanetta ain't nothing but a woman beater. That's all
Yeah,
he is.
just
And
keep
got the
just
audacity
keep
to
it
talk about
clean.
other people. He is a woman beater. And he
Yeah,
beat Cynthia. If you go look at his record, go look at the victim on the bottom of the victims. Domestic violence, he got that. And the victim is Cynthia.
just keep the curse words out because we got kids listening.
So, Sarnetta, did you
No,
become
we
the
don't.
little
We
one
ain't
that's
got no
calling on
kids
Kemet?
listening.
Oh, they
We
will
don't.
be listening because it's recorded.
If they listening, then that's on them because this channel is not for kids.
So, Sarnetta, where's the African love at, brother? What are you doing beating on women? What's wrong with you? As long as I done followed the scriptures and my dad didn't even know we was Israelites. He never put his hands on my mama. Never. Told her he loved her every single day. Even when they argued, my dad told my mom he loved her. That's the example my dad set for me, and we believed in the Bible. So did Kemet teach you to put your hands on a woman, boy?
Hey, y'all hold it down until I be back. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. I'm finna run to the corner store before they close. And if y'all end the show, then just end it. But if y'all still got it going, I'll be right back.
Obviously, Kim taught him because he taught a whole bunch of shit. But if you go look at the bottom of his record, go look at Tasha K. When you go look at her video, go look at the bottom of the video. You're going to see the victims. And one of the victims is Cynthia.
The Bible taught my dad to love my mama like Christ loved the church. So what's your excuse, Sarnetta? See what I'm talking about?
You're a punk rock bitch.
That's a shame, man. That's a straight shame. Frankie, you always talking tough. Always. That's a shame. I don't know why our people even follow that dude, man. Is he a descendant of the black man? Frankie, come on and defend yourself right now. I want to ask you a question, Sarnetta. Do you descend from an Afro-Dominican? Come holler at Joshua, Sa. It's cool. Come holler at Joshua. Why is it that the sources that say the Jews are black, y'all never accept? Why is it that when Yasha has over 300 videos proving we the people, why is that not sufficient enough for you? But bagpipe kilt wearing Jabari, the Scottish Kemite, he can just come on and rant, and we got to take that as face value, right? Will you ever let me come on your channel and rant like you let Garfield the orange cat rant? When are you going to tell our people the truth about Africa? I don't have no problem with telling people I'm an African, but Africa and African Americans have somewhat of a love-hate relationship. Some Africans don't accept us as Africans, whether we say we Israel, Kemet, Islam, Christian. Why do you ignore the fact that Africans call Black Americans a kata, which means cotton picking nigga? And I had a West African try to duck and dodge around that. He said it means cat. scared cat. So why is it okay for West Africans to call blacks scared cats? And I love my brothers and sisters from West Africa. It's a couple of West Africans I really ride or die for. But we have to deal with the truth of what's going on with our family as an African family. Had an Ethiopian woman tell me the other day, he's the one who speaks perfect English on my job. But we loving everybody though, right? And shout out to the Ethiopians who love us back and who sincerely see us as their brothers and sisters. Why is it that you don't tell our people the truth? What's that bum's name? Garfield, the big orange cat. You said you don't like us telling black people that they Israelites. Why is it that you don't tell our people that some Africans not going to accept us no matter what the fuck we say we are? When are you going to be sincere with our people? And I'm going to give Garfield somewhat of a pass because I asked him a question and he answered it sincerely. That's all I got, Kareem. I don't want to get too fired up on
And
that.
he told the young man to slit his wrist because he believed that he's an Israelite. But I wonder what you tell Cynthia because she's a Christian. Do you tell her to slit her throat? I'm just wondering.
No respect.
I know he be up in there banging on her hard. Like, I could just imagine. He practiced up and on her, disrespecting her. Because she don't want to listen to the bullshit.
Why is it that our people don't see any power in Osiris or Isis or Anubis? And then on top of all of that, right, if Kemet was what y'all say it is, how did it fall? How did it fall? Can anybody answer that for me from the Butter Knife Squad? Miss Harris, Nurse Reggie, our Scottish brother Jabari with your Egyptian uncle, Dragonfly Jones. Can any of y'all answer my question? If Kemet was what y'all say it is, why is it that Kemetic science doesn't rule the world? Why is it that the Kemites can do no wrong?
Why it ain't getting our people out of the predicament they're in right now, okay?
I bet you if America threw all the blacks in a concentration camp tomorrow, they ain't calling on Osiris. Why is it that y'all ignore the violence that took place between the Nubians and the Egyptians, who were the same people? It's hieroglyphs of Egyptians cutting off Nubians' heads. Why is it that y'all don't address that? And why is it that every time something went wrong in Egypt, that's when white people was there? When are y'all gonna show some integrity and say, you know what, Kemet wasn't perfect? And shalom to the Egyptians. Beautiful people, brought a lot of beautiful things to the earth, the foundation of civilization in so many ways. We're not hating on Egypt. So why y'all hating on Israel? I was on the brothers' channel the other day, Karima, the brothers in IUIC. I don't agree with everything that they teach, right? But they was bringing out some sources. It said that the Jews of South Spain, right, at the time, right, it says they were always black with woolly hair. So why is it that when brothers bring out information concerning the 1400s, the 1300s, and the 1200s, why is that not valid? It's Christian. Do you know it's some scholars that were racist and hated black people and said that Jew and nigga was synonymous? Some sources calling Judaism a nigga's religion. Why can't y'all accept them sources? Why is it that your sources matter, but the ones we bring out don't? The brothers got a video called, it's called Our Hidden History, right? It talks about how we used to rule in Europe, right? Garfield said I was lying about this, right? But if you go and watch the channel Our Hidden History and you look at the video number 15, King Arthur, a Silurian of swarthy blood, they talk about the man's actual life and the story of Excalibur and the lake and all of that. That was a black folk tale that we had made up in Europe. But they actually have sources that talk about Arthros or Arthur, which means bear, his real life. 2 of his family members are mentioned in the Bible. Claudius is one of his ancestors, and it's another brother that's literally mentioned in the Bible. Our sources don't matter though, right? So all the Dark Age images, like the one that's in my icon right now, so all the churches in Russia and Europe lying. So the 3 niggas they found under the Irish pub that they said came from the Bible lands, they not real Israelites either, right? And if you want my genealogy, come with me to knock on the door at the Vatican and I'll show you. Them dudes is cowards, man.
It ain't about the money. People say it's about, no, it's not, because if it was about the money, he'll learn to get along with everybody, just like the church do. You know what I mean? They get along with everybody and they don't tell nobody the truth because they're using them for their money. You know, they won't donate if the pastor tell them that it's black people in the Bible. You know, some of them just they won't donate. So it's not about the money, because if it was about the money, he'll work together with, you know, everybody. But no, he have a personal vendetta against, you know, brothers. It seemed like it ain't even about religion no more. It's cause he a smile in the white boy face like it ain't nothing. But when it comes to, you know, his brothers, you know what I mean, he want to argue. He act like a female. You know what I mean? He want to debate. He want to argue. You know, and he want to just disagree. You know, and never agree. So yeah. It's not about the money.
Hey, Karima, he used to rock with Khalid Muhammad?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell.
Right.
I seen Khalid's video. Khalid Muhammad would have been proud of the Israelites. Of all the first of all, black people get strength to stand up against oppression because of the Israelites.
He was going against him, you know. He made a video talking about, you know, he wouldn't date the white woman or nothing, but he made a video talking about the white women, and he was on, you know what I mean, talking about you brothers would date a white woman. He made a whole video going against, you know, him.
He went against Khalid Muhammad.
I heard that video.
Yep.
What a
go on Shug channel.
I mean, Khalid Muhammad seemed more like us. I'm gonna tell you something. The courage that black people have to stand up against, I've never seen nobody stand up for us like the Israelites, not risk their life. Oh no. Man, I ain't never seen. First of all, you know how many black people I know who have had the energy to blood and crip and do all of this crazy shit to their own people, who wouldn't stand on one corner with me to read 2 scriptures talking about the Most High gonna be fair by us and do and put what other people put on us right on them. A lot our strength to stand up to oppression don't come from no Kemetic bum. See, you can go to your job safe with that Egyptian unk on. You gotta have some balls to say you're an Israelite on your job. Straight up. Straight up. You know how many questions I be having to answer with just my name tag? I rock with the Israelites because they're the only group of black people I ever seen in my life stand on the truth with some type of courage. Man, it's safe as hell to be a Kemite. Don't nobody want to be no soft ass Egyptian.
Hey, brother, I can't see your name, the one that's talking. My name Babylon Dondo. I want to address you.
Hey, Babylon Don, peace and grace, King. I'm trying to be respectful right now, but usually I have Joshua the Kemetic Slayer up there as my name. But I'm just Joshua Ben Israel right now because I'm trying to be, you know, shout out to Charlie Murphy. I'm trying to be convenient and shit with these weird ass niggas because they still are people, man. But sometimes they just talk so tough. You got to keep it real with them, man. The conscious community, they're a bunch of cowards. I've never seen them on no corner standing on no type of, they don't risk their life for nothing. We don't get no courage from watching them. And I don't even agree with the 12 tribe camp brothers, but at least them niggas got the balls to read He That Leadeth in the Captivity Shall Go into Captivity. At least they got the courage to read it and risk their life. You can go on your job safe as a motherfucker with an Egyptian uncle. Miss me with that coward ass shit. And Khalid Muhammad would have
I
been
agree.
proud of us. He would have been looking at them niggas like they poop butts.
Yeah, that's a fact. What I was gonna say though is this one thing, and I agree with everything you're saying, because I don't want nobody to take what you're saying out of context. So I want to put it on record that I agree with everything you done said. I just want to say this: that that crew, just like One West and them ISUPK niggas, don't represent the Hebrew Israelites. They don't represent the tribe of Judah. They don't speak for us. I say the same thing about that little bullshit gay clique over there on that channel. They don't represent no Sim priest, no Kim priest. They not the people of Egypt. They don't represent that. They don't stand up for Ma'at. They don't represent the laws of Ma'at. They don't handle things justly. That's not the laws of Ma'at. So I just want to say that they not a good representation, much like we have bad representation of our Hebrew Israelites. We have bad representations of the, as they call it, the black conscious committed community.
And I
That's
disagree
all I
with the
want.
brothers. I disagree with a lot of things that the brothers teach in the 12 tribe chart camps too. But I gotta give them niggas credit. At least they got the balls to say if you did it to us, it's gonna happen back to your ass. Them scary ass Kemetic niggas don't even have the balls to
Facts.
say that. Don't even have the balls to
Facts.
say that. And I met some humble brothers from the Kemetic community that I would let teach in my goddamn church if I had one. So it's not like that with the brothers. And it was times throughout history where we was cool with the Egyptians and we had families with the Hamites. The king of Tyre
That's a
had
fact.
love for David. He never talked shit about David the way them bum ass niggas talk shit about David. I can't tell you niggas come from the Nile Valley because Tyre had love for David and his son. Nigga, when we was at the ice cream truck in the ancient world, the Queen of Sheba put gold and diamonds in our pockets. What the fuck are these niggas talking about?
Hey, when Abraham came through, Pharaoh knew the law. He said, "Why you ain't tell me you was a son of the Elohim? I wouldn't have never did that. Take your money, take your wife, take all of this, and go your way." They was never violent against us. Like you said, I heard you say earlier, every time something bad was happening, there was some other people involved. Like, Ephraim, Manasseh, those are our brothers. Asenath, the wife of Joseph, Hagar, Hathor, the wife of Abraham, all these people Egyptian. We can never knock
And
our
they
own
both got
people just
Cushitic
because we got
mothers.
some.
They both have
Yeah,
East
just because.
African mothers.
That's right. I broke down on my post today, bro. I broke down on the post today, or yesterday, one of these days. I've been up so much, but I broke this down that you have Abraham, and then you have Hagar. She is an Egyptian, and then you have Abraham, and you have Sarah. She is an Assyrian, and then you have the children of them. You have Isaac and Rebekah, right, who give birth to the Israelites. You have Abraham and Hagar, who give birth to the Ishmaelites. And then you have Abraham and Sarah, who gave birth to Isaac and Rebekah. So you got all the bloodlines right there. You got Egypt, Assyria, and Israelite in one bloodline. And when you read Isaiah 19:19, it reads, Egypt is my people. Assyria is my handiwork, and Israel is my inheritance. That's what it reads. And you got all three bloodlines right there through Abraham, the father of many nations. So that's the only thing I got to say about, the Egyptians. Those my people, because those my mothers, those the mothers of what we talking about here. But I'm with you that them some sorry ass niggas. I'm on that.
Bro, I'll be up here talking to the children and the descendants of the Queen of Sheba and the King of Tyre. They're trying to support me and start an Afro-Asiatic school for East and West African brothers and Africans of the diaspora. I'm working on breaking down the wall of perdition between the children of Ham and the children of Shem. So I talk to these brothers and sisters every single day. And they inquire about knowledge from me and other Israelites that they know up here, like the Quran tells them to. And a lot of them that are learned know we the real Ben Israel. Why is it that y'all
I
don't
agree.
respect us the way the king of Tyre respected the Israelites? Since y'all so pro-Kemet.
That's facts. I agree. I think that really the reason why they don't is because they don't, one, know no better. Two, they not gonna study far enough to see that there's a connection. And three, they make business off of having the debate between, it's like an East Coast, West Coast rival. It's the Hebrew Israelites against the Committees. And if we ever found out that we were the same people and we supposed to be working together, that will spoil their money, divide and conquer.
So now that you've been getting all that donation money, why is it that you ain't got one school for black people, one hospital, one grocery store? Them debates only support your family while our whole race of people starve. And I wish our people would stop following you. As Israelites, we don't need to go on nobody's platform who got problems with the Bible.
You can't own anything on SSI.
You getting all them cash apps, you ain't got one hospital for us? A grocery store? Nothing? But see, your family's straight though, right? And he'll tell you too, he's about his money. Bro, you ain't even got a Kemetic school for us. You dudes are straight trash. You know, and I'm just done being respectful. Nurse Reggie is trash. The Scottish Negro Jabari is trash. Dragonfly Jones, you trash. There is no African monarch that would listen to you tell all the non-Africans to get the fuck out of Africa. Nigga, stop it. And Garfield, the big orange cat, you keep talking shit, I'm gonna take your ass to the vet and get you neutered, boy.
Fact.
Nigga, you in here telling me about Kemet, and then you got to admit in the same sentence that Egyptology did hate the legacy of Africa. So that is confirmed to be the truth. And then you even had to admit that it was racism involved in archaeology and anthropology. So why in the fuck would they tell the truth about the Israelites or Jews being black? Do you know they consider all of us to be nutbags? Sister, any black person that believes that an Egyptian and an Israelite is black, do you know they put us all as black extremists and nutbags? The same scholarly sources that these niggas be quoting, nigga, they don't even respect that nigga, they won't acknowledge you as a goddamn Egyptian. Nurse Reginald? Jabari, take your ass over into Libya if you think it's a goddamn game. Try to set up a tent outside of Cairo. Walk into the pyramid and try to touch anything if you think it's a game.
That's right, fam. You're right.
But we got provinces in Africa. If I wanted to repatriate and go back to Africa as an Israelite, I can. When can y'all go back to Egypt? When can you go to the British Museum and tell them to give us our shit back? You can't, you weak ass niggas.
Facts.
Your ass will be in slavery in the next goddamn hour, getting castrated. This shit is ridiculous. I ain't never seen these niggas on the History Channel talking tough. Ain't found a fingernail from 2 minutes ago, let alone a mummy from 5,000 years ago. And if we and let's just say archaeology said, here niggas, we'll give y'all a mummy. What laboratory can you take it to analyze it with all that donation money you've been getting? And what technique have we developed as black people that's unique from carbon dating? Won't even admit that we can't sincerely research things. Won't even admit that. But Garfield, you mad at us for telling black people they Israelites, right? But you don't have a laboratory. Nigga, it's called Dexter's Laboratory, not nigga's laboratory.
Yeah, shalom, shalom. I just woke up. I didn't know what the subject was. I heard something and I was going to comment, but and now I realize what the show is about. So I'm listening, man. Please carry on, man. Don't mind me.
I apologize, Elder, but it's just a disingenuous nature of the Mammy Squad, aka the Amun-Ra Squad, and the Butter Knife Squad, aka they not the Dagger Squad. The real Dagger Squad was the Sakari Squad in the Bible. It's just the fact that they won't be genuine with our people. And every time we bring out sources saying we Israelites, that's not right. But they can't go to no DNA company that will acknowledge them as Egyptians or Kemites or from Nubia.
I think what you're saying, brother, is very important, and I think it needs to be said. And
They're
that's
not
why I came
sincere
on
about
here
our people.
to support
And
what
then
you're
they have
saying.
the physicist that's so smart that he's stupid saying on a YouTube page for everybody to see, we need to make missiles and satellites. You damn dummy. Why would you say something like that openly? I don't know that nigga, for the record. I rarely would say
Facts,
that about a
bro.
black person. I don't know that nigga. I wouldn't even say that about Candace Owens or niggas who coon for us. I still claim them. But the nigga who's a physicist who's so smart that he's stupid, I don't know that nigga.
The one thing I found out about them is that they love that fucking pale man. They love that fucking pale man. You hear me? Anytime he come on the show, he get all due respect. He get time to talk. They say shut up, let him talk.
And that's how you know we the Israelites, because that's the evil eye towards your brother. And every time another nation of people come around, they got smoke for us, and they ready to beat us down and to humiliate us in front of the whole world on their channel, right? But when the so-called white man come on their channel, they ready to walk his goddamn dog, wipe his dog's ass, and pick up the goddamn dog shit, all in the same motion. You sorry punk ass, cooning ass niggas.
And that's done happened to me like 3 or 4 times.
They censor us like big tech do. The Israelites can't even speak on his channel.
Yeah. They don't let me speak.
And then every time something controversial come out of Kemet, it was white people there. It was never niggas. Okay, I get it. They want to bring up all the harsh scriptures, but when I came on his platform and said, Bible says, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. I said, Sanetta, what's wrong with that? He said, nothing. What's your point? I couldn't even sincerely give my testimony because he was so fixated in his mind on destroying the Bible and the Israelites and black people believing they Israel.
Now I heard what you said,
Ricky
bro.
Bobby's daddy ass nigga at Denny's blowing up when there's no reason to blow up.
Yeah, you're right though. That's flawed for them to say that every time something bad happened, it was some white folks in Kemet. That's
Every
lie.
time suspect activity comes off the walls of Kemet, white people was there. Every time with these sorry ass niggas. But as Israelites, we take the good, the bad, and the ugly of the Bible right on the chin. Don't deny none of it. We on the corner standing bold for black people. Man, y'all are some fucking cowards.
Facts. I just be wanting the Israelites, us to stand on, well, the Judahites, us to stand on the fact that, yo, this is not for everybody. This is not for everybody. Even Yasha said, you know, I do not cast the children's bread to dogs. So this is not for everybody. I came to the lost sheep of the house of Israel only. What you talking about? This is exclusive. This ain't for like just jump in and get in and just lollygag and LGBTQ it and just black power it, just Egyptianize it, and anybody can come join. No, we got laws. It's 613 commandments. And if you ain't following them, you're not an Israelite.
I'll be sincere with black people, I'll be telling them straight up, look, man, I believe we Israel based on faith. I think it's imperative for so-called black people, whether they believe they're Israelites or not, to get into science, engineering, technology, construction, plumbing work, not to better or further somebody else's kingdom, but for our own preservation. Here it is, we got a sister who is 14 years old, who's going to be in medical school, but it hurts my heart to know that ain't going to be for the benefit of our people. She gonna make NASA rich, not fucking us.
That's right. Fact.
So I don't mind keeping it real with black people. Look, this is my faith. I believe we Israelites, because there's 2 Israelites called nigga in the Bible, and we fit all the curses. That's all the fuck I need. I don't need a sample of King David's hair from 8000 BC. You niggas are not 3,000 years old, and I don't know no nigga with a time machine. So how the fuck would you niggas know? Unsincere motherfuckers, you. It's frustrating, man. I keep it real with black people at all times. We need to establish a moral code. We need to make our sons and daughters hold their virginity until they're about 20 to 21 years old because of all of the sexual abuse we have gone through all of these captivities we've been through. I keep it real with black people. We should really, the dude talking physics, that's crazy. We should be into construction. We should be in the plumbing and electrical work so we can learn to build our own living spaces to start off with. We need to learn how to grow our own food. We need to put that at the forefront. Worshiping the Most High God first, the God of Israel, is first and foremost for our people. But it ain't nowhere in the Bible that says we can't get into science, engineering, and technology. Why do you niggas keep putting words in our mouth? With your weak ass. And you lucky the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, like I said. Because I be done fucked around and planted my foot across one of you niggas' faces. And I know how to technically put it there too. I'm not no wild TikTok fighting ass nigga. You gotta really know what the fuck you doing if you're gonna get out there with me, Sonetta, Shaka, Miss Harris, Jabari, the Scottish nigga who wants to wear an Egyptian up. You niggas lucky the Bible, the scriptures actually tell us not to be violent. But no credit there, right? Right?
Hey, bro,
I'm sorry, y'all. That's my son in the background.
I want to run something by you and the panel. Check this out. I ran across a video, something that I thought everybody knew, but nevertheless, I ran across a video by a Christian preacher. I'll call him that. Anyway, he was saying that he realized that they were hanging slaves, right? But they were burning crosses in the background. You see what I'm saying? So he said, why would they hang a slave and burn a cross in the background unless the slaves already knew about Christianity? Because it appears that the cross is burning to tell the slave that Jesus is not coming to save him, so to speak. And the hanging of the slave is to show him that God ain't coming to save him, so to speak. So I was just wondering how y'all felt about that interpretation of it. Do y'all think
it makes sense?
Okay, I agree too. I think it made sense too. That's why I asked though. I thought it made a lot of sense.
Yeah, because why would they burn something that they actually worship?
That's right. And they facts, that's what I asked them. But they, of course, they ain't let me go no further. They kicked me off the show once I started talking about it.
That sounds about right. They censored you like big tech with their chicken shit
Because
asses.
they knew it was headed toward Israelites and people being aware of, different things, just being aware of the Bible before slavery, before they ever left Africa, before anything like that happened. They kicked
You
me
got a
off.
woman in Israel professing her whole family line, saying who her husband is, telling black people in America, I don't think you guys really know who you guys are. You're the real Israelites, and we need you to come back to the land. Why are other races of people saying we the people?
But you know what I'm saying?
Nigga?
I'm
Say it
saying
one
this.
more time.
I'm saying this, that the only time something good was in Egypt was when we was there, the Hebrew Israelites.
But the Egyptians had a mighty empire all on their own. Ain't nobody hating on Nimrod and Cush and them like they try to portray us. Ain't nobody, we're not discrediting the beautiful and the prominent things that the Cushites brought to society. We're not saying that Egypt wasn't what it was. We're not saying that. But I don't get no smoke when I come on my job with an Egyptian on. But let me say I'm a black Jew. It gets real as fuck. You gotta have some balls to say you're Israelite. You could be on some coward shit and say you can. Ain't nobody gonna trip on that. And the only reason I'm on their head like this, Elder, is because they've been disrespecting us for years.
Can I, excuse me, can I just say though that I agree with all of what you guys are saying. I'm agreeing 100%. What the contention is with people who always think, oh, where is Israel? Who are you? And Israel's not in the Bible and so on and so forth, is because before you got anyone was brought to the Americas, they were not called Israelites. Israel is a word that was formulated by the people who are in the land right now.
No.
And that's why.
Only regarding the land right now in 1948, but the word Israel goes back to the point where Yaqub wrestled with an angel and earned the name Israel, meaning to ascend to El.
Yeah, that's what they told us. Yeah, I mean,
No, that's in the Bible.
well, again, that's
That's
what
in
they're
the
saying.
Torah. I mean, not the
No, no,
Bible.
I got what you're saying. I got what you're saying. It's
Oh,
in the
okay.
Torah. I'm agreeing with you, but again, the people who were the Israelites, the chosen people, they were not called Israelites. Yeah, I know you're saying it's in the Bible, but they were not called Israelites. They didn't call themselves Israelites or Yisraelites, or because I don't know where that Yisraelite came from. I think that's modern Hebrew, I believe. It could be
No, Beni Israel, the sons of Israel, the sons of Jacob. When his name changed from Yaqub, his name was Israel. We called our father name Israel. Beni Israel. We the children of Israel.
okay, fair enough. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I feel
I
that
do see what
there
you're
was a
saying.
name
I ain't trying
before.
to cut your knowledge. I do see what you're saying. You're saying that in they took the land, and that's when they started calling, using the name Israel, and that's when they started holding up that fake interlocking six-pointed star and all that crap in 1948. I'm with you, the Zionist Jews, totally
Right,
Jesuits.
right. Okay, so yeah, that's where the confusion comes in because I mean, you're saying that we if that was the case, then there would be not a problem because everybody knows that there's a chosen people. The only thing is who are they and what's their name?
You
You
can't be
You
the
asking
chosen
understand?
a
people and
question?
be allergic to the sun.
The problem
You
is
know, that's crazy.
we not glorifying that we monkeys. That's right.
That's a fact. Tell them, Karima.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, we have to look into because well, if we do start looking into where we come from, because what I hear a lot, especially by Americans, is that we're the chosen people. The chosen people are scattered all over the earth. So you cannot just be the chosen people. The chosen people are everywhere, and that's the mistake that we tend to do. We tend to claim everything for ourselves. Yes, the Americans are part of Judah, as we know. Yes, we know that. But you're not only the people. The people are scattered all over the globe, so to speak. And so,
They feel
therefore,
And
scattered everywhere.
and that's what they teach. I ain't never heard them say that they were just in America. Where you
okay.
get that?
Well,
And
I've
you know
heard it.
what's
I've heard it.
interesting about that, right? Do you know that it's small pockets of Negroes everywhere on Earth that the other native people don't like? And that what a coincidence. Sonetta, this can't be no coincidence. Haven't you noticed, you damn dummy, that it's small pockets of niggas everywhere on Earth and nobody likes them? Have you noticed that?
Hey, brother, I want to say this though. You know what? Have you ever looked up like the different listings of the 12 tribes of Israel? Talking to the elder brother.
Are you talking to me, King?
The other one, brother. The other brother that was first talking.
Me?
Yasha.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Please ask the question again.
yeah, roster. I'm asking, have you had an opportunity to look up the different listings of the 12 tribes of Israel throughout the Bible, throughout the book, all the way down to Revelations. They list the 12 tribes of Israel several times in the book, and each time the names, the listings be changing. Have you taken time to look at that list? The reason why I ask is because if you take time to look at that list, you'll understand, you know, where the 12 tribes are, who the 12 tribes are, and who will be remaining of the 12 tribes, according to the Bible. Not according to what people say, not according to the 12 tribes. You'll know which tribes were destroyed. You'll know which tribes will be in the end. You'll know the tribes.
Right. The only problem I have with that is that I'm an Old Testament, a Tanakh, Torah only. So, yeah, that's the only thing I have with that.
Then even in there, it changed because Levi and things like that. The Levitical priesthood, Joseph gets married to Aseneth. and he has Manasseh and Ephraim. Those two become 2 of the 12 tribes. So Levi and Joseph are not listed. Things like that. Then you know what's going on. You know who in the tribe. And nobody can
Right.
fool you like they all over the world. Because you do have people like, I guess from anybody, you know, who accept the word of the Yahuwah, who will be a part of the multitude, a part of that. Then you have a remnant, 7,000, a remnant of people, a remnant of Judah, the tribe of Judah. That's a specific thing.
So you're saying that Judah is going to be the bulk of the people called. Is that what you're saying?
Not the bulk. I'm saying that as tiny as Judah will be, along with remnants of Dan and Benjamin, who are in Africa and other places. But I'm saying like the blessing, Judah is the 4th son. So the blessing goes to Judah.
Well,
okay,
I
listen to the slavery
disagree.
story. Listen to the slavery story. Okay.
Sure.
What happened? Oh, you had the tribes, and you had all of them there, and you had Joseph there. And they did what to Joseph?
They sold him.
To who?
Wasn't the Ishmaelites who they sold him to first?
Yes.
Yeah. You
Right.
got it?
So
It
no,
was
sorry.
it say the Ishmaelites, and then it say the Midianites, right? Which is the Midianites is one of the tribes of Abraham. That's one of Abraham's sons.
Correct.
And the Ishmaelites is one of Abraham's sons. And the Hagarites is one of Abraham's sons. That's Abraham's wife's name, Hagar. So when you look at who they gave him to, and he was taken to Egypt, and Joseph became a pharaoh of Egypt, then you could see that the Ishmaelites was ruling Egypt. But y'all don't see that. Don't nobody see that or even want to say that. But that's who he was sold to, and that's who he went to. And Hathor was an Egyptian, and Ishmael would fit right back in with the Egyptians, right where he came from. And so you see, and so then this is what I'm saying. And so because of that selling of Joseph married an Egyptian, double portion, Manasseh and Ephraim, the double portion of Ephraim, and gained a double portion of the blessing. So Ephraim will be with Judah. You see? Based on that blessing. And Ishmael, who was also blessed, is gonna be blessed, a blessed people, those people who are part of that bloodline, who actually was a part of the helping of Joseph and keeping him alive during that period of time. Those people, the Yahuwah don't forget. So that's what I'm saying. Like everybody want to base it on their man feelings or their personal feelings on how they feel about Egypt. No, look in the Bible and look in the scripture, and the scripture reads, Egypt, my people. Assyria, my handiwork. Israel, my inheritance. This is what we have to contend with. And we can see the bloodlines. So we have no reason to be mad with our own people. And I ain't saying that those people that's saying all that evil against us are our people. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the people that accept the laws of the Torah are our people.
But what if they're not Israelites?
If they accept the laws of the Torah, they're Israelites.
Can you show me that in the Bible, King?
No, I'm telling you that, I could, but hold up. Anybody that, let me say it this way, was Hagar an Israelite?
No.
Was Abraham an Israelite?
Abraham wasn't an Israelite, but he was still a forefather of the Israelites. He was still a part of a divine chosen. So Abraham, going back to Adam, right? Adam and his descendants were the chosen people of their time. So when you look at Noah and his 3 sons, for example, right? They were brought into the ship and saved from the flood, right? They were the elect of their time, but the blessing continued through the chosen line continued through Shem, and then eventually got to Jacob and the 12 patriarchs. So I respectively disagree with that based on some contextual truths concerning the word Gentile and the reason why the gospel had to go throughout all 4 corners of the earth, because the Israelites were spread in all of those places. And I wanted to read something to show that Israelites were identifying as other people.
Okay, I'm listening.
I wanted to read something.
I'm listening.
We're gonna go to the book of Acts. I know the brother is only rocking with the Torah, but brother, if you would bear with me, please, because I just want to show something. As far as there were Israelites that called themselves other nations of people, and I have a few definitions of the word Gentile, not the word Hellene or Hellenista, but the word Goy, which actually means a non-Israelite, right? It can contextually apply to a foreign Israelite too, and I might have to bring that out and actually read it. But I want to show you something in the book of Acts real quick.
Sure.
This is Acts chapter 2, and I will let me start at verse 5. It says, and there were dwelling in Jerusalem devout men out of every nation under heaven, right? I'm sorry. Salaka, let me read that one more time. It says, this is the book of Acts chapter 2, and let me start at verse 5. It says, and there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men out of every nation under heaven. It says, verse 6, and when this was noised abroad, the multitude came together, and they were confounded, because that every man heard them speak in his own language. Verse 7, and they were all amazed and marveled, saying one to another, behold, are not all these which speak Galileans? Verse 8, and how hear we every man in their own tongue wherein they were born? Verse 9, Parthians and Medes. So it was Jews that identified as Parthians and Medes. It says Elamites and dwellers in Mesopotamia and in Judea and in Cappadocia, in Pontus and Asia. It says, verse 10, Phrygia and Pamphylia, in Egypt. It was Israelites that called themselves Egyptians, right? And you know what's interesting about that? Do you know that some scholarly sources are saying that Ramses III actually has the E1B1A Y chromosome haplogroup, right? And there are some brothers that believe that that's really Jacob's seed line. It's interesting that it mentions it was Israelites identifying as Egyptians in Acts chapter 2, right? It says,
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
It says, well, I think what we're saying is a little bit different. What I'm saying is the Egyptians, the sons of Mizraim, and the sons of Israel are 2 different bloodlines of black people, are races in a more modern term.
Mizraim is the son of Ham, right?
Right. So what I'm saying is they're 2 different bloodlines of black
Shem
people.
is obviously different than Ham because they brothers. So how could Mizraim be mistaken for our bloodline when we Shemites and they Kemites, which is
Well,
Mizraim?
the Israelites and the sons of Ham have a very similar phenotype. In some ways, it's hard to decipher between us when you look at some of the Israelites being mistaken for Egyptians and Ethiopians in the Bible, right? But it says in parts of Libya and Cyrene. I believe Barnabas was from Cyrene. It says, and strangers of Rome, Jews and proselytes, verse 11, Greeks and Arabians, right? So it was Israelites that identified as Arabians. It was Israelites that identified as Romans. I read a definition of the word Neger that's in the book of Acts, right? Acts chapter 13 and verse 1, where it talks about how Barnabas and Simeon were called Neger, right? And I read a definition when I went to the library downtown. I think the dictionary that I read out of was from like 1887. And it talked about how that word Neger, right? It talked about how it was common among the Romans, right? So what is that telling us? It's telling us that the Romans that was calling themselves Neger, right? Those were Israelites in Rome. And you can actually see evidence of that with the Negro king Septimius Severus, right? So you can't you mean to tell me that it was one Negro in Rome that was a king and it wasn't no other Negroes in Rome? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there were Israelites that called themselves Romans. It was Israelites that called themselves Greeks. It was Jews that called themselves Egyptians, right? But they were bloodline descendants of Jacob and not Ham. So that's where my place of contention would be concerning some of the things that I studied, Elder.
Yeah, and then one of the things that I would just like to point out is that you might want to consider is that like they try to ask me sometimes, they try to say, yo, bro, is Abraham a Chaldean?
Let me start at verse.
You heard me?
Say it one more time.
They try to ask me, is Abraham a Chaldean? I'm giving you an example. Is Abraham a Chaldean? And the answer is no. Abraham is a Chaldean born in that nationality under that nation, but by bloodline, Abraham could not be a Chaldean. Abraham is a Shemite, and I always be a Shemite.
One of the problems you'll have with that when you deal in academia today, the new world academia, is that they'll try to say that Abraham didn't wasn't no Chaldeans didn't even make it into the land at that time. The Abraham, they didn't come until the time like a Solomon into the land. So they're saying that Abraham could not possibly have been a Chaldean, nor could he have lived in the land of the Chaldeans. But the problem with that is that
no, that's phony. But go ahead.
Hear me out. It's not phony. The problem with that, it's a problem. The problem with that goes is that when you're talking about everybody, when you open up that Bible, according to tradition, Moses wrote that story. Abraham didn't tell his story, which means that it was anachronistically written.
Nah, you're missing the point.
Hold on, that's what I'm saying. So what I'm trying to say is that when you're dealing with anachronistic writings, Abraham could not have, if Abraham had not been in that land at that particular time. You dig what I'm saying? I mean, if Abraham had been in that land and the Chaldeans had not been in that land at the particular time, we got to find out the reason why.
Let me explain something to you, though, brother.
And why he's not a Chaldean.
Let me explain something to you, brother. See, it's something called postmodernization. You can't take modern day jargon and rhetoric and laws and things like that and throw them on Abraham. Abraham is following 613 laws called the Torah. This is what he living by. You can't take your laws or your country or whatever you think about America, all this stuff that you bringing up, all this modern day philosophy and psychology and whatever other type of rhetoric they got.
Okay, why can't I? Why can't I?
The reason why
you
because
said I
of the
can't,
term.
but I'm asking you why can't I?
The reason why is because of the term postmodernization.
Okay.
You're not
Now,
being genuine.
I'm gonna tell you.
Genuine. You're not being genuine if you're gonna tell me, like we just got through discussing about the name Israel. In one context,
let's look up this term postmodernization. I'm gonna see if that even a term, postmodernization, because y'all guys just be doing too much,
can
man.
I talk while you figure that out though? Because
I ain't figuring out nothing, man. We gonna look it up. You ain't gotta wait. I got 5G. We on it now.
I'm saying, can I talk?
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so
you supposed to be saying something to me.
The brother asked me earlier, was there a scripture that was talking about whether or not you could be an Israelite or whether or not you had to be of the bloodline to be with us? And the one that I want to point out, because I don't want to try to make I don't want him to say I'm running from him. So I'm just going to say it. Bro, you could turn to Genesis 12, though, like 12:10. And you know what? Miriam got cursed because she was mad with Moses, because Moses was going to marry the Ethiopian, so on and so forth. So these the incidences where the Yahuwah himself showed us that people, we don't judge people outside the tribe. If they part of the law and they part of his plan, then, but go ahead now, brother. You run the show now. The other brother that was talking, I'm done.
No, we running the show because we talking together. That's how we have discussions. I can't run a show or talk to myself. You know, you was talking about postmodernization. Okay, you were saying that something about this word postmodernization, and I guess because I don't understand this term, why I can't see what you're talking about between the relativity and understanding of Abraham between today and yesteryear. Am I correct?
No, I'm not here to argue with you, brother.
No,
You
I'm just
said you
asking
was
you a
gonna look.
question because I want to understand what you're saying.
Well, if you let me answer, I'm in the middle of talking. So
All right.
I'm saying to you that, you know, like concerning the word postmodernization, I wouldn't have never said it if I thought you couldn't grasp it. You know what post mean? That means past.
Yeah.
And you know what modern mean? Today. So that's a
Yeah.
contradiction in itself. So
Right.
then
Like
I
an
figured,
oxymoron. That's why I had to
yeah,
look it up because
so then I figured like
it couldn't compute in my mind.
So then I figured like you would see the oxymoron in the word saying like, hey, that makes sense. I can't post date something and modernize it at the same time. I can't take something from the past and put the modern over it and then call it like it is. That's not
You know
calling
what?
it like it is. I
Right. So
can't say I can't hold
you
up, hold up. I can't say that Pharaoh drove a Bentley when Bentleys weren't around. I can't say that. I can't say Abraham was a Chaldean when Chaldeans wasn't around.
right.
So, but I can say that there was a land called Ur because it's
Right.
an ancient word called Uruk. And I could say that Abraham had a father named Haran and Terah, and I could say they lived in that land called Ur, the land of
Yeah.
fire. It's a word for that. So I still say, I
Yeah.
stand on my word. Abraham lived in the land, later on called Ur of Chaldees, because Chaldeans later moved there. According to them, Chaldean means
Right.
demon.
Right.
Chaldean means
Right.
demon. So yeah, the land
Well, I
of
don't know
fire
that,
and
but
demons. So
I
Abraham
didn't
left
know
that
that part.
land.
But
But yeah, this look it up. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. I don't make up
yeah,
stuff. I ain't here to show out or nothing. I'm
yeah,
just
but
telling you what it means.
and I just want to let you know, man, that I'm not at beef with you. I just wanted you to understand that what I was trying to grasp from what you were saying. It
Yeah,
ain't a whole bunch on there, so we can dialogue like that without arguing. Now, when you got
yeah,
10 people on the platform, you can, you got to be more structured, but we can talk to each other. You see what I'm
facts,
saying?
facts.
And when you
For
say,
just one brief moment, elders, I wanted to give a shalom. I see Mighty Hebrew in the chat and our brother Judah Nazareth. Shalom to the two kings one time, and all the brothers and sisters in the chat, on the panel, and all the Israelites worldwide. Salaki, appreciate it, elders. Y'all can go ahead and continue.
hey, Mighty
Peace
Hebrew,
to
I use your research, man, in this. You might want to go back and listen to this and share this, man. Because I use what you sent me, in this presentation earlier. We just at the end of the presentation chopping it up. That was for
hey,
Mighty Hebrew.
peace to mighty Hebrew.
Yeah, he played a role in helping me do some of this research.
Babylon done. I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, bro.
So, as far as when you were saying like Egypt, my people, right, and Israel, and that if you're a non-Israelite, if you follow the Torah, are you saying that they're going to be the priest of the Lord?
Yeah,
Wait. Somebody said yeah. I ain't say that. But what was your
that was
question
me.
again?
That was me. I'm sorry. That was my sister
Oh,
talking to me in the background. I'm gonna mute my
So when
mic.
it talks about the good tidings in Isaiah 61, what I'm asking is there a distinction between the Israelites and all the other nations of people according to Isaiah chapter 61 verses 5 and 6?
you want to read it?
Yeah, let me bring it out real quick, and then I wanted to ask you guys about that. This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 61 and verse 5. It says, "And the strangers shall stand and feed your flocks, and the sons of the aliens shall be your plowmen and your vine dressers." Verse 6, "But ye shall be named the priests of the Lord, and men shall call you the ministers of our God, and ye shall eat of the riches of the Gentiles, in and in their glory shall ye boast yourselves." So isn't those two scriptures making a distinction between the Israelites and all the other races of people on earth, is what I'm asking.
Well, I would say, yeah, and I said that earlier, that it's a distinction between the remnant of Israel or Judah and the rest of the multitude. There is a distinction. It's a distinction between the lost sheep of the house of Israel. It wouldn't be no words for that unless it was a distinction between the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Yahshua himself has a bloodline of the seed of David, of the line of Judah.
So when it says ye shall be
I
the son,
mean,
the priest of the
that's what
Lord,
I'm
right?
saying. Like,
That's
go
not
ahead.
talking about all the Israelites.
What? Now say it again. We what?
When it says we're gonna be the priest of the Lord, right? That's not talking about the Israelites and the plowmen and the vine dressers. Wouldn't that be the other nations? Because it says we're gonna boast ourselves in the riches of the Gentiles, right? So Israelites,
But what's
wouldn't
the?
the priest of the Lord be the Israelites?
No, the priest of the Lord is a specific group of people,
Okay, I
Levitical
see what
and
you're saying.
Melchizedekian.
I
That's
feel
what.
I believe those are the Levites. The Levites are
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm
ones.
saying. Like when people be saying like they got the Kohen gene in Africa, I be like, but the Levites are not part of Judah anyway. I mean, they part of Israel or were part of Israel until, like I said, Joseph added Manasseh and Ephraim, but and then they became just the Levitical priesthood after the order of Melchizedek. So yeah, I mean, so no, it is a separate seed. Yeah, it is the Israelites are separate than the rest of the world.
So the
See, back
strangers
then,
and the
back then
plowmen,
they
those
had.
would be non-Israelites, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Who?
yeah. The others will be non-Israelites. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. I don't know if you heard this before, but something that I was talking about just recently, I think I mentioned it on this show. It's okay. You know that they say that it's Ashkenazim and Sephardic Jews. I said, how is there Ashkenazim Jew or a Sephardic Jew when there's not one 12 tribe of the 12 tribes of Israel called Ashkenaz or Sephardic? The word Ashkenaz is one of the sons of Gomer, who is one of the sons of Japheth. So the Ashkenazims would be children of Japheth or Gomer, not Jews. So they can't even be called that. And so
But that's
then
what
you
I
got,
was saying
so
before, previously, when you were saying Israel and Yisrael. Jew is a made-up word. There was nobody called Judah in the times or in biblical times.
no,
If you understand.
I specifically use this because Yahshua the Hamashiach said to them, I know those who say they are Jews, and this in the Revelation, not in the New Testament. I know those who say they are Jews, and they are not. So I know those who say they are of Judea, or they are Judean, they are of Judah. I know those who say this, who say they are Jews and they are not. They are the synagogues of Satan, the adversary. So
But you
yeah,
know why that statement is wrong? I'll
no,
tell you why
that's
that
in the
statement is wrong.
Revelations. What are you talking about?
Okay, let me just tell you why the statement is wrong.
How is wrong when
Judah,
Yahshua said it himself? Go ahead. You tell me.
Judah in biblical days always was together with Levi and Benjamin. So when the 9 tribes were displaced, obviously Judah, Benjamin, and Levi were not included in that. So when you say Jews, is he talking about Levites? Is he talking about Benjamites? You get
No,
what I'm saying?
he's talking about the Ashkenazim and the Sephardic, if you let me finish. Because it's saying, I know those who say they are Jews, Ashkenaz, who is of Gomer and Japheth, and Sephardic, which is the word for Spain in the Bible. Sepharad is the word for Spain. It's mentioned in the book of Obadiah one time. And it tells you it's for the word Spain. So now there's a group of people called Ashkenazim and Sephardic Jews who are the Zionists and Jesuit Jews, who are the Masoretic and Messianic Jews, who are the Hasidic and Orthodox and unorthodox and converted Jews, who are the Zionists and Nazi Jews who claim to be Jews, and they are not. They are the synagogues of Satan. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Okay.
But Babylon Doc, how can non-Israelites partake in the same blessing with the Israelites when they're not actually Israelites?
They won't listen.
Okay.
They married. Do you think that Hagar? I just told you that Ishmael is a Egyptian. He's part Egyptian. Can you just read Isaiah 19? Can you read that for us?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab that right now.
Then maybe this because if we read the whole thing, you'll see something for real. But you know, nobody don't ever have time to read the whole chapter. It's like everybody on a commercial. But you know that. But whatever part you read, I think we'll be able to get it out of it. But to read the whole chapter and to dissect the whole chapter of 19, well, not the chapter, but the whole verse right there of 19. Yeah, the whole chapter, verse 19. Yeah, that would be good.
Would you agree, Don, that you can be blessed by God and still not of the chosen people, but you can still be blessed by Yahweh?
Well, in Matthew 10:34, well, you know, when Yasha told a lady, the lady from Canaan, he told her, he said, you know, it's not meat to cast the children's bread to dogs. And she said, I know, master. And then he said, by your faith, right? By your faith. So anybody with the faith in the Most High can be blessed. Absolutely.
Well, I believe that at this point in time, they're in their so-called blessing in that sense because we're under the curses, and so therefore, yes, they will be blessed because they're under their blessing, so to speak. But when that finishes, then that would be that.
The reason why I asked
We
that,
many bloodlines.
Elder.
We many bloodlines. So if it was gonna, you know, like it say nothing impure will enter. So if nothing impure will enter, and we got all this mixed bloodline amongst our Israelite bloodline that we do have, then we would never enter the kingdom unless it was some type of consolation for us to enter the kingdom. And this is the consolation, because we done been through hell to get where we going, and we paying off a debt. That's what I was saying. When Joseph was sold into slavery, this is a punishment for that. This is a punishment while Israelites hating on Egypt. The punishment is you sold your brother into the hands of his own brother and didn't know it. And he gained power and became a king in the land of Pharaoh himself, and blessed y'all when y'all came to the land and brought his father to the land of Egypt. Joshua, land of Egypt. Abraham, land of Egypt. Yeah, everybody, land of Egypt, man. Stop, man. That's our land. I can show you scripture where it tells us that Egypt is our land.
But when we look at all of this, you talk about Israel hating on Egypt. Now
Yeah.
we want to get rid of the amphibolies and ambiguous talk where we could run from Egypt the land or Egypt the man. But most real Israelites, I'm not talking about these confused campers. Those are our sons, man. Real Israelites. I gave you the real. I'm a part of that Israelite cloth that I was telling you about earlier. That shit to go way back, man. That's what I'm not a part of this new shit, this camp shit, man. And these guys are just pushing out just real false information, doc. You know, and they got all of my people just misconstrued and all over the place, man. You know, it almost like a tangly web that I have to unweave, man.
I'm with you, bro. Please, I'm with you, bro. Don't think that I'm trying to defend them in no kind of way, bro. I'm not. I'm with you. I agree with you.
Yeah. Yeah, man. But go ahead, man. I go ahead. Go ahead.
I just mean that from the truth, bro. I'm with you 100%. And the brother that's right next to me, I forgot his name already, but yeah, bro. No, I told him I agree with what y'all saying. That's why I came on here because I'm fighting the same battle. I feel like they got a lot of our people caught up in a loop, and I feel like we need more shows and more time like this to
You
talk.
saw that history that I kicked today. These one West and these campers is our sons. They not even our sons. They like our great grandchildren in this movement, man.
I agree. I agree,
And
bro.
they fucking up.
Hey, peace to the panel. Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
No,
sir.
we can hear you. Shalom. What up, King?
Hey, Shalom,
What it do?
Shalom, Shalom, and peace to all the rest of the brothers. Um,
Blessings.
I
Shalom,
just,
brother.
I just wanted to tap in
What's
real
up,
quick.
Yasef?
Oh, that's Yasif, that's Yasha,
Yes, sir. Good man.
Yasmin,
We're there,
Young
chilling. We're
Peace,
chilling. We're chilling.
Yeah.
peace to everybody.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks, brothers.
I just wanted to give a brief thought, maybe to introduce to the conversation, and maybe we can start to move in this space that I will introduce, hopefully. My thought process is when it comes to the One West camps or to any of our brothers or sisters who we feel are wayward, that we would instead, you know, instead of attacking them, try to put forth the ideology of where we operate, which should be in the first half of Deuteronomy 28 instead of the last half.
Ooh. And to start off, almost like the day you hear my voice.
Hallelujah. So what I see happening is, and I apologize for not being able to be active in these conversations for the last few weeks. I've been extremely busy in personal endeavors, but I will say,
Is that Anon?
yeah, it's me, A9. Peace to you,
Anon.
Yasha.
Oh my God. I'm looking at the black jet. I got lost. I heard that voice. What up, baby?
Peace to you, King.
Hey
Peace to
man, go
you.
back, man, and listen to this, man. I dropped some good jewels, man.
I
If you
got
was
here
listening.
late. Yeah, I got here late. I know you
Hey,
dropped
hey,
some
you
on us,
appreciate it, and I did it for my younger Israelites, man. Y'all
and I
need this
appreciate it.
knowledge, man.
I appreciate it.
I
And
dropped
that's
some
what I'm
bombs,
saying.
man.
That's what I'm saying. So for those of us that are, I'm less than a decade in.
I'm sorry,
So
Satel.
I'm less than a decade in, so I'm learning and growing. I would like to say that I've learned a lot, and I spent a lot of time studying. So maybe, hopefully, I'm in a position where I can be in a position to speak a little more than other brothers. Um, but if not, hopefully y'all can just take this and hold it. Um, if we can move into the space of moving in the blessings rather than the cursings, and start to be the light and move to the space where we understand that, first off, not everybody has this, right? Not everybody is able to move into a space where they can operate above the cursings. And so then that should immediately engage us and move us to a space where we can humble ourselves and start to try to be a teacher, right? And then the second space is rather than finding fault, find a place to bring our brothers and our sisters up. Let's try to elevate each other now. This is the space that we need to start to move into. When you have a brother like Kyrie who put it all on the line, whether you agree with him or not, a brother like Kanye who we may agree with or not, we have to now start to move into the space where we are becoming light rather than darkness, right? So
Hmm.
uh, I've watched some of the conversations like on Sinetter and, and different platforms. Um, my request would be that we do a little bit more studying. So when they ask us, why do we say who we are, or how do we arrive at the conversation of who we are and things of this nature, that we are able to go into antiquity and start to make a conversation. So for instance, if I was to ask the brothers on the panel, how do we identify who we are in Kemet or in Egypt? Do you know immediately to run to the 18th dynasty? Because according to our biblical chronology, that's where we would go to when we want to try to talk about the Exodus. And then from there, we move into the understanding that we were there as uh, the uh, the nomadic, or the what they call the Bedouin type of Semite that occupied Kemet before we see the Syro-Palestinian that comes in during the time of the Hyksos. And then to understand that this Syro-Palestinian, according to the works of Manfred Betek, are the ones that really began to enslave us and began to colonize us. And then we move into the space where Amos, Kamos, Thutmose the first, Thutmose the second, Thutmose the third begin to continue that. And that's what sets the identity or the ideology of the what we call the proto-Israelite. And we can look at that. I think the sister Napai had done a good job of bringing out the writings that were found by Flanders Petrie. So I'm gonna give y'all a quick tool or quick jewel, and then I'll surmise where I'm at. So Flanders Petrie was able to identify the Proto-Sinaitic writing that is in that Hathor temple, or in the area of, I think it's Kerbit El. Um, Forgive me, I don't have the name off the top of my head, but the temple.
Serabit El Kadim.
There you go, Serabit El Kadim, right? Where we see this. Now, if you understand what you see an AB Cedary, right? This AB Cedary is the Proto-Sinaitic.
Ooh.
This is where we see us actually practicing our writing. Now, here's something that I'll give you, and I'll bring this out later when I'm able to get back and really start to present my writings and my presentations. If you understand what's being written at Sabit El Kadim, and then you look at the cursed tablet of Mount Ebal, which is the latest writing that we see in excavations, that same Proto-Sinaitic writing is written on that Mount Ebal tablet that is in the writings discovered by Flanders Petrie. If you understand that, now we have a way to identify those that are writing at Sabit el Kadim and line that up in the 14th century, which is the time of the Canaanite conquest of Mount Ebal. And that actual cursed tablet of Mount Ebal has the name of Yah on that cursed tablet. And it says cursed, cursed, cursed. You can then continue to look that up. The point that I'm making is by using science, using archaeology and things of that nature, we can actually start to make an argument of us being in those turquoise mines, in those copper mines, and then taking that writing and lining it up with that cursed tablet on Mount Ebal, and then continue to use the writings of the Habaru and the Aparu, who are making the attacks. We can then line that up with the destruction of Jericho, of AI, and with Hazor. So the point that I'm making is, if you really go into antiquity, we can make an argument for who we are without trying to destroy Kemet. See, the conversation is not to destroy Kemet, but to identify who we are.
Facts.
If we realize who we are as a people, there's no need to destroy anyone else. Our goal is simply to identify who we are and say who we are and why we are what we are. The whole world is now starting to recognize us and look at us. Please stop arguing with Sinetta. Please
Oh,
stop going on these panels and making us look like the idiots that they want us to look like, and begin to become the wiser nation that we are. You have people like Prince Charlandine or Mighty Hebrew, and all of the brothers and sisters who are from Demona, and all of the brothers and sisters who are from here. like Elder Quana and the Queen Karima and the brother JJ and Judah, and we can just go on down the line, brother Yasha and all of the brothers and sisters that we deal with. Elder Yara, I mean, forgive me if I'm forgetting names, but if we move into the space where we move away from letting them provoke us and actually having our scholarship on point, we will no longer live in a space where we would attack and respond, but we remain calm, cool, and collected and put these people in their place and start to be the light that the world requires us to be.
Can
But
I say something, brother?
yeah, let me. I'll be real quick. You said real quick after me. I've been that way, and on his show, you saw that. Now on my platform, that's something different. I take the stuff over there and I do what's right on my platform.
Right.
But
Right.
over there, you ain't seen me over there act a fool, clown, act up, a rebuttal. But I can't let false information just rest, man. Especially when you censoring me, man,
That's
cutting
right.
me off,
Hey,
distracting, and doing that dumb stuff. I can't let you even think that the false information rests with you, bro, and it don't. I have to go back home and take this information and regurgitate that, spit that stuff up, eat it, spit it up, and give it back to my people the way it's supposed to be, man.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
And
Let,
that's
let
what
me
I do on
respond
my
to that.
channel. But on his channel, I do just what you said, and the world should, and the bigger audience should see that.
And I do, and I recognize that you've done that, Elder, and I applaud you for that. It is not my intent to offend anyone, right? Because you could probably look in the past and find me cussing some people out. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, right? So it's not my intent to attack anyone and make them feel as though we've not accomplished the goal. What I'm saying is now it's transition time. It's not about what we haven't done in the past. It's about what we do in the future. And I agree with you. You have gone on Sinetter and held your cool and kept yourself to a level of applied to where I even look at it and be like, I hope.
Hey, now, hey, now, the Lions didn't know that I'm a bigger clown than JJ Sarnetta and Black Jesus, bro. The Lions didn't
That's
know
what's
that,
up.
man.
That's what's up. But let's hope that in the future the entire world looks at us that none of us are clowns. None of us. Like I said, you could find uh arguments of me going off on people on SBDL, right? So I promise you, I'm not sitting here talking in a sense of like Paul said, not as though I've attained it, but I press towards the mark of the higher calling. It is my goal that all of us would press towards the mark of the higher calling. And I know we argue about what the higher calling is in Christ Jesus. I would say that the goal is to reach the messianic age of balance where we operate in a mentality of justice and judgment, the promise
that's
to
my eye.
Abraham. Hallelujah, right?
Hey, you know the
And if you
Ashkenazi,
understand,
and I'm gonna cut you off. I'm gonna let you get back. But you know the Ashkenazi saying they Messiah here now.
yeah, I saw that, and I saw that, and
Shalomo,
They talking that
faith,
talk.
now,
God.
I'm gonna float this out there too. I know some of y'all are gonna agree, and maybe not disagree.
Hey, right at the time when Black Israel emerged.
Now, I would say the way, if y'all could hear this, if y'all could receive this, I would be grateful. The way that we separate from them is to move from a mono, what do they call themselves? Monotheistic to a monolatristic understanding. Now, if you don't know what a monolatristic understanding is that we understand that other gods exist, but we only subscribe or prescribe worship to our deity. Whereas the monotheistic perspective is that there's only one God. And the
Now
way
you
that
know I'm
we
a linguist, so you know you're gonna have to tell us how you spell latristic.
according, I mean, it's a new word, so it's mono L, latristic,
Oh, okay. So
LATR.
it's, I don't knock nomenclature or words being invented. I don't never knock that. So this is where you coin.
Yeah, no, it's a word that's coined by the European. I won't pretend that I made it up, right?
You mean like
But
You mean like it's a
But
new word? It's a new word in lexicography,
yes, in lexicography.
meaning like it's
But
a brand
according,
new word.
yes,
It's like
well,
a brand new word.
according to the European, but according to us, we had the understanding. And let me explain what I mean. So according to us, when you read the text, the uh, Philistine or the other tribes, they had their deity, and their deities were who they worshipped. We didn't deny that those deity existed. We just acknowledged that we worship our deity, and our deity is the most
Yeah, but
powerful
that's
deity.
automatically in our language because
Hallelujah.
even
Hallelujah.
Yahuwah himself say, "There shall be no other gods besides me." So yeah,
Right.
even Yahuwah
But that
recognized that
doesn't
people can
negate
have other fake, false imitations,
right, but that
whatever you
doesn't
want to call
negate
them,
that they
God.
exist. That just means we know that our deity is the patron deity, is the power.
Yeah,
And the
it
reason
just
that becomes, but the reason that that becomes important is because when you understand that our God is the most powerful, I no longer have to argue with other people about their God. I
okay.
don't
Let me
have to
say this.
go
Let me
ahead,
say
bro.
this. I do want to say this though. That like I agree with the soft spoken and the whole, we
No, I
could
ain't
come by
saying be no
God.
sucker. Nah, that's not what
Wait,
I'm
I ain't
saying.
say
Right.
sucker. I
I'm glad.
said soft
Right,
I'm
spoken.
glad.
right.
Let me speak. Let me
I'm glad
speak,
you
brother.
went
Let
back
me
to that
speak.
because that's what we was originally talking about. I'm glad you
Yeah,
took us back there,
let's
brother.
lay this out. Let's lay this out. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, I said I could see. I was just gonna say the Yahuwah made us of different kinds and different
Yes,
shapes and
sir.
different
Yes,
minds.
sir.
You see what I'm
Yes, sir.
saying? And there's
Yes, sir.
different levels and different degrees to this thing that we're going through, right? So then some people serve their purpose on the level that they own, and other people serve their purpose on the level that they own. And it's somebody got to be out here to battle this beast and to battle these words. Even in the book of Revelations, it tells you that they would spit out water and try to drown the woman, and the earth would swallow that up. And to me, we the swallowers up of the water. We swallow up all the slander and we spit back out the truth. We the children with no guile in our mouth, and we don't tell no lies. We speak the truth about Yahuwah before everybody on every platform. And we're not afraid to be called liars or cheaters or to be looked at as being any kind of way that anybody would look at us. Only thing we care about is how
Peculiar.
we look in the eyes of the Yahuwah. And I feel like when the Yahuwah look down on me, that Yahuwah says, "You my son."
And that's beautiful. And I 100% agree with that. Here's the only thing that I'm talking about. I am a warrior, right? I've been to the military. I'm trained in all the practices of war. The difference is how I choose to use my rifle, right? So here's the point that I'm saying. I agree that we are not to be soft. We are not to
Yeah,
capitulate or to give up ground at any point in time to our enemy. But what I'm saying is when our enemy decides to use improper practices, then we either choose not to engage on that battlefield or we choose to engage in that battlefield a certain way. So, in other words, if I go on Sinetta's channel and every time I talk, they're cutting me off, if I choose to spaz out and start cussing them out and yell at them, you got to understand that makes all of us look like we have no decorum.
that's exactly
So,
what
Thank
they
you.
did to Yahuwah. That's exactly what they
Thank
did to
you.
no,
Yahshua. When he would teach in
I
the temple,
disagree. I
when he
disagree
would
though.
teach in the
There's
Preach.
only
temple,
one
people,
time. There's only one time that we see Yeshua really lose his cool, and that's is
I'm
when he
saying
goes
that
in.
people heckled him and
Hear
people
me
harassed
out,
him
King.
and threw
Hear
rocks
me
at him.
out. Right, hear me out, and I agree.
Hold up,
And they
hold that for the minute. Let A9 get back to the point, cause I don't want. We'll start. He go. I don't want him to. I
no,
don't like when A9
I'll use that and
get.
tie it in. I'll use that and tie it
Yeah.
in, Elder.
All
I'll use
right.
that and tie it
Because
in.
I don't want
Cause
him
I
to lose his point.
Yeah, no, I because I agree with where the brother Babylon Don is going. Because what he's saying is we are not to be soft, we are not to be weak, we are not to let our points go unnoticed. And I 100% agree with him with that. But notice the only time we see Yeshua lose his cool, and I'm guilty of this as well. So I'm not blaming anyone. I use
I wouldn't
myself
say he
as
lost his cool, but go ahead.
but I don't think he lost his cool either. But I'm saying there's a time and a place for everything. There's only one time that we see him. picking up the whip and going in, and that's when they are taking the kingdom or taking the temple and turning it into a house of thieves, right? Where he comes in with the cat and the whips and nine tails. He goes in because the money changers have defrauded the people. Other than that, he would wait for people to speak, and then he would respond with so much authority and so much intelligence that they had nothing to say. My hope and my goal is that we would move into the space where when they are cutting us off and when they wouldn't let us speak, that we wouldn't try to yell and overtalk. We would
You
let
ever heard
them.
of the Sons of Thunder?
I've heard,
Yeah, I
yes,
know the
sir.
brothers of Southern Thunder.
Can I let
Okay,
me
then.
And
finish real
All
quick?
right.
I think I've
Let me
moved in that space though.
and I agree with you 100%, Elder, but I also will say that not all of us have moved in that space. And I refuse to name one name. I refuse to put one brother or sister on blast or anything like that. I will simply say if the shoe fits, let it wear it. Or if the brick hits you, then let it hit you. It is not my goal
And I
to
would
come and put any brother or
let me say this
sister in
real
a
quick,
position.
I will say this real quick, and that refining happened here in the Lions Den because before that, I didn't
I
give a
feel
fuck,
if you're
man.
gonna go on the clown show, act a fucking clown. I mean, it is what it is.
And that's
Facts.
why I
I
love the
get, I
Queen
get
Karima.
that.
I
I
mean,
get
shit.
that.
What the fuck? Where you gonna
Let me
get
add
out
this
of?
last
Where
point.
you gonna get out of acting all good when you ain't like it? It don't make no sense. Like,
But
Facts.
this is why for me, I don't say you should go on there. This is
right,
why I
and
agree
this is
with you,
why for
sister.
me, I don't tell somebody how they act because you see how you just say, "Well, I act a fool," but then you don't do that because you never know when somebody gonna get you out of your character. And as soon as you say you're not that, anybody can get you out your
They
character.
make you be like that.
Exactly.
That's real.
So at
That's
the end of
real.
the day, I'm like, you know what I mean? If they acting a fool, to you, act a fucking fool and get on. Like,
But
and
this,
then you
okay,
got
what
your
we're
own
taught,
platform. You got your own platform, and you can just basically explain how you acted a fool.
but this is what we taught though, right? Bad, what does it say? What are we taught in Corinthians? I want to say bad manners corrupt absolutely or something along those lines. Basically, if we continue to be around those that act up, we'll continue to act up.
But
So
if you
I don't want
continue to act holy moly, you gonna continue to show. The devil's gonna show that you ain't that person that you pretending to be in the first place. So you can get out of character regardless. It ain't gotta be because you on somebody's platform. So
no,
at
But
but
the end of the day,
like,
all
it's
I'm saying is
basically
I'm
all I'm saying is this,
you
sis.
know
I'm
people start
genuinely a
acting
nice.
like they holy
Oh,
I'm
moly
genuinely.
and
I'm
no,
that
I'm
they
not
genuinely.
talking
following
about
scriptures to the T. You basically
nah.
following a dead person and acting like you're gonna be
That's not
exactly
what I
like that
mean.
person, and you're not. It's like it's
That's
not.
not what I
Well,
mean.
I'm
That's not what I
genuinely a
mean.
good and a nice and a loving person,
Just let them
and don't
talk.
get out of line unless I'm
This what I'm
disrespected, and that's
saying.
the way I've always been.
This
So
what I'm saying. This what I'm saying about me.
Hey, but
I
we do
know
have to respect the goddess conversation. We couldn't even hear her because y'all was over talking her. We wanted to hear what she was trying to say though.
Yep, this
That
is
ain't
why
what I'm talking
this is
about.
the reason why I say that. It's because everybody always talk about you go look at somebody and you be like, well, you should have act like this and you should have did this or you should have said this in the debate or you should have said this. That's why they're not you and you're not them. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, when you be in a situation, you should understand that person and then move on. And you know what I mean?
yes,
Don't try to
I
judge
do,
them.
baby. That's real.
Facts.
can I
I
respond?
agree.
So what we're taught is so for me, I know if somebody talk about my kids, talk about my family, I'm gonna act a donkey. I know if somebody lie on me, they keep cutting me off, they're not gonna let me speak, I'm gonna act a donkey. So instead of putting myself in that position, I'm not going to go on there. In Corinthians, we're taught that, what did we say? Be not deceived, bad manners corrupt, absolutely, or something along those lines. What I'm saying is, Brother Yasha goes on there, and when they get to acting stupid, he just sit there, he won't engage in it. What we got to understand at this point, the entire world, not just our small space that we are operating in or we're used to operating in. The entire globe is now watching us. We have to now move into a space where we understand we need to be the political as well as the local and regional leaders of movements across the globe. We cannot
Hey,
forget
now
to
when
that.
they get to acting silly, I leave.
And that's my point.
And
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 I
I
feel like
okay,
wish,
that,
can
man.
I just
and
I,
say this though?
I just wish,
I
I
would
just
like to
wish,
say this
just
quickly.
allow me to finish. Just allow me to
All right,
finish,
go
and then
on,
I'll
go on,
shut
go on,
up.
okay,
go on,
brother.
brother.
Then we
I
gonna go. Hey,
wish,
now.
yeah, and I'll shut up. I'll shut up right after this. I wish that somebody would have came and pulled me by the coattails when I first was getting started at this and said, when they get to acting stupid, let them act stupid and you can remove yourself. And then, like Sister Karima said, now we have our own platforms that we can come back to and voice our opinions.
Bingo.
We do not want to be on certain platforms giving them things on record to take and show to other governments that will then bar us from being able to enter into other parts of the world and starting to create things that we need to in order to get us out of our current captivity. I'll yield right there.
Right, right. I was gonna say quickly that I mean we're all speaking about this, but let's not fool ourselves for a second because we know what Sarnetta's show is about, basically, or his platform is about. And it's kind of funny because we know that there's certain people who make up the show. JJ's one of them, Black Jesus, Garfield, Brother Reggie. These kind of people are the people who make up the show. The rest, like us, we just go and we just ask questions, basically. And this is what the show is. So, again, we know what it is. So, I don't understand. The only thing with me, which I would agree, is that sometimes we Hebrews, we like to talk a lot. And so we have to keep our answers short. That's what a man does. You speak short and you leave it. Take it or leave it. It's up to you. And with that, I yield.
Yeah, and
Hey,
all I
this
was
is
gonna
a
say,
this is a
brother,
powerful
is
show tonight. Y'all boys giving that y'all men and lady is giving that heat tonight.
hey, only thing I was gonna say, brother, and I appreciate love you giving us this platform and allowing us to speak like this. Um, what I wanted to say, brother, was that you know, if Yeshua himself came and he only came amongst those people that were cool, calm, collected, had it all together, talk really, articulate, know all the right things to do, then he never would have helped nobody. He came to the poor, the needy, the elderly, the homeless, the
Hey Peter,
widow, the
hey Peter
orphan.
was a cutthroat. I mean a cut ear.
That's right. He had a knife. I was gonna mention that, bro. We be thinking just alike. I get your point. You know what I'm saying? And
Hey,
they
yo,
carry
Butter Knife
swords.
Squad. Hey, Butter Knife Squad. Y'all wouldn't have been talking tough like that to Peter, not in his face. He
Facts.
would have put that smoke on your ass.
So, and
The
then I
Lord
want
would have had to grab Peter, like, Peter, don't do him like that.
Hey, and I 100% agree with y'all because I would be Peter. I would be the nigga that's pulling out the burner. If we're gonna be honest, right? But
yeah,
Right, brother.
here's the
facts.
point that I'm making, right? Because
Wait,
don't
I
get it
wasn't finished.
twisted.
I had
Oh,
one
I'm
more
sorry,
thing to
brother.
ask
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
I had something to ask you too. I want to ask you something. And so, because I still got electricity down here. But the other thing, I kind of forgot it. But the one thing I did want to ask you was, okay, I heard your argument, and I mean that in a good way. I mean that
Uh-huh.
like a court argument.
Yes, sir.
Like,
Yes, sir.
okay. So now, I heard your argument. Now, what I was looking for though, because you said we left out, I agree. I agree with everything you said at first. But when you said we made it there before the Hyksos, and then you said Cosmos and Osmos came after.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I understand that. But where you say we made it before the Hyksos, you didn't tell me which name we would be under in the
Amu.
records. So
The Amu. We'll be under the name of Amu.
Amu, let me spell that.
Man, y'all
AAMU.
boys out cold over here.
So it's
Ooh.
AMU. All right, so let me put a button on
Okay, and
this.
so
Let
no,
me put a
I'm
button on
familiar
this and
with
then let's
them
go
now.
into it.
Okay,
Let's
go
get it.
ahead. Go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
let me put
Go
a
ahead.
button on this and then we'll get into that. I love that conversation. So the only point I'm saying is, hey, look, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like I'm just as aggressive, is not more aggressive than most of y'all brothers. One day, JJ will play some of the debates so y'all can see how aggressive I get at
I
these.
got you.
Like don't
Nah,
get it
hey,
twisted,
nah,
right? Yeah, don't
nah.
get it
Stop,
twisted, right?
stop the bullshit, dude. You out fucking cold, son.
I
And, and, and,
I
and
love you,
and
Elder. I'm just trying to be humble, right? So
hey, I'm
Yeah, the
trying to
one
tell.
where somebody was coming at Elder Yara, and yeah, he
yeah,
was.
I don't play that. Yeah, that's my elder.
Oh yeah,
So
that was King Seth.
yeah, that was King Seth. And notice King Seth don't want that Exodus smoke. So, but anyway, the point that I'm putting is this: when you know that somebody trying to play you for a donkey, don't give it to him. That's the only point that I'm making. We know that that brother's, and I can't call him a brother. We know that that person's uh, uh, focus is to make us look bad. So when you know that, if you're gonna go on there and don't let him provoke you. Don't let him come to any space and provoke you because that's his goal. And I had to learn that there are some people in this space who simply want to provoke you. That's their only goal. They could care less whether they right or wrong. Don't give it to them. That's why they say be calm, be cool, collected, because it's like heaping hot coals upon their face. It's like it will make them more mad and it will cause them to act up if you remain calm, cool, collected. That's my only point.
Salakia. Black
Yeah,
Jedi, you know what?
Shanetta remind me of. Okay, you know how y'all kicking it, right? He'll come to
Yep.
you and kick it with you. Soon as the popular dude come around,
He
he'll
wanted
neglect you
right.
for that popular dude, and that's what he do. He called JJ. See, that's what y'all don't realize. He called
Oh
JJ
yeah.
behind the scenes and be
Yep.
trying to, kiss his ass, apologizing, get him back on the show. He be cool. Y'all understand? He be cool for a minute because he be trying to let JJ get his little flow. But it all be a little setup. Just give him a little
Right.
rope, and then soon as a popular dude come on, then he's jumping ship. But y'all don't understand that.
No, we do.
Yeah, he rolled the
That's why.
red
That's
carpet
why.
out for
That's why I
I
Walter
hope you
Williams
refuse.
and
know we
shit.
see that,
That's why.
Gotti.
That's why
I
I
see it.
refuse. That's why I refuse to say a brother's name. Right. That's why I didn't come on here to say nobody's name because he do it to several people. So
I'm
since we
just
putting
trying
it
to
out
get
there,
JJ to see I'm on his team, really.
but since we putting it out there, I wanted to be known. I love my brother JJ, and I don't hold nothing against him because I done been in them positions where people will bring you in a situation where you think you cool, and then they play you, and then they use things against you, and you be so irritated that they would have the audacity to do that to you, that you do what you do. You do where we come from, right?
Exactly. He did
But
Tahaka Bay like that. They
right,
playing the games. That's his little views.
right,
And they'll call you behind the scenes and then try to act like you cool and
right,
act like it was just a joke. You know what I mean? But you don't understand that. People that have a good heart and that really fuck with you on a
right.
friend level,
They
they'll still
trying not
fuck with
right.
you. You
That's
know what I
right.
mean? And people don't
And
understand that. Why you messing with him? Because y'all don't mess with him like that. Y'all don't deal with him like that. You know what I mean? Y'all not loyal. It's a difference between being loyal. Just because he talks stuff to me don't means I'm just gonna jump ship and like, I ain't messing with you. I might say some things, but I'm loyal to the soil. So at the end of the day, he could say a whole bunch of things. That's like my brother and my sister. They could say a whole bunch of things. I'll be mad for a couple of days, but I'm right back
and I'm gonna
at you
get over
because
it.
I'm not the one that was mad in the first place.
But the difference is that I'm gonna say, Queen Karima,
I
that's
bust
not
my
your.
brother and
That's
sister
not.
across the
But what I'm
goddamn
saying
head.
is though, what I'm saying is that ain't your brother and that ain't your sister. It's time for us to recognize who our ops are, and I'm gonna leave it
Fact.
right there. It's time for us to recognize who our ops are and let our ops be our ops, because we spending so much time on the panels and on the channels and in the time and in the consort of the ops that we are forgetting to spend time to build amongst each other. That's my only point.
Now I gotta say it, brother, that
Right. I
no,
don't go on that
Yeah.
platform like that, but I could play devil advocate because I could see it both ways and
I do,
understand
and
it.
I see it, and that's why I say I ain't finna say nobody name because I love my brother. I ain't no snitch. And if you ask me, he's right for snapping, but I hate to see us in these positions. That's the point that I'm making. I hate to see us in the positions where we gotta snap to get our point across
but maybe
because
you gotta
somebody
learn to love it. Maybe you should change your view because we showing you that we telling you that we ain't retarded and
We
we
real
got
people. You real
But see,
people.
the,
Ain't no
reason to do
robots here.
that.
Ain't no
but,
androids over here.
right,
Like we
and
really
because of
know
that,
we see the picture you see and we still choose to do it. We
and
still say
because
it
of
didn't
that,
affect them.
And because it ain't no robots or androids, it's real people over here. This is what I appreciate. I appreciate over here. All five of y'all, man. I'm just sitting back loving it. You see, I ain't saying much. I'm just sitting back basking, man. I probably rolled me up a nice doobie. Just sit back and watch you boys go and gal.
Right, and over here,
This
this is
is
not
what I
this.
want.
This ain't a Hebrew Israelite. You know, it may be a
Ain't nobody
gathering today,
fighting.
but this is
Ain't
a
nobody
debate
fighting.
league. It actually have all walks of life over here,
Yeah,
and
but
we
we
started with all walks of life: atheists, Comedics, Moors, Israelites. This is a
but
debate league, and that's what
but
people fail to realize. This is what JJ started.
we'll go ham on each other over here, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's just like WWF or MMA. We tear each other up in that ring afterwards, man. We might smoke a blunt, eat a damn falafel, you know, and drink a brew
That's right.
at the bar, laughing and
So
playing.
I just say this. I received that then, and I stay in my place.
Yeah, but
I
hey,
know for
we
me,
respect your point of view, and I watch my tongue. But if you look at the shows that I've been on, Sonetta, I sit back and I wait, I wait, I
right,
wait. I almost talk at the end of the
right,
show, and they barely
right,
let me say
right.
anything, bro. And on
So
Hey,
so
every
like
so
video,
then I'll just put this last point in. I got so much love and respect for JJ. I hate what they doing to him, and I don't want to see him over there being provoked to anger by people
I
who
tell
mess
I
with
tell
him.
JJ all the time he need to
but
fall
he's
back,
starting to
man.
get pissed, though.
JJ got tough skin. That's what y'all don't understand. You know
That's
what I
right.
mean?
But
He got tough skin, but he do it for those that's watching. That's what y'all understand. People actually hit him up that watch that show and that be coming over here and hit us in the inbox and everything, and they be like, you know what I mean? You the reason why I have a better understanding. So, it's he get people
That's what's
that
up. That's what's up.
really
I
come to
receive that,
him.
Queen.
He
I
really
I
do.
know
receive
Yes,
that.
sir.
all I
Yes,
know is
sir.
I
that the
Yes,
receive
owner
sir.
of a house, if they
I
make me,
receive that.
if I come to your house and you bent on disrespecting me, then I'm not gonna be coming to your house. I'm sorry.
That's
I'm just
my
saying it's
thought,
me.
but I can't say that to nobody else. I
Yeah, I
agree
can't
with you,
say that for
Elder, but I
nobody else.
can't say
That's
that
why
to
I said
nobody
that's
else.
just me, and
Right.
I'm gonna stand on that. Now,
But
if you that type of person and you get something out of that, then hey,
Like if
good
I
for
come to
you.
your house and I take my shoes off in your house and then you gonna kick my shoes, I'm just not coming to your house no more. I'm gonna hurt you for stuffing up my shoes. That's
Hey,
just me.
Right,
I'm
but
sorry.
that's just let you know y'all ain't never had no real friends, because there is
bro,
some friends that'll scuff up your shoe. You'll get mad, ready to beat them down, but at the end
brother,
of the day, you be like, "That's my
I
homie."
got
You know
Hey,
what I
shoes.
and
mean?
I got
I ride
I
for
shoes.
love
him.
you. I
So
love
at
you,
the end of
Sister
the day,
Karima. Hey, I love you, but
I
I'm
got
a
shoes
lion.
cost
If I got
1,500,
look, that's what
900,
I'm saying. If I pull
500.
up to my
You
partner
kick my
house,
shoes, we got a problem.
if I pull up to my partner house with the ghost boots, if I pull up to my partner house with the brand new Jordans, and he scuff them up on purpose, we gonna move some furniture. That's all I'm
okay,
saying.
and then y'all
That
still gonna be cool on
we
at the
gonna
end
be
of the
cool,
day.
right? Right.
Exactly. So
Right.
it is what
I'm
it
gonna be
is.
honest though. But I'm gonna be honest.
I don't know. As much as I spend on
I
my
don't
shoes,
believe.
we might not be
I
cool.
don't
You do that to
believe.
my shoes.
I just
Stop it,
don't
Terry.
believe.
You didn't have real people that they might have not
And I
did that
agree
to
with
your
her.
shoes,
I
but
agree
that's
with
an
her.
example. You
Yeah,
know,
but
it could have been
she made an
anything.
excellent point. She made an excellent point. The only thing that I'm saying is this: I don't believe that that certain particular person is his brother, and that's the only point that I'm gonna make. Now let's move on to this Exodus conversation.
Now,
Like
before we do that, can I just make a last comment?
But
Let me just make a
but
last comment.
I mean, that's your opinion, but you never know.
Right.
You
It's
know,
just my opinion. I
if
agree.
you never know
I
how many
gotta,
people that's
Right.
actually calling him and
Right.
doing what he don't do. You
Right.
understand
I
what I'm
got,
saying? So
I got us some Air
I
Force
agree.
being
Ones that
there when
cost
he need
200.
them to be there. So y'all don't know
You
that.
kick them, you kick
No,
them.
you
I may
right.
not have a
You
problem, but
right.
if you kick my Louis, my Gucci's, my Balenciagas, man, we may have a
I ain't
real
gonna
big
hold you because
problem, man.
Them Louis cost. But
hey,
I also hear what she's saying though, and she making
Yeah,
a good
listen,
point.
she made two good points. The
Yeah, she
first
made some
point
excellent points. She made some
was
excellent
the
points, and I gotta
loyalty.
respect that.
The first point was the loyalty. If you're a
Right.
friend with someone, she made a
Right.
great point by saying, yes, you might fall out and you will give a person chances. And the second point that she made, which was also important, is that we're all different people.
Yep.
My
facts,
tolerance level is different to your tolerance
Facts.
level.
Facts.
And
facts.
so, yeah, we can't blame. JJ and Sarnetta for their relationship that they have.
Facts.
That's between them. And whenever
Yeah,
JJ is ready or Sarnetta's ready, they'll pack it in.
and that's
They'll
why I
patch it up.
appreciate
They'll do
that,
whatever. That's their relationship. And
and that's why I
so we can't.
appreciate Judah Nash. Judah Nash, while they was fighting and arguing out, he was like, just let the dogs fight. Don't nobody get in it. Don't nobody say nothing because you can get caught in the
Right,
crossfire. Just
because
let them
Judah,
That's
go.
because Judah
correct.
is
That's
partners with
correct.
both of them. Right, Judah is partners with both of them. So that's why I agree, and that's why Kareem is making a good point. So I
Yes,
have
I
sir.
nothing else.
kept,
Yes,
I
I
sir.
got I
kept,
got
I
nothing else to say.
me
But see
being
this
partners
this
with both
this
of them,
this channel this
I
channel
kept
name.
trying to stop it, but he was like, "Hey, just let the dog fight, man. Get out of it. Let him go."
But
Hey,
I'm
Yeah,
yo,
but I'm gonna
Black
yeah.
say
He's
this.
Jedi
But
right. He's
said
right.
something that
I
was
will say
so
this though.
powerful and true. Black Jedi said something that really brought something to my attention. And you know that song with the game when he was dissing 50 Cent? When he was like, I know you don't love me, but you're not the same with 50 Cent sometimes. It's like, Sonetta, we know you don't love us, but you ain't the same when Walter Williams is in town.
Now, and
You
that's
be
my
cool with
thought,
us
right?
until he bring his ass on there.
He
Or
got he got
somebody
a
that you deem to be popular.
Yeah.
now he got a point. But when Karima come back and say, nah, they partners behind the scenes, I don't know that. So I can't speak on that. I can say for me, I'm not in that circle.
I
And
can
I,
see
and I
it in the spirit.
Terry can say Terry can speak on it because
right.
you know, you feel
But
me?
I'm
They have
saying
a different personal.
I'm not in that circle. So
Right.
all
Yeah,
I
I'm
can
not.
say
I
is
can speak on it. I'm not popular, and at least on but if I am popular, the Lions Den and Sarnetta made me popular.
yeah, see, I ain't in none of them circles, right? I got my first start with Debate Talk for You and then SVDL, right? And so I do feel some type of allegiance in those spaces, but Solar and Sal don't never do me like that. I will say that.
Man,
But
Solar
man,
see, this this
I
this what I
started
want
out
to
with
say
so
though.
Showtime
I gotta
Sal.
say this, bro. I gotta say this, bro. That like, okay, this is the way I see it. Now, I didn't try to get this example before. There's a dog. The dog runs out of the gate. The dog attacks a lady walking across the street. Somebody looks out the window. Do they say, "Oh, the dog and the lady must be fighting," or do they say, "Let me get a stick and get the dog off of the lady"?
I'm clapping the dog. That's just me.
Okay then. Okay then.
Right?
This is my
That's just
point.
me.
This is my point. This is my point. This is my point. Then your brother JJ is over there, and just so happening he being attacked by dogs. It
And
ain't
I'm
like
clapping the
he
dog.
wait. It ain't like he is fighting them.
Right.
He over there trying to teach them, and they acting like dogs. So we shouldn't come up and say like, "Oh, JJ, you wrong for being here. Oh, JJ, you shouldn't be here."
Right.
Yeah. No, you know what we should do? We should beat the shit
Support
out
him.
the dogs. We
Right.
should beat the
I
shit
got
out
my
the
hand
dogs.
raised. I just got my hand raised. Here's my thought process. If you keep coming around where you know a dog gonna bite you, I gotta say don't come around the dog after a while. And that's the only point that I'm making.
Keep your dog
I
chained up, or that bitch gonna get shot.
that okay, excellent point. That's not my dog. That's not none of our dog. That dog is a
But where
road
my brother
dog.
go and where my
Hold
brother
on, just hear
walk,
me
I'm
out. Just hear me
going and
out.
I'ma
But just
walk.
hear me out.
Wherever my
Just hear me
brother
out.
walk, I'ma walk on
Hear
my
me out.
brother's
Hear me
keeper.
out though. Hear
I'm
me
my
out.
Now,
Hear
brother's
me out.
keeper.
eventually, the dog bound gonna get him because he wandering.
But hold
It's
on,
gonna be a
he
lot of
don't wander.
reports.
That's the point that and that's a great point. If he wandered, he don't leave nowhere but his yard, and he tell everybody to come to his yard. It'd be different if he was coming to our yard. He don't come to our yard. He stay in his yard. Now I'm gonna shut up right there. But that's really my thoughts about it. It's
The
all
Okay,
yard
now,
dog.
and this is
now
business.
let's make
And
it
this
now
is
let's make it
business.
plain though. But let's make
Wait,
it
you
plain
said you
though.
was gonna let me talk now. You said you was gonna be
Well,
quiet, so it's business.
let me just make this
Okay,
last
go
point plain, and then I'll shut up.
ahead. Go
So
ahead.
when we talking about this dog, that dog don't never leave his yard. So I have no way to protect my brother. I got no way to protect my brother.
Okay, let me say
If I try to get on that panel and say what you doing to my brother is wrong, I'm kicked off, or I may not even be let on. So I got no way to come in. There are conversations that they are having that I could come on and dead the conversation within 5 minutes because I've done those studies. But because
man,
I'm
I
not
swing my
allowed to come,
sword in the chat.
but because I'm not allowed to come
It's a
on,
war of words, not a
hold
war
on,
of physical.
but right. So in those war of words, if
It's
I'm
the
not allowed to
in the
He
speak,
beginning
want
was
you
the
to show
word,
your
hear
and
me
face,
now the
out,
word
A9.
is.
hear me out. So in those war of words, if I'm not allowed to speak, then all I can do is sit back and watch my brothers speak at a disadvantage. There are conversations that they are having that me and my brothers could come on and immediately dead it right then and there. And they know that. They know that when it comes to me and certain
Well,
brothers, it
it's like I never say. It looked that easy, but when you got niggas controlling
who
buttons
who
and
that's what
cutting
I'm
you off in
saying.
your, yeah,
Cause you
it's
coming
a
into
little
their
bit,
yard. Cause you coming
yeah.
into their yard.
It
But let's say for
ain't
instance, but let's
easy as
say
you
for
say
instance,
it
but
looks.
let's say for instance, we was having that conversation on a neutral platform where wasn't nobody gonna mute me, wasn't nobody gonna mute him. I'll run through the whole HOK in an hour. And anybody that really know me know that that's the case. And those of you that don't know, we can have that conversation right now. That's not arrogance. That's who I've been around. That's who I've been blessed to study under. So the conversation that I'm having is this. I'm
But you
tired
know
of
we
them.
about to argue on their behalf, so you got
No,
that.
yeah.
Yeah,
What I'm saying
you
is,
got people that stay in the yard, but JJ don't do that. He go outside the yard.
and he do right,
He go to
right.
different platforms and he
I
challenge
agree.
people at the end of the day. So I mean that's why he call himself the people champ. So you know what I mean? He do what people he
Okay.
go where
I receive
he
that
don't
part.
have advantage.
Yeah, yeah,
And that's
yeah,
where he go for the
yeah.
information. He don't go for the money. He don't go for the he just go to spread the information and challenge those that challenge him. Because remember, they're calling him out. So he, you know what I mean? He don't go. He running. So
I
at the
receive
end of
that.
the
I
day,
receive that, and that's me. That's me, I guess, being sensitive and just wanting to protect my brother. I'm a protector. I want to punch the boy in the face. I want to knock somebody out when they touch my brother, and that's just me. So I
yeah, but
receive
all you
that.
gotta do is go with the information. Because if you on the panel, you know what I mean, he can't get it out, and you see where he going. If three or more come out with the same thing, you feel me? They can't stop y'all. But
When you dealing with that nigga panel, I'm gonna tell you what that nigga do. He's going to again for about the eighth time today. You know, he's going to obstruct what you got to say. He's
Facts.
going to come with distractions. He's going
Man,
to mute you, and ultimately, he'll boot your ass off the show.
that's
man.
only when he have somebody with a higher power that he feel come on the panel. Other than that, he on the phone and he ain't paying attention. So at the end of the day, like I said, if for a mo on there with the same, you know what I mean, scenario, you know,
All I'm
it
saying is
is what it
he
is.
ain't gonna let me on the panel.
Well, we
I
did
tell you
that.
what
We
he
Well,
did
do.
two
that. Hold
things.
on for a
Well,
second. We
I
see,
did
tell
it
you
that.
what
seemed
he'll do
like
to
it's been
me.
an open panel lately.
We did that
Two
at the
Nah.
things
Yara
that I
debate.
know
Here we
is
Look
go.
at this.
I
We
look.
did that
I'm
at
telling y'all.
Yara debate, and at the end of his debate, there was no objectors. It was all
And,
Israelites
and
at
they
the
took
end of
off,
the
and they took
panel.
off the last part of the debate. They erased it.
Sure did, but you see how that happens? Did you just
Yeah,
see what you just
yeah,
said?
yeah. You
Because
got a good point.
he wasn't right. It was a whole bunch of Israelites coming on there, and at the end of the day, he had the
Yeah.
white boy.
Hey, yeah, yeah.
Can't go
That's why I
against
say I
one.
receive. That's why I say I receive what y'all saying. Like I'm a bomb first cat, and I'm one of them cats. If you go, then the whole car go. Right. Anybody that know what I'm saying, you receive that. So, other than that, let's get to this Amu and who came before and all of this.
Okay, yeah, let's do it. So what? Okay, you said you was gonna explain the Amu. You was
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
explain how they the Israelites
So
and how they
yeah,
came first before
so
Esau.
we can look at the Amu, we can look at the Hyksos, we can look at all of these people. The whole conversation revolves around understanding the difference between the Syro-Palestinian and the nomadic Semite that comes in. So when you look at all of these murals, like the B'nai Hassan mural and all of this, you have a nomadic Semite that comes in, and then you have a Syro-Palestinian Semite that comes in. The nomadic Semite comes in first, and then the Syro-Palestinian Semite comes in after that and colonizes the nomadic Israelite. So when we look at this, then the Hyksos or the foreign rulers that we look at, they come in and they actually colonize the nomadic Israelite, or what we call the proto, or what I'm posing as the proto Israelite that is there at first. You can look at the works of Manfred Betek. It's called Manfred Betek, or the Avaris, the capital of the Hyksos. Look up this book called Avaris, the capital of the Hyksos.
I'm familiar.
Right. So he breaks down the fact that the Syro-Palestinian comes in and colonizes that nomadic Semite that's there. Now,
Hey,
the
Okay, so
do you
key,
will
know
you
that
admit
word?
this then?
You
Will
know
you
that
admit
word
this then?
Avaris mean Hebrew?
yes, sir.
Do you know that?
That's what I was told. I haven't done a word study on it yet.
Ivri?
Avari, Avari.
A-bar or E-bar-E. Yeah, that's what I,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
Yep.
sir. Yes, sir.
I heard that before. Hey, but bro, what was I about to ask you now? Golly. Oh, so what I was gonna ask you, so are you saying, and this ain't no objection to what you're saying, I'm just asking,
I'm gonna
are
break
you
it down for
saying,
you.
okay, are you saying that there were Israelites occupying southern East, occupying the part of Egypt from
Yes.
the Delta area
Yes.
all around
Yes.
Avaris,
Yes.
and then a group
Yes.
of
That is 100% of what I'm saying.
Syro-Palestinian.
That is 100% that I'm saying. I've actually,
Okay,
and look, I'm on record saying that in a debate where they cheated me. I am on record saying that. So now let's go deeper into this. Not only am I saying that, what I'm saying is after the expulsion of the Hyksos, that nomadic Semite remains in Avaris until there is a random or a automatic abandonment of Avaris at the end of Thutmose the third reign and around Amenhotep. I want to say the second. Forgive me if I'm using the wrong pharaoh,
yeah, you
right? But
talking
who?
about Akhenaten?
Yeah, no, it's not Akhenaten. Akhenaten comes several pharaohs later. And now
Yeah,
here, now, well, watch me out. Hear me out. Watch this. Right? So remember, we have 40 years of wandering in the wilderness, right? That's the time where we get the Bubastite pedestal. So I'm gonna show y'all how to prove who we are. Number one, you use Flanders Petrie and that ABCdery of the Proto-Sinaitic. Then you go to the Bubastite pedestal or the Bubastite writings where it says the Shasu of Yahoo. That is a direct correlation to that Habaru that is up in the region towards the Midianites, and we can correlate that people directly to the 1400s where we have now the cursed tablet of Mount Ebal. That cursed tablet of Mount Ebal lines up with the writings in the book of Joshua where they went to the tablet and they said, we're cursed if we do this, we're cursed if we do this, we're cursed if we do that. That is at the
My
same.
G, quick question. Have you heard of the Amana letters?
Yes. Now,
that's
that's
right.
what I was going to walk. Now let me walk you to the Amana letters. So
But
after we
wait,
do
you
the,
going too fast. Wait, hold up.
yeah, I'm moving too fast. All right,
Wait,
let's
you
go.
moving too fast because if you skip to the minor letters, we won't even be done covered the whole thing about Amenhotep. So you was
Right,
about to go,
right. So
yeah,
that let's
because
deal with Amenhotep.
the
Right. So
Hotep bloodline. Just I'm gonna let you go out. I'm just saying one thing, because the Hotep bloodline is one of the things that I was pointing out. Now I know about this, but I just want to point out that also you got the Nubians right on one end pressing, and you got the Hyksos on the other end pressing. So these people that you're talking about occupied Thebes. But go ahead for a
now
time.
let me add to what he said because he's making an excellent point. Let's deal with the Nubians first off. So if you want to understand how to prove that we came out of mixed multitude, go look at the reigns of Thutmose the first and Thutmose the second. They go down into Nubia, snatch a bunch of Nubians, and bring them up into Avaris. That's who we acculturate with. So the indigenous, or what we would call now the nomadic Semite, acculturates with the Nubians, or what he was talking about that are brought up by Thutmose the first, and now we run their garrisons, we work in the copper mines, and we work
Fact,
in the turquoise mines.
fact.
That's history, right? So if you want to know where we are in the places of Avaris or Tel El Adaba and
Pause,
in the
pause,
place of
pause, pause,
Quantir.
pause, pause,
Let's
pause.
go. Let's
Now, when
go.
you talk about the mixed multitude,
Yes,
I
sir.
want you to understand this, and to relate to history, so we can get a cultural context
Let's do
of
it.
what really was. But the Hebrew word for mixed multitude in the scripture is Rab Arab,
Rob. Yep.
many Arabs,
Which
and
just
they all was
means
black.
mixed. And what it
Yeah,
means is just mixed, right? So
yeah,
here's what
and
we
they
see
all was
happen.
black, and they
Now,
all was black though.
That's the Ishmaelites.
yeah. Well, some
My
of them
G,
are.
my G, I think
Hold
you
on.
kind of drifted away because you mentioned the Shashu, and then I asked you about the
Nah,
amount of letters.
let me tie it all in. Let me tie it all in for you.
Right.
So let me go all the way backward then, and I'll slow walk y'all. Okay.
The Ishmaelites, the black Arabs. Go ahead.
So let's go, and the problem
Well,
is
no,
when
it's just a mixing period. Anytime
it's
you
right.
took a line and mixed it
There you
like
go, Elder
Israel with
Yasha.
Canaan
There you go.
or Egypt with Cush, that became Ada. And later it became a Mamzer, but in
There you
Hebrew.
go.
But at first it was called Ada.
It's called an Arab. So you got to understand, it's not just the Ishmaelite, and I'm not
Yeah.
knocking that. There could have been some Ishmaelites that are in this
No, I'm
situation.
saying that Ishmael ran Egypt, and then you had Midian on the other end. When Moses was in
What
Egypt, this
Ishmael runs is
go
Saudi
ahead.
Arabia or the Arabian Peninsula. Ishmael is moving around throughout the Arabian Peninsula because at the
Yeah, fact.
time,
Now that's what I'm saying. After the
right,
Israelites came in, yes,
right,
Ishmael is Roman. But
yeah.
remember,
So
Ishmael's mother is an Egyptian. He is not an Arab. Ishmael
right,
is an Egyptian.
right. But what we got to take into account is
Yeah.
this famine. So when the famine happens, which is what we see really written about on the B'nai Hassan mural, we see a lot of the people from the Levantine area come into the area of the Nile Delta, right?
Whoa, let me ask you
Especially,
something then. Wait, before we move forward.
we're
So,
asking a lot of questions in the middle of everything that I'm saying, but I'll answer them all. Let's go.
yeah, this is lovely. I know you can handle it. So
Yeah, I
listen.
got you.
So so you saying that what so where's the
Hold on for a second. That
Nile Delta?
that
Where's the Nile Delta in relationship to
We
Egypt in your
dealing
mind?
we
I mean
dealing with
not
the
the Nile Delta, I'm sorry, not the Nile Delta. Where is this Levantine area in,
excellent question.
in
Excellent question.
regards to Egypt?
Excellent question. So what we
Where
dealing
is
with
that?
now? So what we dealing with now is the Eye of Horus, and this becomes extremely important when we. So remember when they're coming out and they say they don't go towards the way of the Philistine. That's the Eye of Horus. So when we dealing with the Arabian Peninsula, right? So I'm gonna try to paint a picture for y'all geographically,
Man,
right?
this a lot because did you say Philistine or Philistine?
Philistine or Philistine, whatever word you want to use,
Okay, yeah,
however
because
you
it's
want
a
to word it,
difference
right?
because the
Yeah,
Philistine are
yeah,
the
I got you.
children of
Yes, sir.
Mizraim.
Yes, sir. I
Okay,
got you.
hey,
go
how
ahead.
So
about
let me.
this?
So really at this
That's
point in time, hold on, Elder. At this point in time, this is talking about Ashkelon. That's really the point. That's really the area that we're talking about during the 18th dynasty when they exited. So I'm proposing that the
No, I'm
Exodus
talking
happened.
about Canaan.
Yeah, right. But
Yep,
that's the land.
that's
But
what
at
I'm
that
talking
time
about when you
point,
said Levantine.
but at that point in time, it's called. So, all right, let me break this down for you. So when you
It's
come out
Canaan.
of, so when you come out of Egypt, you're coming up that eastern Nile Delta. You would rock right around the coast. So you're gonna come into the land of Canaan, like you said, but on that left part. So the west side of this area will be what we call Ashkelon. We're moving up through that area. So that's the area that the Bible is talking about, where the Philistines or the Philistines with an N is talking
That's
about,
it.
right?
So is that Africa?
I believe it is. I believe that that's Northeast Africa. Yes.
Facts. That's
And it,
Northeast Africa.
yes,
Now watch this.
yes.
When Ahmose came in, they chased them as
All
far
the way.
as
Right. They
they
now
chased them as
let's get
far as
it.
Canaan, and
They
then
chased
they
them all the
chased
way
them
up into
again.
Shah. They chased
It,
them all the way up into what we call Shah Ruhim. Keep going.
that's right.
Yes.
Way up into Syria.
Right.
Way up
Now,
into Syria.
now why would
That
he
shows
saying
you. That
why would
shows
he
you
saying
that
is
that's other
important?
land.
Why would he
That-
saying is important is because then you move into the space of understanding the Battle of Kadesh that happens about 300 years later. But that's a whole
yeah.
nother conversation,
you
right?
boys
So
out cold. You
so
boys,
so
I just gotta keep
now
interjecting.
now
You boys out cold.
now notice this, Elder. We doing this off the top of the dome. So now let's keep going, right? So the reason that this becomes important is because you need to understand the chronology so you can understand. If you understood the chronology, when people start to ask you who you are, you would bust their head open. You would walk them right into the time period of Hezekiah to Harka and all of these
Facts.
people. And then you would be able to ask them, well, who was Hezekiah's father? Who was Ahab's father?
Aha.
Who
That's
was
right.
Ahaz's father? Who was Menaham's father? Because these are all the people that we can actually prove in antiquity. And what you would hear is these weirdos start to fluster. But now let me walk you right all the way
Facts.
back 400 years. Let me walk you back to where we saying this at. All right. And Elder Yasha, if you have any questions, I'll answer them when I'm finished. Please
Hey, they
forgive
asked
me.
me what they asked me. Did I have any pictures of black Canaanites? I told them to check the Battle of Kadesh. Go ahead,
Look at
bro.
the Battle of Kadesh. Look at the Lachish release. We can just keep going on and on and on, right? And actually, if you really want to be honest, we can look at the B'nai Hassan mural and see those people that are coming in. Those aren't white people, right?
Facts.
And these are black people with afros. You see them now. They're lighter than the Nubian, of course, but
Oh,
they're still black people,
cold.
right?
Facts,
So
bro. They
now
know the people dark. And anyway, those people, those pictures, most of them been retreated with paint and stuff
the only
by
time you get that,
Pharaoh
and
Jews.
that's not even
That's
in
a
Kunun
fact.
Hutep. That's in a whole nother cave set, right? That's in a whole nother burial set. So
Yeah.
anybody that want to have that smoke, yes, I'm ready for that smoke, right? So
Hey,
anyway,
black.
back to this conversation though, right? So what we see happening is once the Hyksos come in, they do a creeping conquest. They slowly build up their community and then they take over. That is a Syro-Palestinian. They already have trade established with people in Byblos and things of this nature. They
Fact.
start bringing in Cypriot paintings and things like this. They start bringing all of that. What they do is they colonize us. They colonize the nomadic Israelite, right?
Fact.
Or the nomadic Semite. They
Who were in
colonize them.
Egypt? Who
They were
were in Egypt?
now, and like he said, they were there before we see the Syro-Palestinian come in. You can look at all of this up, like we said, in the book called Avaris, the Capital of the Hyksos. If you read that all the way through from top to bottom, you will learn this information, right? So when you read this and you start to understand what's happening is the Syro-Palestinian comes in, colonizes us. Amos, Kamos come in and run them out all the way to Sharuhin. We remain. At that point, they say, we are worried that these remaining Semites will join with the Semites that we have ran out. So now let's make it hard for them. This is where we see in the expansion of the settlement. When you look at the settlement map, they explain how we have expansions of this settlement. This is where you see them start to put hard bondage on us. This is where we stop multiplying like rabbits. We're not able to multiply as much at this point, right? But this is after the Syro-Palestinian has already began to impose a bunch of hard bondage on us at first. So what we see happening is Amos, Kamos, and the Thutmosid dynasty comes in and they continue what was already imposed upon us by the Hyksos rulers. That's what the archaeology shows. I can prove that through archaeology. Now, long story short, what we see happening is around
But
1450.
now, but wait now, wait now. But when we were there, I want to point something out now. A lot of texts show a lot of different people state that the Hyksos did not come in and invade Egypt.
Exactly. It's a creeping
The
conquest.
Hyksos
There you
actually
go. There you
amalgamated
go.
themselves
There
into the
you go.
culture, and this
There
is
you
how
go.
they were able to learn about
Yep.
our rights, our way of life, Mila Ibrahim.
Yep. There
This
you
is
go.
how they learn. And then we couldn't really get rid of them because they had took over monetary and trade sources
They took
in the
everything.
Mediterranean. Yeah.
So
And
so
so
so let me
Wasn't
let me explain.
was
go
the
ahead.
Hyksos
Wait,
the
I just want to finish one
Atlanteans?
thing. Go ahead, bro. Say it again.
Was the Hyksos when they the Atlanteans? When did the Atlanteans come in? That was the Hyksos, right?
No, no,
I
no,
would
no,
say that
no,
the
no,
Atlanteans,
no,
if you
no.
want to call them
Atlantean.
Atlanteans, I would say
The,
that these are the Greeks that we see coming in
no,
from.
no,
Go ahead,
no,
brother.
no,
Go
no.
ahead. Go ahead.
No, 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 no. The Minoans and the
That's the
Mycenaeans.
Greeks.
Yeah, that's the Greeks.
That's the
The
Greeks.
Cretes, that's the
Right.
Greeks.
All that's the
Who
Greeks.
Japheth mixed with, and why the Egyptians didn't get along with the Libyans because the Libyans was mixing and fooling with the
He's
Greeks.
right.
And
He's
this is
100%
what
right.
was happening, and we
This
didn't like the Libyans, and
let me
so
help you, brother. Let me help you
that
with
was
this, and then you keep going.
that
Let
was
me tap
flex
in, and
time.
then you keep going. Let me tap
Go
in, and
ahead.
then you keep going. This is
That's
why
right.
you. Hey, now this is why you ask people about the Thera eruption and the Santorini eruption, because then you can get to the point where you explain that that Minoan civilization was destroyed during the Santorini eruption. So we should not see any Cypriot and any Minoan paintings in there during that time period. But because we do, that's how we begin to properly date the Santorini eruption. Keep going, brother.
Okay, so that the Libyans are the children of Phut. Now, one thing I want to run by you, brother, and I ran this by them in the chat, and this ain't off subject, y'all. Y'all stay with us, cause
Out,
I was about to
out,
say,
cold.
I was about to say when they chase when Kamos and Amos, and now Thutmose one, remember Thutmose one went as far as the Euphrates. Did you know that, bro? Okay, maybe he ain't there.
No,
Yes, sir. No, I'm with you. Yes, sir. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so Thutmose went as far as the Euphrates chasing them out. And Kahmos and Amos went as far as Syria chasing them out. So when they got chased out, a lot of them though were now this what I'm saying. The Hyksos are basically ran out and became what you call the German Jews, the Khazars. They left there,
Keep running
didn't have
all
a
the way
home,
up.
and they are what you call Khazaric Jews. And this is why they claim they know something about Israel and our way of life, the
Okay,
Yiddish people.
okay. Now I got a question. Since you went there, right there, before y'all go any further.
Yeah,
So there, you got dummies like Jabari. You know what I'm saying, that the white man is the Tamahu. Okay, so tell me, uh, who are the white people that were in Kemet? Was it just one group of people that were white, or was it a couple of groups of white people with different names?
brother, I'll challenge them. Show me the white people in Kemet. Show
Say
me
That was
where
period,
my
one
huh?
point. That
was.
was gonna be my
Show
point
me
exactly.
them on any tablets anywhere.
Now
The,
and
the
here
Egyptian,
now let me help you, brother, and then I'm gonna let you finish.
what?
Because what they try to show you, what
Go
they
ahead.
try to
Even when
show you,
Alexander was there, we didn't respect them. We didn't even put their
right?
name in a cartouche.
Because what they
We
try
wanted
to
to look
show
at them.
you, they try to show you on the paintings of some white man that is painted. That is what we call iconoclasm. Okay, the
Both of
Right.
y'all
painting,
should do a presentation together.
the painting that they
They
try
out
to show
cold.
you, the painting that they try to show you is clearly scraped off, and then they come in and try to paint it white, and it was cut off
Fact.
in the middle of it. Right? The reason we know this is because if they wanted to paint somebody white, they would have done that centuries before that. Understand this, right?
Yeah.
The problem that we have with all of this conversation is they try to link us up with the people that come down from the Eurasian steppe. Now,
I,
this is
I,
when
I
you get
want them to show us the white hieroglyphs. I want
they
them to
don't
show us
have
the
them,
white.
brother. They're not gonna show you. They don't got them, right? And the reason that that's important is because now you need to study the Mitanni people, the Hatti people who later become the Hittites. But understand, even with the Amorite people, you got two groups of Amorites, right? You
And
have the people who are
listen. This
originally there, and then you got the people who are taken over by them.
But do you see how you brothers are interacting, right?
hey,
You
hey,
cut, you're
my
cutting each
Black
other,
Jedi. Quick
Yes,
you're
sir.
cutting
question.
each other off, but ain't
if
nobody saying you got no decorum. This is how men conversate, bro.
fact.
Yeah,
Okay.
This is how you
Black Jedi.
build. See, they building with each other because he's going off of his information and building instead of arguing and asking a whole bunch of questions. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, you just mentioned the Amorites, which is very interesting because
Mhm.
wasn't the Habiru Amorites as well?
The
No,
Habiru are hold on.
no.
I can't say no. I can't say no. Hear me out. The
He
problem with
said
the word
Amorites though.
hold on,
That's
no,
a
hear me out.
particular tribe of Canaan.
Hear me out. The problem with the
No.
word Habaru, the problem with the word Habaru is the same as the Hyksos or the Amaru. It does not speak to one ethnicity of people. It speaks to an amalgamation of people. This is why I'm writing a book called Race, the Trojan horse of colonists or the Trojan horse of colonialism. The
But
problem
was
with what
not,
we
but
hear
was
me, hear
not the
me.
biblical Eber an amalgamation of people? I mean, Israel wasn't even a nation. Hebrews were way before Israel was.
And this is why it's an excellent point. If you read a if
That's
you
a
read a
great point.
if you read a paper um, by Christina Hutchings called Ethnicity from UCLA Egyptology, she speaks to this. She speaks to the point of the difference between race and ethnicity. And in my opinion, the conversation of race becomes a
Null and
transatlantic.
void.
Right. It becomes a transatlantic slave Western ideology, whereas ethnicity transcends phenotype and moves into socio ideology. Right. This is what we believe as Israelites. This is a social ideology. When we come together, this is why you can marry in, you can be born in, or you can convert or even revert in, right? These things become very important when you understand it. This is why you have the conversation of the prodigal son. He was once an Israelite, he ran
Yeah,
away, and then he comes back. That's a revert,
it's a
right?
fact. It's a fact.
You have a convert, one who sees it, they love it, they cleave to it. By the third or fourth generation, they are now one of us. You have
Fact.
one who can marry into it, and then you have one who is born into it. These are
Fact.
the way that you become part of us. That's it. That's it. And that's all. There's no conversation. That's why we come out as a mixed multitude, because there is a culturation. We have been there according to Exodus 12, and I want to say 30. We were there for 430 years. Over the course of 4 centuries, do you not think that there is a curse of acculturation? Especially when you understand that Thutmose the first runs down into Nubia, brings Nubians up into the place where we are occupying, and now we all occupy their garrisons. We occupy their
I think
pastoral lands.
I think the only problem, Ben, is the like, it's clear that the Bible say that Moses learned all the ways of the
Right,
Egyptians.
right.
So it's clear that they was worshiping the calf Hathor when they left. So it's clear that they mindset, they said that, hey, you should have left us where we were
Yes,
instead of
sir.
bringing us out here to kill.
Yes, sir.
So it's clear that they had taken on the ways, not only the ways, but the people and mix, like Joseph. So, and like the brother was saying, he made a good point though, that before we were ever called Israelites, there was Eber, there was Hebrew,
Yes,
there
sir.
was a
Yes,
time
sir.
period, and we came through many different people, and that was the Yahweh's plan for us
And
to come through
it,
all of
but
those
also
people to,
understand, like
to
he's
purify
making an
one
excellent point.
seed, to
He's
purify
making an
one
excellent point.
seed. Wait,
Yep.
to purify one seed called Judah. That was the whole thing, to run through all those seeds and to seek out this one seed through Jacob, through this son, this seed.
Now watch this. This is the excellent point that he's making, though, right? So this is why you have to understand 12th
But they
dynasty,
want to admit that.
13th.
They try to make like we pure blooded Israelites.
Yeah.
Go
and,
ahead.
and nobody will do that. And I'm not gonna argue with my brothers about that until we have a place where we can really do that in a debate and we can talk about it, because then we can get into haplogroups and all of this conversation. But anyway,
The
the
haplogroup thing is a joke.
Mine
I
inheritance.
the reason I
Mine
would
inheritance
slightly
is a speckled bird.
but the reason I would slightly press back on saying the haplogroup thing is a joke is because I don't believe that you need to lean to one haplogroup. Here's what I mean, right? So me being I'm dark skinned, right? So me being black as hell, as my cousins call me, right? If I go and I have a baby with a white woman and I have a son, my son still has my haplogroup. He just now lighter. If my son chooses to have a baby with a white woman, he now has a very light skinned, maybe even white baby, but that male haplogroup stays the same. Here's the beauty of our women as opposed to our men. Our women give their genetic haplogroup to all of their children, whereas our father, they're selfish. So the mother gives to both the male and the female, the father only gives to the son. The reason that
Okay.
becomes important is because now, if we really wanted to, we can trace back where our fathers left and migrated and start to find out who they mixed with. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody they mixed with is Israelites. We don't know what they were practicing. We would have to look into those cultures.
I
But
would
it
say
is
that patriarchal thing most of these Hebrews picked up from the Khazaric, Ashkenazite, and the Sephardic Jews.
I would
Is
say
that
misogyny. I would say
yeah,
misogyny.
yeah,
I
that
would say
patriarchal.
misogyny.
Do you think sex is marriage?
I do not know. I mean, you can go have
Yeah,
sex with
sex is
somebody and not be
marriage.
married to
Well,
them.
yeah.
Uh,
I think
But
sex.
how is it married when the father is supposed to give the
yeah,
the
I think
father give?
sex
So
is
if
I
he
agree.
decide that he don't want to
acceptance.
give his daughter away or whatever, then how the fuck can it be
Hey,
marriage?
look, and now let
Man,
me
think
and now
Excuse
let
about
my
me
it
give
in the
language.
scripture.
Bible.
I
Let me give
think sex
scripture
is
to back her up. Hold
acceptance.
on, hold on.
When
Let me
they
give
raped
scripture to
Dina,
back her up.
when they
Hold
raped
on.
Dina,
No,
according
they
to the
didn't. Hold
Bible,
on. They
I'm
didn't.
talking, bro.
No, that's actually seduce.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
Exactly,
okay, well,
Karima.
seduced,
Exactly,
then that
Karima.
was a marriage.
No, it wasn't. Here's
It,
how we know it wasn't. Hold on. Hold on. Hold
it
No,
on. Hear
wasn't.
me out.
yeah,
Okay,
it wasn't.
Hear me out, brother. Just hear me out and then you can get me. Okay.
know what you gonna say, but go ahead.
Here's how we know it wasn't a marriage. And even when we deal with the law, this is how we know it was a marriage, right? So the reason, number one, we know it wasn't a marriage is because them brothers went out and killed all of them. And the reason they killed them is
I
not
know that.
because, but the reason they killed them is because they felt like they made their sister a whore. That's exactly what they said.
Right.
They said they
Yes,
killed
that's
them
what they
because,
felt. That's what
hold
they
on,
felt.
hear
But
me
that
out. But
wasn't the
now,
law.
but now let's deal with the law. But let's deal with the law.
Yeah, let's deal with
If
the law.
here now, if a man and a woman have sex and
Mm-hmm.
then they are found out to have sex, that man has to pay the price of the dowry and he cannot divorce that woman
He
for the
offered
rest
the
of his life.
dowry. He
No,
offered the
no,
dowry,
But
and
the
that
that's
is incorrect.
father have a right to
But
don't
there you
accept
go,
that
Karima.
if he
There you go,
wants to or
Karima.
not.
But the
and
father got a right. Hold on, hear me
Jacob
out.
was gonna accept it, and they killed it. They went and fought the dude
So
ahead of
that's how
time.
we know it's not rape, and that's how we know that sex is not marriage. You just killed yourself. That's
No,
first off, we know.
bro,
Hold on, hear me out.
I'm
Just
saying,
hear
I
me.
know what you're
Hear
saying.
me. Hear
We
me.
ain't playing with death, and I ain't killing myself. I understand where you coming from. We ain't arguing here. I do understand where you coming from. I was just going according to the law. If you don't feel like that the sex was marriage, that's cool. If you feel like the things that we did opposed to what we were told to do, that's cool. That's how you
That's
feel.
fair. Yeah,
I
that's
feel like
fair.
we
According to the
supposed to
law,
Can I
Right,
just
then
tell
because
you?
if she's already been married and she have sex with somebody, so how can she get married again?
see, according to
she
the
wasn't
law,
married.
sex
I'm just saying though. So how
Can I
sex
can
can
I
be
according
ask
just
it
to
in a different way,
written off
Karima?
as
according
being
to
a marriage?
Karima, can I
according
ask
to
it
the
in a
law,
different way?
sex was the last
Yeah, go
part
ahead.
of the
Maybe I
marriage.
ain't
So
saying it
so
right.
so no,
Sex
you
was the
said
last
it
part
perfectly.
of the
No,
marriage,
you said it right. I'm
according to
gonna
the
say
law.
it
Exactly,
You
again.
had the
exactly, Yasha.
dowry, you
Exactly,
had the
Yasha.
espousal,
Exactly, Elder.
you had that was
Exactly.
sex was the last
Hey,
part
say
of
that
the
part
marriage.
again. Say that one more time. Sex was what?
According to the law, sex was the last part of the marriage.
Thank you.
You know, there was a whole process of
Right.
marriage. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
And
why?
a lot of times, this process took a lifetime. Like especially if your
But
parents espoused y'all as kids, so
Think about
you
what
just
Jacob
can't
had to
sit up.
go through to get both his wives, right?
Yeah,
but
you
see the
just
thing
So
can't sit
was
up there and
that once
say,
he raped her, he defiled her,
he
and
did
so
not rape. No,
but
whoa,
once he
stop.
seduced her, defiled her.
Okay, okay. There we
Then
go.
having
once he
sex.
seduced her, wait, hold on, let me get this
Right,
out.
because y'all never know the father have plans for her. So
That's
you know
right.
what I mean. At the end of the day, when she
That's
let this
right.
man go into her, you know what I mean. She actually defiled, herself, but at the whole family because he had plans.
Hey, can we have this
No,
conversation real
y'all
quick? Hold on, because
out
this is a very
I
important
still
cold.
didn't finish.
conversation. Hold
But
on,
okay,
let's
after
have
you
this
finish, I'm gonna
conversation.
talk.
Yeah, let's have this conversation. And the reason I want to have this conversation is because our enemies use this conversation to say that the Bible makes a mitigation for rape when it does
Right.
not. So let me explain why this is important. Now, when you read Deuteronomy, I want to say the 22nd chapter, wherever we getting all of these laws from, right? In that chapter, it specifies the difference between when a man comes and forces. I think that word is kazakh, right?
Right.
Forces a woman
I heard this.
to
I
have
heard this.
sex.
Yeah.
That specific person, if he forces a woman to have sex, he must be put to death. Whereas when you go later in that chapter, the man, like she said, he seduces, or what we would say, he gamed her. He spit that game and he went and got
Right.
in her, he went and got in her underwear. He went and got in her drawers, for lack of a better word.
Right, and it go
Forgive me,
hand to
sisters.
hand, and you
Right,
won't even tell the difference. That's why they use it.
right,
Because if you go into it and you use the word that you use, I got that from
right. Kazak,
Sham
right,
Shaft. Yeah,
right,
he was teaching that,
right.
and it breaks down the difference between seduce
And
and
now,
rape.
let me give you another
I
precept for
heard
that.
that.
Hold
I
on,
heard that.
let
I
me give you
watched
one more
that
precept.
debate.
Hold on. Let me give you one more precept. The other precept for that is that same word is used. I want to say, what is it? Absalom that rapes Tamar? Is it Absalom that rapes Tamar? That same word is used, and that's why he is killed later, right?
And
So we
it's
understand.
used with Christ too, ain't it?
I gotta look at it. I don't want to say yeah and be wrong, but I want to say I agree
What
with
you
you, but I
saying
don't want to
now,
say yeah and be
Karima?
wrong.
I believe
You
it's
said it's
used
used
with
with.
Christ too.
I don't want to say yeah and be wrong, so I'm
I
not
can't
familiar with
never
that.
hear it because he keep
You're
over
wrong,
talking
Sister
you.
Karima. You're wrong about that.
But anyway, back to the
No,
point
he
that I'm
wrote
making.
down a scripture that said, how it was used on Christ too,
What was used on Christ?
saying he was seduced.
No,
Oh no, okay,
no.
I see what she's saying. Okay, this is an argument against the virgin birth, and I would agree with that, right? But that's a whole nother conversation. I don't want to get
That's
into
why
that.
I didn't agree with that
But
translation
no,
when they was
but
doing
I
it.
do agree with it because I don't believe that there's no such thing as a virgin birth where some woman is having some baby where she's not untouched.
But I'm gonna
But that's a
relook
whole.
at this, and I'm gonna
But
relook at
hold
this,
on. But
and I'm
let
gonna
me get
come
back
back
into
with
this.
I'm just saying one
There.
thing, Doc. I'm saying one
Okay.
thing.
Go
I
ahead.
think
I said
I'll
I'm just
agree
trying
to
to talk,
disagree
man.
with you guys, but let's carry on.
I got
Yeah,
you, Joseph. But that's why I
I
didn't want to
want to
go
hear
to the
your
Christ
disagreement
thing.
too,
That's why
bro.
I didn't even want
But
to
I
go
want
to
to
the
finish
Christ
this
thing.
what I was about to say. Like I
Go
was
ahead.
gonna say that I'm gonna go and I'm gonna research this whole little ordeal because I
Got
had
you.
done the research before, and I'm gonna come back because
All right.
just
Let
based
me
on
go
this
get my sword.
conversation, based
I'm
on
gonna get
this
my sword so I can
conversation,
give you the verses for you. I'm sorry. Keep going. I don't mean to cut you off.
bro, that's too much, bro. But I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna come back, Karima, sister Karima, and I'm gonna present some information and see if we can come up with why we think it should be so. Not based on the past or the future or what I say. We'll just look at the information fresh and take a new look at that.
Right.
Okay.
No, and I agree. I agree with you, brother.
That's
I'm
fair.
not.
That's
I'm
fair.
not trying to. Yeah, I'm not trying to be contentious. I just want to give y'all this because I've had this debate. I had the debate. Rabbi Lewis, I want to say on this. No, you know it was a bro. It was a brother named Ngozi on this. Here we go. So when we go to Deuteronomy the 22nd chapter, here we go. Deuteronomy 22 and 25. So when you look this up, look at what I'm bringing out 22 and 25. But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and the man force her and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die. But unto the damsel thou shalt not nothing there is in the damsel, no sin worthy of death, for as when a man rises against his neighbor and slayeth him, even so is this matter. They're saying that this is capital punishment because rape is the same as murder according to our law. Our law. That word force is, if I'm not mistaken, is the word chazak. And I had this in a debate. This was years ago. Forgive me if I'm using the wrong word.
Yeah, you saying it right because Sam was saying the same word.
Right. Now watch this. Now let's go down to verse 28, and this is where people try to play with us. Whereas if a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her and lie with her, then they shall be found. Watch this.
They shall be.
Found, right? So that's a huge key. They were caught sleeping together. This is almost the same thing that happened with Mary and Joseph because she was found with baby. But I'm gonna let that go. I'm not finna press that. Please don't turn that into an argument, right? Verse 29 now. Then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife because he hath humbled her. He may not put her away all his days. Right? And what did he say? A man shall not take his father's wife nor discover his father's skirt. So I'm just gonna give my argument and then I'll shut up, right? The difference in 25 is rape. Whereas in verse 28, it's talking about he seduced this woman, had sex with her without the father's blessing.
Right.
And when that happens, now you gotta pay that. You gotta pay that dowry. And if you go to, I want to say Exodus 22:14. Forgive me if I'm wrong on that, right? But when you go to the book of Exodus, it talks about the same thing and it gives it more explanation. Remember, Deuteronomy is just a retelling of the law that was already given. But you go to Exodus, it explains the same thing. This is the dowry of the virgin that he must pay because he defiled this woman without talking to her father. Understand this. In our law, even with Dina was not raped because if Dina was raped, there is no conversation about that. That is death. In our law, Dina could not be raped. This is why Jacob was ashamed because those brothers violated the agreement that he made with Shechem and them. Now they killed him because they felt like he made his they sisters a whore. But when you read in Deuteronomy, there is no law for rape. There is no mitigation. There is no acceptance of rape. Rape is death. That's
I
verse
think I,
25.
I think I see what the problem is, and I want to put this on record because I just heard something when you just said that. I
Let's get
am
it.
not saying that there is a law for rape amongst the law. I never
Got you.
said that. I was arguing with the translation of the word, but I'm just glad that I heard the end part because, like I said, I heard the debate, but I didn't want to be confused at all with those idiots who think that there's a law for rape.
Hallelujah.
Real, real,
All
real.
right, so let's get back to this situation real quick, and then I'll give y'all the floor and we'll shut up. I just want for everybody to be able to speak intelligently to who we were and where we were and when we were. You got to understand that there are uh, multiple suggestions for when the quote unquote Exodus happens. You have the early Exodus and the late Exodus as being the two major points. The early Exodus, they say, happens in the 12th century, or I'm sorry, the 13th century during the time of
Wait, are we
Ramesses.
going according to the scripture, the Torah, or are we going according to history?
I'm going all of it right now. So when I deal with it, I tie it all in so there's no argument. Now,
Okay,
and
but
so
I'm saying you should now Oh, go ahead. I ain't gonna say what you should do, but go ahead.
go ahead and tell me what you think I should do. I can always learn,
No, I
brother.
don't think you should do nothing. I'll just cut in and say that's
Okay.
biblical or that's historical.
Okay. Yeah. Whatever you want to tell me, I'll learn on this, brother. I'm not arrogant like that. Okay. So
No, I'm with you. No, I'm learning too.
okay.
You
So
don't even say those words, man, because we don't even don't say that. Don't say
I just want to make
arrogant,
sure because I don't
conceited,
never be
none of that.
I don't
I
never
don't
want to
think
be
that.
accused
I
of
don't
that
feel
when
that
I'm
way at
building
all.
with my brother. I don't never want to be
Yeah.
accused of that. So I just want to make that clear. So
Okay.
from
Yeah. I
my
don't
from
feel
my
that way at all.
perspective, from my perspective, because I've had to debate this so many times. The argument that you hear from some people is that the Exodus happened during the time of Ramesses, because remember the Bible says they built the cities of Pi-Ramesses. It's important to understand that Pi-Ramesses is an anachronism, and you shouldn't run from an anachronism in the Bible because we had a redactor during the time of the 6th century and the 7th century. Never be afraid of that. There's another way that an anachronism is used. That anachronism is used to talk about a contemporaneous name of a city, but talking about a time of the past. So if I want to talk about I live in Atlanta, Georgia, but then before that time period, maybe it was named Willacoochee, Georgia. The people that I'm writing to will only understand Atlanta, so I talk about Atlanta. So it's important to understand what happens here in the book, and we can prove this through history. So
You
when it
gotta
says
be from Georgia to know it's a Willacoochee, Georgia. Cause I'm from Georgia. You gotta be from something. What the hell? Tucker, what the hell? Okay, go
hey,
ahead,
my
brother.
fault, my fault. But this is the point that I'm making, though. is you gotta don't be afraid when you see Ramesses, because you can look in history and show that when Ramesses takes over, he builds Ramesses over the city of Avaris and Quantir. The people that have excavated Avaris, which is Manfred B. Tech, actually makes the argument and has now convinced all of scholastic, well, I'm going to say all, but the majority of scholastic people that Avaris and Quantir are the Ramesses of the Bible. As a matter of
Yes,
fact,
okay, I'm glad you said that, bro. Because I was starting to get scared when you said
yeah, no, I got
Pyramus
you.
is
Yeah,
anachronism.
right,
I was starting
right,
to get scared. I was
right. Yeah,
okay.
no, I
So
got you,
yeah,
bro. I'm always tied in. I got you, right?
so yeah,
So
But
because
was there not three Ramesses?
there were multiple Ramesses, yes, sir.
yeah,
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So what Manfred B takes does though is he makes it clear that oh, that's funny. So what B Tech does though is he makes it clear that Pyramidses is a virus. As a matter of fact, if you watch the documentary Patterns of Evidence, the only reason that Manfred B. Tech does not say that these are the Israelites is because he's holding on to the term Pyramidses and he's trying to tie that to the 12th century. But if you read the Bible and learn the biblical chronology, the Bible says 485 years before they built the Temple of Solomon is when the Exodus happened. Well, if you look and you understand, Solomon's temple should have been built around 966, 485 years before that puts us in 1456, smack dab in the middle of the 18th dynasty. I can walk you through the chronology if you ever want. We can go through that, but you have no reason to be afraid of biblical chronology. You have every reason to hold on to it because it will tell you where everything happened in our history. I'll yield right there.
yeah, I would
Yeah.
rather stick with the biblical. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. I was gonna say, just adding to what the brother's saying about the people. You said Sashu, right? And I want to come back to that, the Sashu, because these are the people. These are the chosen people. Now, in the Amana letters, it states that the king at the time, the Jebusite king, king of Canaan, was Abdi Heba, Abdi Heba, and these are the Amana letters that they found that he wrote to the Pharaoh, basically, and he was saying in one of those letters that if the king doesn't send some
Mm-hmm.
archers, the cities will be all taken up by the Habiru, which shows you that the Habiru are a set of people, not foreigners. Like they will say, okay,
Facts, facts.
these people came from the Philistines, so they're foreigners, or these are Greeks, so they're foreigners. These are Habirus. No, Habirus were foreigners, and the reason why they were called Habirus was because Abraham himself. Again, why I asked you about the Amorite. His. I think his father or his mother. I think his father was an Amorite. I believe,
Mm-hmm.
because, like you said, Babylon,
No.
Dan, the Chaldees wasn't around at that time. It came later. So,
Yeah, yeah, but let me tell you something though. See, Canaan had 11 sons, right? And his 11th son was Hamath. But one of his sons was Amorite or Emory. And you know, when it talks about in the book of Genesis, Genesis 15:13, when it talks about Abraham, and then when it says, know for a surety Abraham, you know the part I'm talking about? That
what
seed will
verse?
be in the land that's not
Chapter
theirs,
it's
speaking a
chapter
strange language.
18. I want to say Acts
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
18 or
yeah, yeah, yeah,
17.
yeah,
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 I know
yeah,
what you're
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about. Yeah.
Carry on. Yeah.
And then it tells you about the iniquities of the Amorite is not yet full. So we are
Sure.
not Amorites. Is
No.
the Amorites are a Canaanite. But see, listen, let me straighten this out now. Let me say this clear. I want to be clear. See, now this one of them things where we have to be clear. Let's go slow on this. It's a Canaanite called the sons of Canaan, because Canaan has 11 sons. So all of his sons would be called Canaanites. Sidon, Archite, um, Hittite, Hivite, Sinite. I can't think of all 11 of them, but you get the picture, right? You get the picture. All 11 sons of Canaan, including Amorite, Hivite,
No, no.
Amorite.
Hold on. I think there's Amorite and there's Ammonite.
Yeah, but I'm
Ammonite
saying
is
Amorite. I'm
hold
saying
on. Ammonite is one of the sons of Canaan. Ammon. That's
no,
the one.
no,
That's the son of
no,
Canaan. Yes.
no, no. Look it up. Let's look it up. Let's not argue. You got your computer or your phone? You can look it up. Or you
Y'all
want
trying
me
to
to
go
Yeah.
look it up?
Genesis 10? You trying to go Table of Nations?
No, just look up the 11 sons of Canaan. I got it though. Just cause I'm telling you, I already know that though.
Is Amorite and Ammonite in there?
No, I'm saying the word Ammonite is a group of people, but it's not one of the 11 sons of Canaan. And that's what we're talking about. Now, let's not confuse it. You said the Amorite was not the word, and I'm telling you the Ammonite is not it, and it's Amorite is the son of Canaan.
And I'm saying that because Black Jedi said, I think it's Anon. He said that
You met
there were
okay.
two sets of Amorites. Am I correct?
Yeah, but that's later. So I wouldn't be using the Table of Nations to make that argument. But I wouldn't include the Ammonites with that conversation.
No, no,
So
Amorites. Amorites,
yeah,
not the
yeah,
Ammonites.
yeah,
Amorites, yeah.
right. So the
Because within this letter, that Abdi Heba wrote to the Pharaoh, this is the exact same story in Joshua, and the king, they named the king Adonizedek,
Mhm.
and he wrote the same. It's the same letters appealing to the Pharaoh for help. It's the same story. So this is how we know that the Habiru were a people, a group of people, and not foreigners, as I mean, as they put it, as in like anybody could be a Habiru because
got
they're
you.
a foreigner. Yeah.
Are you going against the conversation that there are multiple Habiru? And the
There,
reason I ask that because we clearly see the Habiru spoken about. I want to say in 2800 or 3000 BC. So what I'm postulating is the term Habiru is a term used in that territory for Asiatic marauders, basically, right? So to say that the Habiru is a group of people specifically used for one group of people is not true. The Habiru is an amalgamation of different groups of people. And what I postulate is in the Armana letters, when it talks about the Habiru actually overrunning them or them being afraid and asking for help, those are the people spoken above in the book of Joshua when they link up with other tribes and they're now getting ready to overrun these people. And we know this because we can prove that Jericho, Ai, and Hatzor were all destroyed at the time period where the Bible said it was and the way that the Bible said it was.
so hold on one second. Let me just clarify this. Are you saying that the Habiru were in partnership with other people, or the
Yes,
Habiru?
yes. I'm saying that there are different groups of the Habiru. And the reason we have to make sure we point that out is because people can take you into different time periods and show you Habiru before our people would have been going there to perform the Canaanite conquest.
No, but I'm talking specifically that time when
At that
our
time,
people
yeah, so
was
so at
in
that
there.
time I would say it's our people. Yes, at that time I
Right,
would say it's
right,
our
right,
people.
right,
Yeah.
right. Because it reflects within the letters,
Yeah,
and like
yeah,
you
yeah.
quite
I
rightly
agree with you.
said, Canaan. The Bible states that it's a chosen people that
Yeah.
went out there and conquered the land of Canaan. Am I
Yeah, I
correct?
agree with you. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. Cool. Cool.
Oh,
Please
okay.
carry on.
So what was the conclusion though? Because I didn't really get it. I'm trying to figure out. So what did y'all conclude that the Habaru are who? Because
The
I'm
Habiru are us.
Yeah.
okay.
He's
Yeah,
Let's
the
just
ask.
Habaru.
saying he's
Yeah.
just
Okay.
saying
Yeah.
that sometimes they're called Amorites, and I don't disagree. You got to understand, man, our people are called multiple names in antiquity. And if people want to call us the Amorites, then we just go into antiquity and look at what time period they're talking about and then move from there.
Right, but I think it was something that they referred to because Abraham, because of Abraham, because we started going to Egypt from the days of Abraham, or even before that,
Now we got to
so to
go
speak.
into a very in-depth study of the Amorites and when they come into the area and how they split up and how they
Right.
conquer, right?
That's what
So
we need to do. So yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting.
Okay,
I
you
mean,
ready now,
It
brother?
is a
I'm
very
ready.
interesting argument. I'm
Okay,
not gonna
so
hold
we're gonna read Genesis 10. Now, this is the genealogy of the sons of Noah: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And sons were born to them after the flood. The sons of Japheth were Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yavin, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. The sons of Gomer were Ashkenaz, where they get Ashkenazic, Gomer, Riphath, and Togarmah. The sons of Javan were Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. Some people even say Kittim is wrong. From these, the coastland peoples of the Gentiles were separated into their land. See that? That's the coastland peoples of the Gentiles were separated into their lands, everyone according to his language, according to their families, into their nations, their own, not ours, their own, separate.
so
The
hold on.
sons of
Pause right
Ham,
there, please. So what you're saying, in effect, is that it wasn't all of the Gentiles that were mentioned in there. These were the coastline
that was
Gentiles.
that was a group of Gentiles called the coastline Gentiles right there with their own nations and their own language.
Right.
Facts.
Please carry
Now,
on.
now we finna read about some other sons. The sons of Ham were Cush, Mizraim, Put, or Foot, and Canaan. Okay, he had 4 sons. Like Judah is the 4th son, the 4th seed. Even Gregor Mendel, I say this all the time, cross a tall P and a short P. 3 come out tall, 1 short, or 3 come out short and 1 tall. This 4th gene, this genetic, this genesis, genes, this is important to understand that. So now, so he had 4 sons, and Canaan was cursed. The 4th son cursed, recessive, gene. Get it? Okay, so now the sons of Ham were Cush, Mizraim, Phut, and Canaan, listed 4th. The sons of Cush were Seba. Now Cush, we already know, is a Nubian. Seba, we know Sheba. Havilah, we know that's mentioned in the book of Genesis 1. That's the land at the Garden of Eden, Havilah. Sabta, that's the 7th day. Ra'ama, that's another name for Egypt. Sabekta, and the sons of Rahma were Sheba, another name for Egypt, and Dedan. Cush begat Nimrod, right? He began to be a mighty one on the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Yahweh. Therefore, it is said, like Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Yahweh, and the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, right? Now look, we ain't naming sons now. We naming places. Babel, Erech, Akkad, when they say Akkadians, Akkad, Calneh, that means the fortress of Anu, in the land of Shinar, that's Shumer or Sumer, Shumer, that's Cush. From that land, now from Cush, from Shinar, from that land, he went to Assyria and built Nineveh, Rehoboth, and Calah. Rehoboth, Ir, and Calah, and rested between Nineveh and Calah. That is the principal city. So he built resting between those 2 cities. Then 13, Mitzrayim, right? This is important because this is son of Ham. Mitzrayim, this is the second one. Mitzrayim begat Ludim, Anamim, Lehabim, Nephthahim, Patrusim, and Kasluhim, whom came the Philistines and the Catharim. Now, why do people say the Philistines, or this one says Philistines actually, but in the regular King James it said Philistines, but either way, that's the son of Mitzrayim, who is the son of Ham. So the Philistines are not white, they would be black Palestinians, if you're going to say they're Palestinians, because they're children of Mitzrayim. And Mitzrayim is one of the names of, guess where? Egypt. The priest of Egypt, and the name of Egypt is called Shem-Tawi. That's one of the names of Egypt, Shem-Tawi. Another name of Egypt is Kemet. That's Ham, Kem. And another name of Egypt is Mitzrayim, Mitzri. Look it up. This ain't me talking. This them talking. Now, in 15 it goes, Canaan begot, now this Canaan's line, the 4th one. Canaan begot Sidon. That's Sidon of Tyre. That's on the coast, on the other side of the Jordan. That's on the coast. So that's the coast people, the lowlanders. he begat Canaan. Canaan begot Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth. That's the Hethites, the Sidonites, the Hethites, the Jebusite, the Amorite, and the Girgashite, the Hivite, the Archite, the Sinite, the Arvadite, the Zemarite, and the Hamathite was the 11th one. And Ham meaning black, because he was one that had the curse of leprosy, but he still had dark skin. Afterwards,
Yeah.
when they
Hold
asked
on,
where the
hold on,
white man
hold on,
come,
hold on, hold on, hold on,
go
hold
ahead.
on. Yeah. Nah, you're right, you're right. But I will tell you where I got that Amorite thing from. Because in Ezekiel 16:3, it says Jerusalem, he tells Jerusalem that your father is an Amorite and your mother was a Hittite. But and obviously Abraham is the father of the nation.
Wait, say
But
that again.
obviously it
Wait,
was
say that
talking.
again. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Say that again. Say that
No,
again.
no,
Read the scripture.
He's gonna tell you to say Jerusalem, and then we're gonna get
that's
into
right.
whether or not, like,
But it was
can we
talking
just
about Jerusalem, the city.
let's
Not,
just
not, not.
well,
That
no,
was
well,
my
he's gonna point
mistake.
out, yeah. So he's gonna point out that this is more speaking towards um, the actions of the people and not so much their genealogical nativity.
No, but see,
Well, he's
when
speaking about Jerusalem being that Jerusalem was
yes,
formerly
All
the
right,
city of
I'm telling y'all gonna go in a circular argument from here
Canaan.
on out.
Was
Y'all
was
about to go
formerly
in
the
a
city of
circular.
Canaan.
no,
Y'all about to
no,
That's
go in
I
what
a
he was
agree with
saying.
circular
him.
argument.
See, no, you assuming something, brother. Let him talk. I
Okay,
want to hear what he
okay,
got to say.
okay.
Go ahead, bro. Because I agree with him that Jerusalem is canon. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's what it meant in that verse when it said that, basically. But I made
Okay,
a
bet.
mistake and equated
Okay,
it to
all right. Okay, bet.
which
I,
the
I
brother
stand
was
corrected.
breaking down for
Thank
me.
you for being
That
honest. I love
yes,
that
I.
about you, Yusuf. Thank you for
Okay,
being
now
honest,
remember
brother.
earlier
Thank you, sir.
you said that some Egyptian pharaoh was communicating with a Jebusite king in Canaan, right?
Correct.
Right? Now you see who the Jebusites are, though, right?
Yeah,
The
the
Jebusites
Canaanites.
are Canaanites, right? That's right. Now listen. Now listen. This does not mean that there were not no black Canaanites,
Break that down.
because what
Break
you
that
have
down,
to
brother.
remember
Real.
is that Abraham purchased the land of Canaan. He purchased the land of Canaan and the land and the mounts of Mamre, along with the field of Machpelah, for us with his own money from the Hittite in Genesis. You need me to look that up?
No, no, carry on, carry on. We're listening.
Okay. So now it goes afterwards, after Hamathite, this 11th son, afterwards, the family of the Canaanites were dispersed. See, dispersed. They were dispersed. They spread out. And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon, that's the coast. That's the coast, the sea people in
Sidon.
Egypt.
That's what he's saying.
Sidon was from Sidon to go toward Gerar, as far as Gaza, the Gaza Strip. Then, as you go towards Sodom and Gomorrah, because remember, they didn't come to Mamre because that's Abraham land. That's where Lot
They
went.
go north.
Left. That's right. They couldn't go. And then they covered Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim, as far as Lasha. These were the sons of Ham, according to their families, according to their languages, in their lands and in their nations, separate by themselves with their own coast, separate, not amongst us. Let's go ahead.
Told
21.
you, man. I love this conversation.
And
Go ahead, brother.
children were born unto Shem, the father of the children of Eber, where we first get Uber, like Uber cars, where we first get Arab. And so when we was talking about the Habaru, we also have to mention the Haripu, or the Haribu, or the Hapiru.
Yep.
Okay? These the same words. So now let's go ahead though. And the children were born also to Shem, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth, the elder. The sons of Shem were Elam. The Elamites, you see them all over. We the most powerful people in the world. The sons of Shem were Elam, Ashur. Everybody know the Ashurites.
Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. Everybody know the Aramites. The sons of Aram
And
were
for the record,
Uz.
for a second, brother, let me just,
Go
it's
ahead.
my argument that the Hyksos come from the Ashur people, but that's a whole nother
Okay.
day. That's a
I'm with
whole
you.
nother
I'm
day.
with
Yeah.
you. The,
Yep.
the sons of Aram were Uz, Hol, Gether, and Mash. Arphaxad begat Salah, and Salah begat Eber. To Eber, now notice everything don't be in line. They said Shem, the father of all the children of Eber. Then it goes in the brother of Japheth, the elder. It don't mean that Japheth is the elder. It's still talking about Shem. Shem is the elder of Japheth. Now watch this. But when it say the children of Eber, it says the sons of Shem were Elam. You see, it don't talk about the children of Eber yet. They later. And another thing, when we talked about Nimrod, Nimrod was mentioned before Egypt and all of that. That's because you traveling from, now watch this, after the ark, you traveling from Mount Ararat down into the Tigris Euphrates area, or what they call Ur of Chaldees.
And now
Down.
let me help you real quick, because I know
Okay, go ahead.
some of our proponents try to say that Mount Ararat is Turkey. No, if you look on the map, actually Mount Ararat really lies right below Armenia. Keep going, brother.
Facts.
Keep
You
going.
right, bro. They know
Keep
this
going,
though.
brother.
They try to paint that
They try
picture
to play
like
with us.
it's in the Caucasus
And that's
Mountains.
why you got to understand, that's why they move east. They're going south or southwest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They moving down from the east. Keep going, brother.
Listen, it
Yep.
was a flood. We got carried on a craft, right? Because a lot of people don't talk about that. Like when the Yahuwah came down in a pillar of a cloud and came before Moses and Aaron and Miriam, and he cursed Miriam with leprosy right there in her face, and he was standing in the temple. We don't talk about the extraterrestrial Yahweh. We just talk about the fake Yahweh. We don't talk about the one that show up though. But back to the point. So now we're talking about to Eber were born two sons. The name, now listen to this, bro. I want to see if you can get with me on this. To Eber was born two sons. Now you got to think this right after the flood. I'm trying to paint a picture for y'all. This is important. This right after the flood. These well, not right after. This hundreds of years after the flood, but nevertheless, these are children after the flood. Now watch this. Watch what happened. To Eber were born two sons. The name of one was Peleg. Now, P is always F. Peleg. For in his days, the earth was divided. Nobody never explained those words. For in his days, the earth was divided. He was named after an event where the earth divided. They need to tell us, or we need to tell them what this division of the earth is at this point. Is it the Persian Gulf? You see, is it Saudi Arabia breaking away from Africa, like causing a difference? Because these people being divided in their land. And his brother name was Joktan. Joktan begat Almadad, Shelef, Hazar Marveth, Jara, Hadoram, Uzal, Dikla, Obal, Abimael, Sheba, Ophir, like Africa, Ophir, Havila. Again, there go the word Havila back in the Garden of Eden, Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan, and their dwelling place was from Mesha as you go toward Sephir. That is not Sephardic. That is not Sephard or Sephirad.
Yeah, we don't get them till you get to Second Kings
That's right.
22.
That's
Second Kings
Obadiah.
when they come, there you go. When they come and they basically colonize us, remove us, and
Yeah.
then bring the Sepharvaim into the land. Keep going,
Yeah,
brother.
this how they try to trick our people by trying to name themselves after us like the devil always did, the seed of him. Sephir, the mountain of the east. Now this is our land. These were the sons of Shem according to their families, according to their languages, in their lands, according to their nations. So when you say we had a whole life before we was ever called Hebrews, this is it. This tell you where we were, who we were. We was living in the mountains of the east. We the children of Shem. This is all our family right here.
And you can
This our
start to
languages
research these
in our
people.
lands according to our
Right.
nation.
You can research the Elamites. You can research the Astro. You can start to research these groups of
And they the
people,
greatest people on the planet.
and you find out we
These
ain't lying, we ain't making it up,
and
and that's just what it is. What's
it
up,
say
Inyame?
these.
Because I think Inyame pulled up for some smoke, and I got enough time for you tonight,
I pulled
OG.
up for all the Smeedy
Let's
smoke.
get it.
Man, I hear all these names, and I don't want to rain on y'all Bible study and y'all Noah's Ark studies.
All you got to do is pull up and say what you're trying to say.
But I don't hear no timelines. I don't hear no archaeology. Now, if y'all talking faith, I'm not gonna argue with y'all.
Now, I clearly gave you timelines and archaeologies earlier. Now, the brother just all we've been dealing with timeline the whole time, except for when we got into the
Okay.
table of nations.
Let me address it since I was talking.
Yep,
Let
go
me
ahead,
address
brother.
it. Okay. Now, we clearly said this was after the flood. Now, you can go to any nation of people worldwide. I ain't talking about going to no cracker. I ain't talking about going to no book. I'm talking about you can go straight to the people. And the people will tell you that there was a flood on the planet Earth. So now, this flood happened at a time before your time was recorded. Obviously, that's what this story telling you. This story tells you that you wasn't around and nobody wasn't around with no pencils recording this. This story was given
That's
to somebody,
that's
okay?
not what the story is saying though.
Yeah, that's
There,
exactly
there,
what the
there's
story said.
there,
It said it's a,
there's a
let me start back
chronology
over.
right in the book.
No, let me go
There's a
back up
chronology in the book.
let's go to 10:1. Now, this is the genealogy of the sons of Noah. So who was writing?
Which no.
No, it
All
was
you
a
have to
flood.
do,
It's
all you have to
Noah's
do is
son,
take
his
down.
wife, and his their three wives. They own an ark. They land at Mount Arafat. Okay, they get
Do they
off.
give ages? Do they give ages of Ham, Shem, and Japheth?
I mean, you can look up their age, but that won't tell you what year it is.
The ages will give you a chronology.
No, it won't give it. I'm giving you I'm giving you a birth chronology right now. What I told
Right,
you that
right. So
Cain
that
was
that will
fourth,
give you a
this one
timeline.
was third. No, hold up, bro. I'm saying that's not you asking for the year. Now you trying to change ships. No, you
No, I'm
asking
not
for a
changing anything.
chronology, and
That's
I
how you
just showed
determine
you
year.
that a chronology is impossible. And when y'all come on here asking people for
How?
proof,
Wait, how is that impossible?
go ahead, go ahead.
How is
A
that
time,
impossible when they
listen,
give ages? They give ages from Ham,
a
Shem, and
time
Japheth.
a time chronology. I'm gonna ask you again. I'm gonna ask you again one more time. Was there a flood?
No, there was no flood during that time period.
Okay, then. So why are we talking?
Because you're
But you
rewriting
arguing about
history.
something that don't exist.
You're rewriting history.
What time period? What time period? He said during that time period. What time period?
So
Since he
so the Bible is saying around 2500 BC there was a
Where in the
global
Bible
flood.
said that? What? Show me that in the Bible.
All you have to do is a chronology. It's simple
No,
addition
but
and
you said it's
subtraction.
in the Bible. Show me that
Okay,
in the Bible.
start with Solomon. Solomon's reign. Go 400
No,
years to
show
Moses.
me that in the Bible.
I'm telling you now. Go to Solomon's reign, 400 years to Moses. And then I believe it's 500 years to Abraham. Then from Abraham, go to Ham, Shem, and Japheth. That
You
gives you
foolish.
around 2500 BC. 2500. Give or take 200 to 300 years, either way. That's the chronology.
Bro, that's not no chronology, and nobody
That
in the
that's
world ain't gonna
simple. That's
believe
simple
that you just
chronology.
gave us a
You
time
gotta
span
show the
from.
time period, man. What you doing there, young man? What you doing?
What you mean I got to show the time period? I
Are
just
you
said 20.
serious,
You gotta
bro?
show us. Like, can you show us the scripture on what you're talking about? So, like for
Man, you can't
instance,
show us nothing on
Okay,
I
that,
can
bro.
okay.
take
We
you.
just
I can take
talking.
you
Let,
to
let,
Let's
let,
Exodus
let me
20.
talk.
this
Let me
just
talk to somebody that knows a little bit about chronology.
All I want You know I'm gonna
So
deal with you. I just want you to see the. I just want you to show me the scripture, brother.
hey, now
I
can
know
we
I
can we
didn't sit
start?
up here all this
When
while
when was
forgetting.
when did King Solomon rule?
We saying like
The time frame
960. We saying like
about
966.
960 BC.
Yeah, 966.
400 years to take you to about Moses, right?
Yeah, we get to around 485 years take us to Moses.
If that's what you
To,
say, that's
to
on you
Moses,
now. I ain't saying that.
No, the Bible
and
say
then
that in first Kings chapter 6, say 485 years. But I'm trying to
all
get to where
right.
he taking us.
So
We still ain't got to the flood yet.
how far to Abraham
I don't know.
from
I need
1450?
you. I'm not gonna make your argument for you. I need you to tell me. You tell me.
So it's about 500 years to Abraham, about 2000 BC.
According to what scripture, brother? What you
That's what
mean?
I'm saying, man. That's what I'm
According to
saying.
what you go by their ages, ain't not you never seen that? You haven't
Show
seen
me
that
the
in the book?
scripture. I just want to see it. That's all I'm saying. Show me.
Hey, hey, nah. You said
Look, I
it's
can
not in the
make an
book.
argument for all of this, but
I'm
I
a
want to hear your
mathematician and I
argument.
can add up how old they are and go all the way down the line. And I ain't never been able to add up all of them and say exact date, when the date was, and tie it
How
into
come
no BC. Hold up,
how
let me
come you
finish,
can't?
bro.
How come
Let
you
me
I'm
can't
finish.
do it?
Let me
no,
finish
he
saying what
got
I'm
you. He
saying.
got you, and yeah, man, he got you.
Let me
How
finish
does
saying
he
what I'm
how does
saying.
he have
Let
you?
me finish saying what I'm saying. I
Go
ain't
ahead.
never been able to. I ain't never been able to add up all of their birthdays and come up with no particular date that tie into no BC, AD, BCE, before the Christian era, circa nothing. And you can't either. And nobody
Ain't I?
has, and
Are
no
you saying he
scholar
got me
has.
with
And
that
you
one?
ain't gonna show me no book, and you ain't finna show me nowhere in the Bible. And I'm saying
Ain't
that
I?
as a fact.
Did he get me with that one? You can't use the dates in the book, the ages in the book to get a BC chronology.
I'm gonna say it again. No. Look, bro, how many
What are
days
y'all
is in a
doing,
Hebrew year?
man?
How many days in a Hebrew year?
I don't know how many days in the Hebrew year. It doesn't matter how many days in the Hebrew
Exactly,
year.
exactly. It don't
Naeem.
matter now. None of that matters. Our culture don't matter. Our way of life don't matter. Y'all just be talking out the side of y'all
Bro, I'm
neck,
eating
think
turkey
y'all
Naeem.
wings
tapping
right
us
now.
up, and
Naeem.
y'all ain't doing nothing.
The
And
You're
dates,
making
wasting
an
y'all
argument.
time. Cause I already know
the
y'all side.
dates,
I done
the
studied
dates
it.
in the
I done
Bible.
studied y'all side and studied my side. You talking to somebody that studied both sides. I ain't scared of it. See, you thought you was coming over here talking to somebody that's religious. Nope, I'm not religious.
The dates in the Bible
But I
are
know your
based
science is
are
garbage and your
based on
chronologies is garbage.
Babylon. Can I speak, man? Y'all hear me talking?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Yeah.
The dates in the Bible are based on calculations of Archbishop Canterbury. Okay? There's no way you can use a Gregorian calendar that exists today and conclude any dates of the Bible. You only can hypothesize what dates are.
So
We
so
can
you
hypothesize about.
we don't know when Alexander the Great went down.
I didn't say
And
Alexander the Great is
that's
not.
outside the Bible. You're dealing with
Alexander the Great,
history outside of the Bible where they come up
the
with
Bible
it.
tries to coincide the dates with
It does not. The Bible
history,
does not mention dates.
but it
These
Thank you,
are
gives you a
these
Apostle.
are
Thank you,
chronology.
Apostle.
these are
It gives you a
contemporary. It
chronology.
does
You don't
not,
understand what a chronology is?
sir. I'm 67 years old. I got a biblical teaching degree in biblical teaching, bachelor's degree, and I'm telling you, there's no way when you read in the scripture does it say this took place on this particular day, because the system in which they counted in those days are no longer eligible to us.
No, all you can
Even
use is math,
listen,
addition, and
no,
subtraction.
sir, no.
When
We don't
did
even
sci
know. We
when
don't even know. We don't even know when God created
what he called the heavens and earth.
That
We
has
don't
nothing to
know.
do with this conversation.
It
That has
does.
nothing to do with this. No, it don't.
Because everything starts with Adam. We don't know when.
We know when.
You
We
right,
know
We do
when
not
Solomon
know
ruled.
when Solomon
Anon, do we
ruled.
know what time period
No.
that Solomon ruled?
No, we do
No, you
not.
can guess. You
They
can
have a
hypothesize. You don't know nothing.
based on the Gregorian calendar. They have a hypothesis.
We're not going by the Gregorian calendar.
You can't. Either way, you can't prove nothing to us because if you ain't going by the
calendar is based on Caesar's calendar that existed 40 years before that. The Gregorian calendar, which is St. Gregory's calendar, replaced Caesar's calendar.
The Julian calendar.
Susan. I told you, it's based on commentary. It's not scripture. The Bible doesn't say when Abraham lived. The Bible does not say.
Anon, do we know at the time period?
If you can
Do we know
show
the time
me
period Solomon was supposed to rule? Anon.
No. Show it to me in scripture. It's not there. You have an hypothesis by the Archberry.
No. Then your Bible is making a hypothesis when it tells you
Our Bible doesn't make a hypothesis.
It's telling you the timeline of the king.
Because ain't nobody
What
that dumb.
scripture tells
Does it tell you the timelines of the kings?
What scripture? Give it to me. So
Does the Bible tell you how long Solomon ruled?
Stop, man. You begging the question. You just on here just asking questions.
Tell me the date that he started. How old was he?
Watch this,
How old was
Apostle.
he when he died? How old was David when David died? How old was David when he became king? How old was he when he was anointed king?
It's called chronology.
But give me a scripture.
Okay. Let me. I'm gonna pull it all up for you. I'm gonna pull it up with the scriptures. I'm gonna pull it up with the scriptures because we know when Nebuchadnezzar entered Jerusalem. We got that historically, and we know the time period, and we know the time period. So I'm gonna give you that. Hold on, I'm gonna give you that.
Give it to me. Tell me from the Bible.
Okay.
Give me the scripture and tell me from the Bible when Nebuchadnezzar, was it Nebuchadnezzar the first or was it Nebuchadnezzar the second? Which Nebuchadnezzar was it?
Apostle, this is what a date sound like to them. Genesis 6. And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth and daughters was born unto them. What time was that? What day was that?
We don't know. Because the Bible don't speak on time.
The sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair. When was that? What year was that? They want to play that old dumb game. And then if I said,
can you tell today?
Let me ask you something.
So do we know when the United States started? Do we know when the United States started?
No,
when did the United States start?
Yes,
no, we don't. According to
we don't know. Okay, I can't have this conversation. If we don't have a time for the United States, then we don't know math.
According to history, it started in 1776.
Exactly.
Right.
Now we can go. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish what I was saying.
The first president.
We could go 1776.
Was George Washington the first president?
Yes, George Washington was the first president.
It's a damn lie. You don't know.
Who?
It was John Hanson.
You don't
the
know
Articles of Confederation, the Continental Congress.
Where was the seat of the country then?
Facts.
When he was installed.
How many states are there in the United States, brother?
52.
Show me that. Prove it. Prove it. Hold up. Prove it. Prove it.
Wait a minute. Let me finish. Let me finish this
Prove it.
before we
No,
go
no,
to,
no.
on the,
Hell
on the
no.
civic
Prove it.
court.
Prove it.
When
Prove it.
so can we agree that 1776? God damn, I can't even talk.
No, we can't agree on nothing because you claim you don't know the Bible and you don't even know how many states in your nation.
Scripture.
We can't agree on 1776.
No, not while you can't agree today on how many states in the United States.
Right.
You can't agree about today. Why you worry about 1776? What about today? How many states in the United States, brother?
What the hell that got to do with what I'm talking about?
It's got everything to do with it because
That's
this is
called a
based
red
on the
herring.
nation in Israel.
You're making a
Bro,
red herring
who
argument.
claiming to be the nation of Israel in the United States?
Let them give me the scripture when Nebuchadnezzar took Jerusalem. Give me the scripture. What date?
Hold on, I'm looking it up.
Yeah, look it up. Now look it up in the Bible. Give me scripture. Don't give me man's opinion. Give me scripture. What year it was?
They giving it Yame at work tonight, boy.
What scripture?
Okay, Nebuchadnezzar takes Jerusalem in about 597 BCE.
Give me scripture.
I don't go by scripture. I'm not a believer.
Okay, conjecture.
Then that don't mean
it's garbage. It's garbage. Just like they say about what's looking in the scriptures, garbage. That's garbage. That's garbage.
And when you say around, that's telling you they don't know. Because they will give you a specific date.
No, you don't have to have a specific
who gave
date.
you that? That ain't even committed. A white man gave you that date. The white man gave you that date. That ain't even committed. Y'all so white.
I mean, the white man gave you the English language. The white man gave you the English language. The white man gave you the English language.
White man research. That's German white man research the enemy.
So the white man gave you the English language. Why are you speaking English?
Nope, he didn't give me that. I spoke it from my mom. It's my mother tongue, not the other tongue, bro.
English didn't come from the Anglo-Saxons.
Give it up, man. You're wrong.
So you telling me
we don't know when Adam lived. We don't know when Adam died.
But Apostle, please, Apostle, let me say this. Tell us when the Big Bang. Tell us how many states in the United States. Tell us who wrote the science book you talking about. Show us some evidence. We need to stop being on the offensive all the time. Let's be on the defensive and ask some questions sometime. Right. Nigga, how many states is it? Answer that.
I just came in to say that shit. Because I hear this dumb shit this guy talking. And I'm like,
wait, Apostle, hold on, Apostle. Let Bobby Don go, because he was he gave him a taste of his own.
Yeah, I want them to answer some questions sometime, man. They be coming in here like we supposed to be running on the defense, nigga. Answer some questions. How many states in the United States today, right now? You can't. Not even your presidents can answer. They don't even know. Just a fact. Now you can't pull nothing up though. That's what I'm saying. But you want to question us like we supposed to be running from some doctrine. Science ain't shit.
I didn't question y'all. I came in to tell you about the chronology.
I'm gonna give it to you. Chronology means nothing. That ain't no fancy term on here. The study of a clock, the study of chronos, time, Greek mythology. Stop, bro. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing. What's the clepsydra?
So chronology has nothing to do with nothing.
What's the clepsydra? You don't know.
The what?
That's a water clock. That's your clock. That's our clock. But see, you don't know because you ain't no Hebrew. You'll know this if you was a real Egyptian. But you just come on here front with that old doctrine that somebody done told you that it's contradictions in the Bible. We've been past that, bro. We'll eat that shit up. I'll tear that shit up. You come up in with that shit. Stop, man. That's old. Go ahead, though.
Chronology is written in the Bible. If it tells you how long a king reigned, you can line it up with numbers. It's just simple addition and subtraction. I always get a big pushback from this.
I'm a mathematician.
Like Anon said, that's why Anon is quiet.
Okay, let me ask
King
you something,
Solomon
brother.
lived around 950, 960 BCE. And that you just go from that date and you can follow it back to the flood. It's that simple.
I got two questions. They in the Bible though. I got two questions. Have you ever heard of 1 King 7:23?
No.
Could you look it up? 1 King 7:23. This on the table. This is my challenge to every Egyptian, Hebrew Israelite, everybody that's around. This our challenge. 1 King 7:23. You ready? Got it?
Let me see. Hold on. 1 Kings 7:23.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about? And
Notice,
he made molten
no,
sea.
hold on. I got a caveat. Notice that's right after 1 King 7:22, and it's 22 chapters in the Revelation to 7 churches, and 22 over 7 is pi. And this scripture, what you about to read right after 1 King 7:22, it's going to be in relation to the number pi. So go ahead, now read it.
Are you talking about? And he made a molten sea.
Mm-hmm. That's
10
a
cubits.
bowl. That's a brass bowl. Molten sea. Go ahead.
10 cubits from one brim to the other. It was round all about, and his height was 5 cubits, and a line of 30 cubits did compass it around about.
Mm-hmm. When y'all explain that to us, come back and talk to us.
Yeah, I have
Google
no
it,
idea
man,
what that
please.
is.
Yeah, no. I'm saying I know you have no idea, and they don't neither. So when y'all come back humbly, I'll explain it to y'all. But y'all go and explain that to us since y'all talking about mathematician and you mentioned numbers and math, and all you gotta do is add this up. You're so smart. All you gotta do is add that up. It said right there. It's 10 cubits wide, 5 high, 3 across, 1.5 this, 1.5 that, 1 this. Go do the math. Let's get it. Let's get it popping. Oh, and my other question is, what does it mean in the Bible when in the scriptures when it reads, and 1 day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is 1 day? Can y'all figure that math for us? Can y'all show us what 1 day is 1,000 years and 1,000 years is 1 day? I
It
like to
means
see y'all
absolutely
put that.
nothing.
I like to see y'all lay that mathematical equation out for us.
I want to know why A9 ran like he did. What you
Since y'all
running
know,
from, A9?
no. Since y'all know how long a day
Why
is,
A9 put them track shoes on?
we
That's
would
what I
like
want
to
to know.
know. We would like to
Because
know.
you was getting beat up in here and he just felt the need to sit back and watch it in the chat. Carry on.
A9, where you at?
Yeah, but this is what we asking, bro. We asking y'all the real questions. We want to know how y'all know. We want to know how y'all know. We want to know. We want to know how y'all know these dates. How y'all know. We want to know how. We
You
want to know.
add up
Hold
the
up.
time.
This because you won't claim no set. You've been shaky about that. You ain't said you committed Hebrew Israelite. You won't claim
No,
no
I'm
set,
Pan
no
African.
station.
I'm
Huh?
Pan African. I'm Pan
Oh,
African.
Pan-African? Okay then, so what? So then when did the Yoruba start? The Orisha. What year was that?
They have no start date.
What you talking about? They
They
gotta
got
have
a
a
creation story too.
start. That's
Yeah, they got
right.
a creation story. They got a creation story,
Come
but
on, bro. Who are the
with,
Oya? Can't they trace their dates back to the doggone Oya? Right? Then we should
Yeah,
get a date on that, right?
you
I mean,
you
come
was in
on,
here.
bro.
You was in here crying to Anonymous. You was like, Anonymous, say something. Anonymous, is that true? Anonymous. You kept doing that over and over. So he just sat back in the audience.
no, he ran. He ran.
No, he did not. You was
He
getting
put
you was
he put
getting
on them
slung
sketches.
around like a dirty rag in here.
He put on them sketches.
I'm
He put on them
enjoying
No,
sketches
every
and got
you
up
so
out of here.
focused on him. You know he ain't gonna save
No,
you.
because
He not gonna help you.
I can have a conversation with A9. I've been knowing A9 for a long time. I can really have a
He
conversation with
not here. You came in here
brother,
acting like you
him.
trying to deal with the panel. We didn't know that you was, stalking him.
No, I can deal with the panel, but I can't deal when people say they don't deal with chronology. There's
no,
nothing
we
else I
just
can
I
dealt
say.
with
would
it. I
move
I
on. You
don't.
ain't gotta make that. That's all you know. That's all you've been studying. That's where it stopped at. Move on. Build with somebody. Like you could have built on all kinds of topics since you know a little bit about
I
the
could
Bible. Why you
have.
coming in here
But
trying to
we,
argue the same, regurgitate the same damn argument? You already
I
said
could have.
every time I
No,
get to
no.
talking about this, everybody get to tripping. So why are you coming in here with the same thing. Like that wasn't even a topic, but you try to make it an
No,
argument
that
of
was
time.
the
What you
topic.
should have did was teach.
I was about to teach, but nobody would let me
No, you
go.
was crying for him and holding on to his fringes. You know.
No, he dropped his fringes. Anon dropped his fringes. He was
No,
running so fast up out
Babylon
of
was
here.
trying to talk to you, and you kept on directing your attention at him.
No,
Okay.
Babylon said he don't believe in in chronology, so I didn't have no conversation with Babylon. I was
Nah,
talking to
but I
Anon.
want to make
And none
Anon,
sure
of
that
them wanted to even like it was irrelevant. Like you could have moved on to basically teaching or just building with the conversation that they was talking about. Did you understand the
I
top?
was building. I
No, you
was
wasn't.
building.
You was crying to him talking about. You hear this? Say something. Do you agree with this?
exactly. I heard
Because
that.
my whole point is before there was a Nimrod, you had the Kushite Empire. Before
Facts.
Nimrod.
Facts. It's an old Kush and a new Kush. In the book of Genesis, it talks about Kush at Havilah around the Garden of Eden. It talks about those Kush.
But
Before that ever
those are the
was a
same.
Kush of
The Kushites
Mizraim.
are the same people. The people
Say
of
what?
Tai Seti.
Say what?
Same people. The Kushites are the same people
As who?
that they say Nimrod came from.
No, the brother just stated another fact though. See, you confused this. The brother was stating that it was Cushites before there was ever even a Nimrod or a Cush, even a son called Cush of Mitzrayim. It's an old Cush in the book of Genesis mentioned around the time of Havilah, around the time of the Garden of Eden. It's in the
And that's
Bible.
what I was saying. That
It's a Cush. It's an
that's not
old Cush.
true.
Say
It's the
what?
same Kush.
No, it's not the same person. How that's the same person from the Garden of Eden that's going to be born to Mitzrayim after the flood?
Again,
Hundreds
I'm
of
not talking
thousands.
about. I'm
Now,
not talking
we
about
talk
the
about
biblical.
chronology. You have no
I'm not
idea.
talking about the biblical Kush. I'm talking about the people who built the Kushite Empire.
That is the people who built the Kushite Empire are the biblical Kush, bro. I don't know why y'all try to do that like we telling some other story. Listen, I did this earlier. I'm gonna ask you. Do you know the name of Egypt is Shem Tawi?
Shem Tawi.
Sim
No,
Tawi, as
Shem
y'all
Shem.
say. As
No,
y'all say,
yeah,
Sim.
Tawi. That's one of the names.
No, Sim Tawi.
Sim. Yeah, that's one of the names.
Okay, now did you know that the letter S and SH are the same, Sim and Shem, like Schumer and Sumer, like Shem and or Shemitic and Semitic?
Wait, say that again.
Shemitic and Semitic, like these Jews say now, Semitic, anti-Semitic, right? They say Semite. That's what you say, Semit. That's what you say, Semtawi. And I'm telling you, it's
Mm-hmm.
not Semtawi. I'm telling you, it's Shimtawi. It's a SH, Shimtawi. It's Kim, come, like ham, black, Shim, Abraham, ham. It's a H there, like Yahweh. The H, it's a H there. It's important. So now, did you know that Egypt was called Shimtawi or Simtawi? You say, yeah. Okay. Did you know that Noah had a son named Shem?
Yeah, but Kemet
Okay.
predated
No,
all of
we
that.
talking about Kemet. Because Simtawi predate the name Kemet. And it's another name predate that, Ta-Nehesi. So it had many names. So we ain't arguing. So you talking about chronology. I'm giving you chronology. I'm a linguist, bro. So I'm telling you. So I'm asking you a question. Was one of the names clearly of Egypt Simtawi?
Yes, it
So
was.
when did
Was
the
one of the
name
names of Noah's son Shem?
Babylon done? When did the name Mitzrayim come in?
Mizraim came in after one of Ham's son Mizraim. I just told you Ham had 4 sons.
But isn't
Mizraim.
that Kem? Isn't that Kem?
Yeah, I'm finna get to that, bro. Let me get to it. I'm finna get to it. You
Okay,
right. You right.
sure. All right,
Okay.
cool.
So let's do the line of questioning though. So we admit that there is a Shem Tawi, Egypt, and there is a son of Noah named Shem. Now, is
Yeah.
there a place called Kemet?
Yes.
Does Noah have a son and Shem have a brother named Kim?
And yeah, in the Bible, yes, yes.
Yes, that's right. In the Bible. In the Bible. We making a correlation from the Bible to the
Hold
real
on,
world.
hold on, hold on. Say, ask that question again.
Is there a place called Kemet?
Yes.
Does Noah have a son named Kim?
No. Noah has a son named Mitzrayim.
No, Noah has 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
Ham. Right,
Shem,
right, right. Sorry,
Ham,
sorry,
and
sorry. I'm
Japheth.
confusing myself for a second here, man.
So
Um,
again,
I'm
before
talking
you
about
step
Kemet.
in, okay, let's start. Okay, that's good. Let's start back over. Let's start back over. Is there a place called Shem Tawi? Yes. Is there a place? Is there a son of Noah named Shem? Yes. Is there a place called Kemet? Yes. Is there a son of Noah named Kim? Yes. Is there a place called Mizraim, brother?
No.
Yes, that's what the Semitic people call Simtawi, the two lands.
Okay.
Or Kemet, right? Or Kemet.
Yeah.
Kemet
Same
is the
place,
black
right?
land. Yes.
Simtawi, Kemet, and Mizraim, the 2 lands, are the same thing.
But when was it referred to
Wait,
as
wait, wait, wait,
Mitzrayim?
wait, 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 wait. We just establishing the fact that it exists. You can get your question in. I ain't going nowhere. Long as the sister keep me on, I'll stay on with you. Let's establish the fact, bro. Don't try to confuse it now. You and my friend, we've been cool the whole while. Don't start trying to do that. Okay,
No, no,
bro.
no, no. Cool, that
Okay,
man.
bro.
Go on, go on. Cool.
Okay, bro. So now we back to it. So now we done established that the 3 sons, 2 sons of Noah and his grandson Mizraim carry the names of 3 times that Egypt was named.
Repeat that again.
Don't speak at once.
We just established that 3 sons of Noah after the flood, 3 sons right after the flood, meaning ain't no people in Egypt, ain't no people running around or nothing. So these are the people that's refilling and replenishing the planet Earth. And we done named all of them earlier, and we ain't about to go back through it. So now, these
Now, see,
3
I'm
people,
saying that
hold on,
happened
hold on, hold on, hold on.
esoterically.
We done established the lands, we done established the nations, and we established the languages as well. Right there in the Bible. We just established land, language, lineage, and the law. We did it just a few minutes ago. Land, language, lineage, and the law. All 4 L's. We established it in the Bible. So we know these the people on the planet Earth. So are these people named after Egypt, or is Egypt named after these people? In
Those people are
chronology.
named after.
In chronology. In
They're named
chronology.
after Kemet. They're named after Kemet.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. And they came before Kemet, but they named after Kemet?
No, they didn't come before. That's what I'm saying.
Ridiculous.
The
You are
book of
being a
Genesis
fraud about your chronology.
is
You are being a
esoteric.
fraud about chronology, but go ahead.
Kemet came way before all of that. Way before all that.
See, what you were thinking is that time. So you saying that Kemet was established before the flood?
Yes.
What year was that?
I don't have an exact year.
Exactly, bro. Get there. Bro.
Hey, hold on. You ain't got what? Go add that up and come back. No, I'm just playing.
Hey, check it though, bro. I will agree with you though. I'm gonna say one thing though. I'm being a little bit disingenuous about one thing. Now I will say this. Now I'll give you this. I gotta say this because I don't want nobody to never think I'm a liar. So I will say this. That there was a time when people lived in that land before the flood, and that's what y'all ignoring. That should have been your answer. That before the flood, when Noah got caught up in Arafat, he had to float a ship from somewhere, and the somewhere that he shipped from was right there in Egypt, east of Eden. He just left the land of Canaan and floated way up there to Arafat, and they were making their way back down and replenishing the same place where they came from. So
I
it
mean,
was
how
one.
come y'all can't see Genesis as an esoteric? It's more esoteric than it is historical.
But why
It's
should we
teaching a
see it
message.
as esoteric if you can't see your science book as esoteric? If you can't see quarks and atoms as esoteric, because you've never seen one and they've never seen one, and you can't show me one and they can't show me one, yet you believe in them. You in faith. You religious, not me.
No, I mean,
You
if you
believe in
work
the
with
Big
them,
Bang. You believe in
if
evolution. You
if
believe
you work
that
with,
you wait, hold on. Let me show you what you believe. You believe that two things, June, give me no time. You have no time, no date, nothing. But you believe two things. You don't know how big they are, what they made of, nothing. Or one thing, either it exploded or two things banged. But obviously you say bang, so two things bang together. You can't name what they are or whether one thing exploded. You don't know whether it's one or two. So, and then you tell me that because of this explosion is because of this explosion, like a 747 crashing on the ground, all of a sudden come out of that people mind, sex, vaginas, penises, differences in height, differences in conversation, differences in mentality, differences in skin color, differences in food types, dogs, cats, rams, lions, fish, bird, all of that came from out of your bang. And it's your bang was intelligent enough. So that's like saying a
oh,
747
absolutely,
crash
yeah.
in a desert. No, that's like saying
The,
a 747 crash in a desert and it turned into a building in Dubai.
the universe is definitely intelligent.
No, I'm asking you, if something bangs, when the last time you seen something good come out of an explosion? When the last time you seen an explosion happen and
I
people
don't
come out
say
of it?
it's an explosion. I don't say it's
No.
an explosion.
When the last time you seen something bang together and people
I've
come
never
up?
seen that. I've
Okay, so
never
why do
seen that.
you believe in the Big Bang?
I don't believe it was a big bang.
What you believed in?
That the universe expanded.
Expanded how?
It's
From
it's
what?
intelligent within itself.
No,
The
expanded
universe.
how? When? Where did it get this
Do you
intelligence?
feel we evolved from monkeys, apes, or whatever?
Oh yeah, yeah.
See? Garbage. See? And guess what, sister?
So why
Oh,
we ain't changed yet? Why are we still humans? It's been what, 2,000 years? Why I ain't turned into a butterfly?
We ain't cooked yet,
good
Karima.
question.
Yeah, you right. You ain't cooked yet. You still cooking.
I
He
didn't
ain't
get
even
the
he
Big
ain't even turned
Bang,
the
huh?
stove on.
The
Open the
Big
pot?
Bang.
You ever open the pot when the food ain't ready? Your mama slap your hand. Get your
he,
hand out that pot. It ain't ready
yeah,
yet.
man, he ain't even turned the stove on.
Hey,
You ain't even
hey,
turn the stove on yet. And
hey, to break it
you
down
ready to
for
be
you.
done.
Yeah.
Hey, I
Hey,
was
But that
gonna
what I
I
got.
got
Right.
a question.
Well, you got
Wait.
something to work with. He think we monkeys. We okay.
No,
So
we're way more than monkeys. We way more than monkeys. We're
dang.
No,
part of the
it's great
universe.
apes.
we
It's not monkeys. It's
bananas.
great
Stop, bro.
apes.
We
Stop.
Great,
bananas.
wait,
We
but
whales.
we
That's right,
all of that.
Mr. Teacher.
Hey,
We're
I got a
all of
Come
that.
on
question.
now.
I got a question
Wait,
for the
let me
brothers.
say this. Let me say this, then
What?
y'all could go. I believe the universe is the creator God.
Okay,
And
but you can't prove to
everything
me the
within the
universe.
universe. What's
Prove to
that?
me there is a universe. Prove it.
Because we exist.
No, prove to me there is a universe, and don't tell me because I exist.
Y-
That's no answer. Um,
that's proof that we are in
no,
the
it's not.
universe.
No, it's not. That's
Bro,
not
you ain't
proof.
That,
That's
never
just
looked through a
That's
assumption.
proof that
telescope?
there's a creator.
You ain't never looked through a
right.
telescope, bro?
No, I'm saying prove to me there is a universe.
The universe
Prove
is
to me.
outside of us, outside of our planet, bro.
No, when you be a part of it though, when it be in
I
you and
mean,
prove
we
Yeah,
a
it
we're
to
part
you,
part
of
of it.
it, but it's still
so
outside of
then
our
prove to
planet.
me there is a universe.
Look through a telescope.
No, that don't prove to me a universe. That prove to me that it's stars and light and space and
That's
dark and
And
part
all.
of
where's
it.
these stars
That
and
don't prove
lights
to
in
me it's a
space?
universe. Prove to me that it's one verse or whatever you talking about. How do
No,
you
it could be
know?
more.
Can you?
Yeah, how you
It
know
could
we ain't in the studio?
How
Just
far
playing.
can
Karima, stop
a
that.
Okay,
telescope
Karima,
see?
now she's trolling.
We
See,
probably
listen.
on the Truman Show. They making it up. Just saying.
That's right.
we on green
Science is
screen.
based. Science is based on observation,
Right.
and that's why you telling me to grab a telescope. And the far as you could see is the visible universe, and that's all science could talk about is the visible universe. Listen to what I'm saying. All science could talk about is the visible universe because it's based on observation. Scientific study or method is based off observation first, and then it's based off of evidence, experience, and reason, but they observe first. So now, once we observe, all they can observe is the physical universe. I mean the visible universe. They can't observe anything past the visible universe. So it's no such thing as the universe. You've bought into a lie. You've been lied to. These are theories of men. These are not facts. These are hypotheses and conjectures. I'm
When I
telling you
talk
this.
about the universe, I'm talking about the source of all things. There's only one source of all things.
That's a fact.
And that's where we all come from. And we all are a part of it.
And you can't prove that either. The Most High, the Sustainer, the Creator, or none of that.
Now you trolling Babylon done.
No, I'm being for real.
I
I
mean,
want
you
us to
being
face the
real.
fact.
You just using your own, you know.
No, no, we experience it every day. It's part of our experience.
No,
But
I
if we
experienced the
can't
sun
prove
rising. I
It,
experienced the sun rising, but it don't rise. It
exactly.
just
but
look
if
like
you
that.
can't prove a universe, then you can't prove a God.
That's right. You can't prove nothing. Look up the word proof. It don't mean nothing. All it means, if you look it up, is a group of people opinions that agreed upon that. That's all a proof is. That's all a
Like
fact is.
science.
That's
Science
all
ain't
a
nothing
truth
but
is.
religious too, cause
That's
they
right.
believe
Hey,
something that
do
change.
y'all know this
Science is
internet you own
theory
is a
and
part of
religion is
science?
theology. Both of them theos, antithesis and thesis, and y'all can't get away from it. Science is
Okay,
theory.
the
Right.
computer is part of science. Is that real? Is that proof of anything? The internet, the computer, the cell phone.
The computer part of the world. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What you mean?
So
It's
it's
part of
real.
science,
So they're
technology, engineering, and mathematics.
exactly.
But we deal with space-time engineering, okay, and matter. So that's our STEM, space-time engineering and matter. So we as God people, we above that space, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But go ahead. We have our own STEM, space-time, energy, and matter.
Well, I just asked you about the universe and space, and you said it wasn't one. What the
No,
hell?
no, I said it's no universe. I didn't say it wasn't space. I didn't say it wasn't time. I didn't say it wasn't energy. I didn't say it wasn't matter. I said it's no universe that you can prove to me. That's what I said.
So does the universe
Right.
does
Y'all
the
ain't
universe
listening.
expand?
Say what?
Does the universe expand?
Okay, let me ask you something. Can you add to all?
Can you add to all?
Yeah. Can you take from all?
You can take from all.
Oh, you can take from all? Then it wouldn't be all.
If you got all 10 oranges and I
Yes,
take two, how
indeed.
No,
many you
no,
got?
no. I ain't say all 10 oranges. I said all. Not all things, people, places, or ideas. All. Can you add to all?
You can't
All.
add. Well,
Can you take
no, you
from
can't
can
add to
can
all.
can you
I agree
take
with you
from
on that.
can you take from all?
You can take from
All.
all.
Huh?
You can take from all.
Where would you get it or put it?
You only
We
taking a
are part of
portion,
it.
so you only taking a portion.
No, I'm saying you ain't listening to what I'm saying. You imagining all as being something you can reach into and grab.
Right.
You can't even define all. What all, bro? Can you take from all? You can never take from all. You're a part of all. Even if you ate something, you'll still be in all as a part of all, and that what you ate will still be in all as a part of all. It'll be eight. Matter cannot change, matter cannot be destroyed. It can only change shape or form. This is the
There you go,
law.
Babylon Don. I agree
It's
100%
the
with what
law.
you
So you
just said.
can't add to all and you can't take from all. But this in the Bible though, but y'all don't see the quantum physics there though. But let's keep going. So you can't add to all. So can you add to all? Because I'm answering your question.
So
No. Can you take from all? No. So then now, can the universe expand? Not if the universe all. Because if the universe was all, it would be all things, past, present, and future, and could never expand. The universe would be is. I am that I am. The Yahweh. So that's my all. I don't know what y'all niggas worshiping, but go ahead.
I just
So,
had a
so
question. Go ahead. Go
yeah,
ahead. Go ahead.
why we
Babos,
gotta be niggas?
bananas, and nah, just playing.
Yeah, why we gotta be niggas?
Hey, listen, when I was on Unk's show the other day, wait, let me just say one thing. I promise, shut up. I was on Unk's show the other day, sister, and I asked him about that. And I said, so show me my answer. Show us our missing link, our what they call it, our common ancestor. And he showed me a alligator looking thing called a talatat. I swear it was a cartoon alligator called a talatat.
I'm still looking for a banana that look like a human.
It was an alligator type thing on the ground. Go ahead,
But
bro. I'm
Man.
but you can't see the similarities between men and apes.
No,
So why would Yahweh make man and apes
I can
in
see the
this?
similarities. I can see the
Why
similarities.
would Yahweh make man and apes the
Wait,
same?
wait, wait. Look up this animal. It's one in Mexico. It's called a ahuatl. AOXOTL.
I'm talking about
AOX.
Well, shit, you damn near got a body like a kangaroo. Is they close to us too?
That's
yes,
right. Tell them,
yes
sister.
they are.
Tell them. We
yes
got
they
a
are.
bite, man. Come on, bro. Everything got arms, legs, eyes, and nose. Man, stop, bro.
Man,
I
try
think
Stop,
I
fighting a
think
man.
I
kangaroo. You
think
gonna
that
get your ass whooped just like a man would.
I
Yeah.
think that that idea
Okay,
Try
let me
came
fighting a
ask y'all something.
because
kangaroo.
Let me ask y'all
in the
something.
Bible they're
Wait, let me
saying
ask y'all
that
something. Let me ask y'all
yeah,
something.
go.
Now watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Do you know what nature is, though? Nature, earth, wind, water, and fire. Now watch what the Bible say. Watch what the Bible say. And we made man, and I made man of the dust. Afar. What that word afar? That's the word Africa right there. We made man of the afar dust of the Adamah of the ground. So the afar people of the Adamah of the ground. So now water, dust, incarnation, intelligence. You don't want to come from that. You come from a monkey.
Didn't
You
it's
don't
all
see the beauty in this story? Like being like the wind, the water, the intelligence, intelligent designer, there, creator.
so
You know,
you
what?
saying man has always had the intelligence that we have now?
Facts, and that's one of the things. Good question. That's
Even
one of the
more.
things. Wait, hold on. That's one of the things. De-evolution. That's one of the things. Look at this, bro. How you look at the pyramids and all of the majesty of Petra and all of the things that you could never even fathom them even
Oh,
building out of no sheetrock. Wait, hold up. And then you look at the pyramids still standing, and then you say you question the intelligence of the ancestors and the people that came before. And in the Bible, Genesis 6, we just read. Hold up. We just read. And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. Sister, that's one of them words, took. When they say kazak, took them, all of which they chose. And the Yahweh said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he is also flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days. And also after that, when the sons of Elohim. Now, one set already came down. One set came down and took women. Now, watch this. There were giants in the earth in those days, though. And then after that, when the sons of Elohim came in unto it, they ain't take them, they came in unto daughters of men, and they have children to them. The same became mighty
Lay
men,
ho,
which
lay
were of
ho.
old, men of renown. And Elohim saw the wickedness of man was great in the earth. So that's all I wanted to say, that we the children of great beings, and all of this took place before all the stuff y'all talking about. But
So
what you said,
we the children of the Elohim.
yeah, Psalms 82:6, ye are Elohim, all of you children of the Most High, but you shall die like mere men.
So
Arise, O
who
God, and
who is
judge
the
the earth.
Elohim? Who is the Elohim?
These beings, us, we the Elohim. I just answered
No,
it.
if they
Psalms
came down,
82,
no,
Psalms 82, Psalms
If
82,
they
6.
came down,
Psalms, listen, Psalms 82:6 reads, John 10:34 reads, Jesus says himself, ye are gods. And if
if
he
the
called them,
Elohim came
wait, let me
down,
finish. Let me
bro.
finish. Ye
I
are
mean,
gods. And if he called them gods, then the scripture cannot be broken. Ye are Elohim. And if he called them Elohim from the first, then the scripture cannot be broken. It
okay. So
cannot be broken.
is the Elohim a council of gods?
Listen, I standeth in the congregation of the gods and judgeth amongst the gods. Read Psalms 82. Everything you asking
So
is in Psalms
it's more than
82.
one God.
Yes, it's more than one God. Moses was made of Elohim. We are Elohim. I just read it. Listen to the man. I'm finna look up Psalms 82 since you won't do it for yourself. Go ahead.
Hey,
Go
I
ahead.
disagree with that, Babylon Don.
What you disagree with?
No, the what you're talking about in terms of we're gods and so on.
Okay. What you disagree with though? I'm saying what you disagree with.
Well, I mean, Moses, he was made a god, but it was in reference to him being over the Pharaoh,
No,
as in
what's
he
the
had the
word used
Pharaoh's
though?
number.
What's the word used? Was the word used for Moses being a God Elohim?
Well, yeah, but I mean,
So then that's what we are. We Elohim.
no, it was
What you
used for
talking about?
Moses. It wasn't used for all of us, was
No,
it?
okay, then that's why we about to read Psalms 82. But we should read John 10:34, but we're gonna read Psalms 82. Okay, so y'all can get the whole picture. Here we go. Psalms 82. Elohim. Listen to this now. Y'all gotta listen close, bro. Listen close. Elohim standeth in the congregation. Elohim standeth in the congregation of the mighty. He judgeth amongst the gods. Elohim standeth in the congregation of the mighty. He judgeth amongst the Elohim. How long will ye judge unjustly, except the persons of the wicked? Selah, fall down and pray. Defend the poor and fatherless. This our job, bro. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and the needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked, off of those channels where they trapped at. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked, because they being taught by fools. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are Elohim with an S. Ye are Elohim gods. Ye are Elohim. And all of ye are children of the Most High, Elyon El. But ye shall die like men and fall like one of the princes. So you are Elohim, but you believe you're a monkey or a man, and you gonna die like one, and you gonna fall like one of the princes, the evil one. But guess what? Arise, O Elohim. That's talking to us without the S. Arise, all of y'all together as one. The they singular. Look it up. It's a linguistic term. They singular. They. Arise, O Elohim. Judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. And that's
So, can
exactly
I
what we
ask a
about to
question?
do.
Let me
We
ask you a
about to
question.
inherit. Wait, let me finish. We about to inherit every single nation on the planet. But go ahead.
Yeah, so would you equate that word Elohim to the word righteous?
No, I equate the word Elohim to what it just said, God. And I equate the word righteous to Zedek, righteous, the sons of righteousness, Zedeki.
So, what you
Sadat.
see, you're sticking to that narrative for me
No, I ain't got no
is
narrative. I
because
just read the Bible. I don't have a narrative. I don't have an opinion. That's why I'm
Well,
staying in
I
the
mean,
scripture.
okay. So, do you believe everything in the Bible
No, I
is?
don't believe nothing.
No, you don't believe that. Okay,
That's right. I know the truth. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth will make you free. The
that's
revelations
correct.
tell me I have every blessing in the book. Only thing I got to do is read it, and I have
The
all the
spirit of
knowledge in the book.
wisdom, the
What?
spirit
So
of wisdom enables you to know the folly from the truth.
The Furqan and the Baina, the two-edged sword. Facts.
Go ahead, Kofi. I thought you were gonna ask a question.
I was going to ask. So everything in the Bible is right and exact.
No, I didn't say in the Bible. Everything in the Torah is right and exact. I don't know what the Bible is really. I just be talking to
Okay, so how did the Torah get redacted?
you. The Torah is oral. It can't be redacted. The Torah is an oral law.
How did the book get redacted?
What you mean when you say the book get redacted?
How did they redact some things in the book?
I don't overstand. I mean, I ain't understanding.
Are
You
you
talk
talking
about
about the
revision. You
Apocrypha?
talk about revisions. Hold up, hold up,
You,
hold up. See, because these be important questions. We can't just let it get away. Like somebody say redacted, bro. You got to know what redacted mean. And I'm trying to get him to tell me what redacted mean to him. No, I want to know what are you talking about?
how did it get changed?
Right.
Exactly. How did it get changed? That's what I'm finna ask you. Do you mean revisions, interpretations? That's what you mean? Because that
Yes.
ain't the book. That ain't the book. That anybody could do that. You could pull out a Bible right now and you could change every word in it and you could print it. They'll probably kill you, but you could print it and you could tell everybody this the real Bible. Nobody can stop you. Nobody
So
couldn't stop them. They was in power. So why y'all trying to ask us when we telling you
no,
we was in
I'm
bondage in hold on. We was in bondage in Egypt, we was in bondage in Assyria. Look at the black obelisk of Shalmaneser. We was in bondage. Facts. We was in bondage. See, I'm giving hard evidence. Yeah, I might be talking fast, but go look it up. We was in bondage in Assyria. We was in bondage in Babylon. We was in bondage in America. So we've been in bondage, bro. We ain't been
so
kicking it like y'all.
okay,
We
so
ain't had
let me
control.
just
Hold
ask
up.
you this.
We ain't had control of the law or nothing.
Let me
No
ask you
books,
this.
printed nothing.
Since the
So
book
go ahead.
has been compromised, wouldn't it be better to stick with, like you said, with the spiritual oral teachings?
No, because by the will of the Most High, right? Because we have no reason. Do you know what faith is?
I
Faith
know
is the. Go ahead, tell me what it is.
it's the belief in whatever you believe in. I mean, like you said, faith is uh, a belief. I'm sure of it, right?
No,
What is
faith
faith?
is faith is the evidence of things and the substance of things.
But you
Whether
can't
they
have
hope for,
faith.
whether they
You
hold up,
can't
let me
have
Kicking
faith in the
finish.
book.
science.
Wait a minute. You
Let
can't
me
have faith.
finish. Let
You
me
can't have
finish
faith
the
in the book
sentence.
if
Let
it's
me
been
finish.
compromised.
Let
Then
me finish the sentence that you asked me to question, though, bro. You see, we going fair.
okay, go ahead. Go
Let
ahead.
me finish the sentence.
Go ahead.
Faith is the evidence, and this according to the Bible. See, I'm not talking outside of my book, but y'all ain't gave me nothing from y'all book, and I didn't shut it down. Everything y'all done said, including redacted. But let's go ahead. Now I'm giving you the biblical definition of faith. I'm not trying to go according to Webster. That's where y'all get off wrong. Y'all want to postmodernize and define the word for us. Y'all got a silly meaning for faith. We don't. Y'all got a weak meaning for faith involving belief. We don't. Our faith say evidence of things. You know what evidence is? We just said that's the scientific method. Evidence, experience, and reason. Hold up, observation. Evidence of things. That's what you discover. So that's discovery. So the evidence of discovery are the things unseen, right? And the substance, right? You know what substance is? That's the actual exhibits in the courtroom. That's the actual physical proof. So faith is the evidence of things unseen, the substance of things unseen, and the evidence of things hoped for. So we're dealing with evidence and substance.
So
That's what faith is.
if your substance been compromised, then what do you do from there?
That's what you don't understand. The substance and the evidence is never compromised.
Well, you
How
just
is it?
said
How is it?
anyone.
How
You
is
just said,
how is
wait a minute
how is
now. Hold on. You
hold up,
just said
hold up,
no, no, no.
hold up.
You hold
How
on.
can it be
You
evidence
just
if it's
said that
compromised?
anyone could tamper with the book, but it's the
Yes,
oral traditions that's what's in your heart.
that's right. So you said the substance, and that's the substance. So that ain't been
No,
tampered
the
with. The
substance
word,
that you
the
said was the
the word
substance.
has not been tampered with. Your scripture, your writing has been tampered with.
And that's the substance.
The word is the substance, and the word has not been tampered with. The word is pure. The word is pure. I ain't talking about the writing. I'm talking about the word. See,
Babylon
when
Don,
y'all say
do you think
Medunetter, no, when y'all say Medunetter, y'all believe it mean the writings of God. That's what y'all mean. That's what y'all believe. I'm telling you today that it's the speech of nature. That's what it means. The speech of nature. How Noah spoke to animals, how you speak to animals, the speech of nature. It don't have nothing to do with writing
so? Babylon, do you agree that
or
atoms
reading.
exist?
Because before you ever picked up a pencil or a pen, you tried to speak. The word is more powerful than the sword.
Hold on,
Go
brother.
ahead.
You just got to ask the question.
Yeah. What's the question now? I'm sorry. I
Do
heard
you
it.
agree that atoms, like electrons, protons, neutrons, that exists?
I agree to this. There is a spell called 1, 2, 3, electrons, protons, and neutrons, and that John, son of Zebedee, in the book of Revelations, Yahshua the Messiah's book, Revelation 13:18, which is 13, which is a significant number, which is on the dollar bill and everywhere else, 13, and the years, number of months, and 13:18, which is 6 plus 6 plus 6 in Revelation 13:18, which is really 13:15 through 18, but we just doing 13:18. It tells you that here is wisdom. Let them with overstanding count the number of the beast, for the number of the beast is the number of a man, and his number is 6 electrons, 6 protons, and 6 neutrons without a nucleus.
That's all the new shit though.
No, that
So
ain't new.
we're so we're
Hold up. No. He made me answer the question. How is that new and that was written in 96 AD by John on the Isles of Patmos? What are you talking about, bro?
What I mean is it's in the New Testament.
Ain't no such thing to me as the New Testament. And that was in the book of Revelations, not in the New Testament. That's the Apocrypha.
Say what?
Go ahead, bro, with the other question, though. You heard me.
No, I'm just saying because you're saying Revelations in the Apocrypha.
Revelations is apocryphal book. It's an apocryphal text. It's not in the apocrypha. It is an apocryphal book. Some people even call it the apocrypha, but that's not true because there's several apocryphal books. Like you could consider the book of Barnabas a apocryphal book. Some people could consider the book of Enoch an apocryphal book. But the Bible
So
has been
is
canonized.
it in the New Testament?
But the Bible has been canonized, meaning like canon, the word canon, like the white man, it has been canonized by a group of people called Sephardic and Ashkenazim Jews. Read the book, watch the video, The Black Queen. They have canonized the book and they pretending to be us and they have written false stuff and put Shakespeare in it and King James in it and changed Y's to J's and did all that shit that y'all talking about. And that don't bother us because
So
it's not the oral law.
you believe in all the books?
I don't believe in nothing. And if you say all the books, which all books? If you're talking about
The
all
book
of
of
the
Adam and
scriptures of
Eve,
the
the
Torah,
book of Thomas.
the book, all of the books of the Torah, yes. The 613 laws, yes.
Okay.
So isn't that a Judaism thing? The 600 Talmudic thing, the 613 laws, because that's not in the Torah.
No, that has nothing to do with no Talmud. That has something to do with the counting of the laws in the Bible. Physically, one for one.
No, but you're chopping and changing. I mean, it's like you go here
I ain't
when
going
there's a
nowhere,
storm,
bro. I'm
and then
staying in the
you jump
Torah.
there. You're
You
doing
brought
good
up you
before,
brought up the
but
Talmud. No. They ain't going for that. You brought up the Talmud, not me, and I ain't mentioned it. So I ain't went nowhere. I'm still in the Torah.
listen up.
The only other
This
book you
this
mentioned, hold up. The only other book you mentioned was the Bible. And I already explained that. and we already been through the apocryphal. We already been through the canonization of it. Don't tell me I'm going nowhere, bro. These based on your questions. I'm answering
All
questions.
right. I didn't finish my interrogation.
Go ahead.
So with the atoms, depending on how you structure the atom, you can get a glass of water, you can get an elephant. We're all made of these atoms. Wouldn't that
That's not
be?
true.
That's not true.
Go ahead. I'm listening. I mean, sorry. Go ahead.
Wouldn't that be the nature of God, the Word of God? These atoms.
Let me ask you something. When you
Oh,
say
it's not a question with a question.
wait, because it's a very okay. Ask the question again so I can answer it first.
Wouldn't these atoms be the Word of God? Because they're natural. We didn't create it, and we're all made of that. These atoms.
Okay. Now, wouldn't these be? Yes and no. Wouldn't I be? You be? All things would be that. All in existence. All. Back to that word. All. You can't add to it. You can't take from it. All. Yeah. All of it would be the word of the Most High. Yeah. All. All. Not just atoms, because atoms are only element. Atoms are only atomic. There are subatomic particles. So would you include those? The subatomic,
Yeah,
like
because
quarks, zeros.
the
Hold on, hold
atom.
on, hold on, hold up. So would
Well,
we
you asked
include
me a question.
but wait, I'm asking it. Okay, I'm asking it rhetorically. I'm not really asking it, but I'm
No,
asking it.
I want to answer. I want to answer.
Okay,
I
okay.
know where you're
So
going.
wait. So when you say it, wouldn't these be the words of God? When you said these, you were only talking about atoms, according to you, nucleus, proton, neutron, and electron, not the nucleus. You ain't mentioned that. You just mentioned the one, two, three. But so with those three parts in there, not the fourth one. So that's what you're talking about, atoms. So and the particles of atoms. So then when I ask, would the particles of those particles be included? You said, let me answer that. But I know you're gonna have to say yes, because they're a part of that. But then
Yes,
with the
exactly.
particles of those particles, so then all things would be included. So you answered your own question. Are you just asking me that to see how much I know? Or are we asking this because you don't know? Because if you're asking it just to see how much I know, that's a waste of time. But if you're asking it because you don't know, then I like it. Then we could get somewhere.
No, I already know. It's
Then don't
more.
ask it then. It's a waste of
No,
time, bro.
it's more. It's no. It's to take us in a direction. So people are listening, and we're talking about the Word of God, and
Okay.
I'm giving my perspective. All right.
Okay. That's fair. I stand corrected. You're right. Facts. I just argued the same thing today.
So I didn't come on here to tear down what you guys believe. I'm saying I have a perspective, and I'm sharing it from my view. Why is my worldview, my view of God, wrong compared to the Hebrew Israelite?
If a Hebrew ever told you that your view, a worldview, which is a philosophical term, by the way, that's called axiology, your worldview. And in biblical terms, it's called teleology. Now, if they told you that, then they are an idiot. You ain't dealing with a real Hebrew Israelite. A Hebrew Israelite don't tell people what to worship. That ain't our job. Like the brother came on here and told tonight, and I was gonna say this with him. That brother, the young one that said, they said, you said ran. He was right. We should be building our own Zion and not trying to tear down anybody else's matrix. Let their matrix stand. The Revelation 22 say what? Reads what? Let the curse be cursed, the fool be a fool, the damned be damned, and all that. And let the holy be holy. And let those who want to come, come. So they wrong for telling you that. So that ain't no real Hebrew Israelite. And that's been a lot of the big problem, because they take One West ideas, they take these committed people ideas, and they try to make like that's the conscious community. No, the hell it ain't. How they become the representative of all the people that speak or represent the ancient Egyptian family or bloodline. They don't even know the bloodline of the ancient Egyptian. They don't even know the name of the. Ask them the name of the ancient Egyptian bloodline that they from. since they from Egypt and they from a tribe and they committed and they practicing. That shit pseudo as hell. They don't know where they from. They don't have a name. But watch this. Ask me. I'm from the Hotep line in Avarice.
Yeah, I just want to say this though, Babylon done. You today. Well, this presentation here, whatever it was that we were discussing, you have given a good account of yourself. And for me, where I know naturally the disagreement will come in is because you're a messianic Hebrew, and so therefore I understand. But not to take anything away from you, you dropped some good knowledge this evening, and I want to commend you for that.
Oh
Thank
yeah,
you, bro.
he pretty
But I'm
good.
not really messianic. I'm not.
But
I'm
you
not,
said
bro.
you was from the
I just
hotel.
teach the scripture. I'm
You
just
said
teaching the scripture. I'm not
you,
messianic though. Go ahead.
you said you was from the Hotep line of avarice.
Yeah, I'm from the Hotep line of Egypt. But yeah, in Avarice, all over Egypt though.
So
Imhotep.
wasn't the
Im, im,
Hyksos wasn't the
hold up.
Hyksos in avarice?
Hold up, bro. Listen, that's a good question. That they were, because we talked about that tonight. They were in Avarice. They came there and amalgamated themselves into Avarice after we were already there. We got help from Kahmos and Ahmos, who helped us kick them the hell out, chase them all the way across, past Canaan, because Canaan is in Egypt. That's our land. Past Canaan up into Syria. And
But you
Thutmose one had already chased them all the way out into tight past the Tigris and Euphrates. So
See, I don't
yeah,
understand why you say that's your land.
what you mean? Keep going. I'm
So
listening.
I think it was you that brought out Abdi Heba,
Who?
Abdi Heba from the Amana letters.
No, but I know about the Amana letters. That's cool. We could talk about it. I
Yeah,
didn't bring it up, but
he said that that land belonged to the Nasut.
Nasut. What that? I mean, uh, who is that? That's not a name. That's just a title, and it's not even complete.
That's a king.
Yeah, it's
That's a
the
king.
It's
Nasut Biti. Yeah,
okay.
the
Nasut
king.
Binti. So who? But it belonged. How? What land belonged to a king? All land belonged to Tamaray. It's Egypt. It belonged to the people. We
Yeah,
were the doctors.
all the way up into
Professor Dr.
Jerusalem,
Walter Williams just told y'all that. But go ahead.
all the way up to Jerusalem.
But I ain't understand. I want the brother at the bottom that's next across from me. I want him to finish telling me what he was saying though. I want to catch
Oh,
on. I
okay,
don't want that to go
go
by.
ahead, go
You
ahead,
talk,
Kofi.
Yeah, I'm
oh
talking to you,
no, that's
Kofi. I
all.
want you to get that in.
I just wanted to know was you equating yourself with the Hyksos, but I see you wasn't. Yeah, you say Amos
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Kamos.
I thought you answered it. Yeah,
Uh,
you answered.
you said
Oh,
Amos and
okay.
Kamos helped the Israelites run the Hyksos up out of Ivers.
Yes.
Oh,
Facts.
okay.
That's why Akhenaten and then two Amen, those names Aten and Amen. That's why it was a slight changing of the guard. That's why when Aten built his place in Tel Armana, the Armana letters, this is the Hotep line of Israelites right there. That's why he was different. That's why they hated him. That's why they tell you he's a heretic and his wife ain't nothing and all of that, this, that, and other. That's why they want us to believe that because they know this was the place, the Sahel, Avarice, this was our place. Nuweba, this was our place. This was the place we
Yeah,
in.
yeah. But Akhenaten, he did a lot of things wrong. He did some good things, but he didn't handle business. He didn't handle business of
No,
keeping
no.
people out.
Let me tell you what happened. That's a good point, but I'll say this. It was so much undermining and people trying to pull a coup. Remember, I, the uncle, they say I, which ain't true, killed King Tut. So this was going on. I told you that it was a changing of the guard because Akhenaten had the name Aten, they wanted him to go under the name Amen. That's why they forced Amen to carry the name Amen. But Akhenaten was carrying the name of Aten, meaning the one source, the one. And it was the period of time, it was a cycle. See, they don't tell you about this, but I'm going to tell you something. You have Aten And then after Aten, you have Aten is like 12 o'clock noon. Then you have Amen. Then you have Anun, which is the unknown. And then you have Atun, the rising sun. So you had four different phases of the sun, and you had four different phases of the name that we would call on during different periods of the cycle, Zep Tepi, during the cycles of Egypt. And
Well,
during this
Babylon
cycle,
done, they gonna run you off with this type of knowledge. They
hold
gonna
up,
run you out of here.
during that cycle, Akhenaten was supposed to be, and the whole Egypt was supposed to be turned towards Aten, but they were mad because they had prospered and the priest had prospered. Everybody was prospering under the Amen, under the worship of the many. Because in mathematics you got Mariology, the one many, called Mariology, study Mariology. So you had the one many. That's what we was teaching. And so they wanted to stick with the many. The Akhenaten wanted to turn to the one, and they turned against Akhenaten and killed him. And he was the ruler,
Yeah,
so they pulled the
right.
coup.
Yeah, but he allowed the Habaru to take over important lands.
But see, we discussed tonight that the Habaru are us, and the Habaru too. I mean, like, like he didn't allow the Haparu to take over the land. Where you read that at? Where's that in the text?
That's where the Abdi Heba. That's what he was saying when he remember in the Armada letters he was writing to Akhenaten and said
Yeah,
you
but I'm
need to
saying,
send
where does
those.
it say? Where does it say that they took over the land? Where is it in
Yeah,
the
Yeah,
text?
that's
they said that.
he's
Yeah.
saying they're coming to take your land.
Yeah, but I'm
No,
saying,
he's saying that they're taking the land, and if he doesn't send archers, they will
If
take
he
yeah,
doesn't send
over
Tarseti,
completely.
yeah, if you don't send Tarseti, those Nubian archers, we're gonna lose it.
okay,
Right.
but did they lose it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
We lost the land to who? To the Haparu?
To
To the
yes,
Haparu?
yes.
No, that was the Canaanites.
No, bro. That ain't in no text, bro. That's
No,
not in
Yeah,
no,
no
it is.
text.
no. Listen. The Canaanites were in the land at the time, and the Haparu were coming to take over the land. They had destroyed Ai, they had destroyed, I think it was Jericho and some other cities, and these were large cities. And then Gibeon, which was the military arm of Canaan, made peace with Israel. So that sent shivers down Abdi's would you call it spine. So that's what made him write to the Pharaoh to say, you need to send me some archers, or else your land will be
But see, the
fallen to
story,
the
the story
Hapiru.
ain't making sense to me though. What y'all
Hold
telling
on,
me?
hold on, hold on, hold on,
Okay,
hold
go
on.
ahead.
But this story is collaborated in the story of Joshua when Joshua went to capture Canaan, and he destroyed Ai, Jericho, and other. But they made the king is it Adonizedek? That's what they named the king in the Bible. But these historical letters are saying that the king's name
Yeah.
was Abdi.
See, this is where I'm saying when they
But
redacted the story, they changed the story. They retold it in a different way.
wait,
Yeah,
this what I'm saying though. But see, y'all go now. Y'all talking about me all over the place. I just want to know where y'all getting this. Where y'all? I'm trying to figure out where do y'all get this in the text, and then you tied it into Jericho, and then you tied it into Joshua, and these are different periods of time, far as I'm concerned. And then you mentioned Gibeah, and then you mentioned Canaan, and now you mentioning the Israelites and him writing to the Israelites in
no,
Canaan.
no, I think you misunderstood me.
Okay, let's start back over then.
That's
Let's go slow. Go slow with me.
okay.
I'm done.
Sure. That's what Yami was saying, that they've mixed up the dates. But what I'm trying to say is that there's a collaboration in the story of Joshua, as far as that King Adonizedek in his time was facing defeat against the Israelites. basically. And so therefore he wrote to the Pharaoh of Egypt. And this same story is in the Amana letters that were produced in Egypt, written by a king called Abdi Hem or something like that. Hold on, let me just make sure that. But anyway, this
Yeah,
king
it's Uber
wrote a
or
similar.
HB.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So this king wrote a similar letter, very, 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 very similar to the story that was foretold in Joshua about the Habiru. So therefore, what we are saying is the Habiru. This proves that the Habiru were the Israelites, but they're trying to make it sound like the Habiru were a group of foreigners. So, i.e., if you were Palestinian or Syrian or um, Hykso or whatever, to the Egyptians, you were a Habiru, but that's not true because again, in those letters that were written to the Pharaoh, it says the Habiru will take over. So that means that they're talking about a people, a specific people, and that's what we're saying.
I think I'm gonna have to go with the first brother on here. I think he was mentioning that like something about. I think that the name. I think there's something wrong with the translation there. I'm gonna have to see the text. I want to see the text. I haven't even read. Now I've been reading the Armana letters. I first started in Egypt studying Akhenaten. So I want to read these texts that y'all talking about, where it's completely saying the Habaru, because y'all said it, that the Habaru were coming to take over the land of Egypt. I want to see this.
Yeah, it's in there, bro.
Yeah,
Not
I need
not
to
not
see this.
Egypt, but Jerusalem.
Yeah,
See, now we turned around, bro.
that's
Now they taking over Jerusalem and not
But
Egypt.
no, he,
No, it
Jerusalem,
was that
Jerusalem,
already.
Jerusalem belonged to Egypt.
yeah,
Egypt, that's right.
Yes,
it was a
I understand
vassal.
that. I said that earlier, but now
Yeah,
I'm saying, but for sake of just understanding the conversation and not confusing the conversation, see if you say they taking over Jerusalem, then where are they coming from? Who are the Habaru then?
That's the Israelites. Is because that's what I'm saying. The story is the same
So you
as it,
mean to
but
tell me that y'all saying that the Israelites had an army that was going to take over a portion of Egypt?
not
No, Canaan,
Egypt,
Huh?
Canaan.
Canaan.
That was going to take and the story don't make sense though. Satan kingdom can't stand against Satan kingdom. I'm for real though, bro. Listen, okay.
we have
If
to
the
build first.
okay, go
His
ahead.
name is Abdi Heba, but it's
Yeah,
the trilateral, so it's ABD. That's how it's going to be spelled. ABD
servant,
HB of the
servant of head,
Yeah,
Armana tablet.
servant of head. Okay. But
yeah.
yeah,
So
I mean I'm with it.
yeah,
I ain't refuting nothing. But see, like,
But
okay,
hold on, you just said before all this started, you just said that the Habiru or Hapiru, whatever you want to call it, are the
yeah,
Israelites. You said that,
yeah,
right?
in one set, yeah.
Right. So that's what we're saying. That we're giving you evidence.
right. But there's more than one group of Hapiru.
Yeah,
So yeah,
That's
Okay,
what they're
that's what I was
saying.
saying a few minutes
But
ago.
but but
But
that's what they're saying. Hold on, that's what they're saying. But if you
I
read
don't
the
believe it.
hold on, but if you read the letters will tell you that the Habiru or Heba was describing the Habiru as a specific people. He wasn't describing the Habiru as a mixed entity. If you understand what I'm saying, he
yeah,
said the
Okay,
yeah,
Habiru
yeah.
will take
He
over, basically. So he's
right,
talking
right.
about a people.
okay, but listen, this what happened around the time of Joshua in 3:9:10. And Joshua said to the said unto the children of Israel, come hither and hear the words of Yahweh, your Elohim. And Joshua said, hereby ye shall know that the living Elohim is among you, and that he will without fail drive out from before you the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Hivites, and the Perizzites, and the Girgashites, and the Amorites, and the Jebusites. So I think what's happening is that the Israelites in Canaan, Joshua and these Israelites are being confused with the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Hivites, the Perizzites, Girgashites, the Amorites, and the Jebusites. And I think that when we see Hittite and Hivite, I think that tells us a little bit something about Hyksos. Just not much, but a little bit. Hittite, Hivite, that tell us something about them. So the Hapiru or the Habaru or the Haribu or the Haripu, because these are different words. I ain't saying they different people. I'm just letting you know that it's a different word. Haribu is not Habiru, and Hapiru is not Haripu. So if these Canaanites are being driven out of the land of Canaan, or out of some land where Joshua out of his land, where does it say that these Israelites that's with Joshua are the ones being called in the Armana tablets?
You're looking at the wrong. Joshua 10, 1-43 is where that story is, basically.
That's what I was asking you, friend. Remember I asked that? Give me the scripture. Okay, 10 verse what?
1-43.
Okay.
Hey, bros, I'll catch y'all some other times. Good building.
Yeah, I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
man.
Yeah, we getting ready to close
Peace,
out.
y'all.
Yes, sir. Give thanks, brother.
Yeah,
I
peace.
had fun with y'all though, bro. That was fun. And thank you, sister, for giving me the opportunity to talk on your panel.
You're
I
welcome.
really enjoyed that.
We can do a part 2.
Yeah.
Whenever they ready, I'll be back whenever you come on. I'm subscribed to your to this channel, so if I get the notification, I'll come in.
That's right. Thank you.
Yeah, peace to all the brothers on the panel and the brothers that was on the panel before.
Peace.
Yeah,
But
man. Sister Lahefa, yes, you're rocking it as usual. Give thanks.
Hey, sister, when you want to do something though, I'm for real. I want to come back on when you have something like this.
Well, you want to come back on, then
I'll do it tomorrow if you want to. If you want to do something, whenever.
All right.
Bet. I don't know how to contact you, so will you write this down?
Put it in this private chat.
Okay, I'll try to put it in the chat. Peace, goddess.
Peace.